Hey guys, I'm Ali. Welcome back to the channel. I'm pretty excited today, guys, because it's this build which we are gonna do. This web app which we are gonna be building is a pretty interesting one, guys. And I've been doing this for like it's one of my best projects. So you guys can know, you guys can think it's going to be a really huge, beautiful build here, guys. And I've actually worked really hard on this one, and it's built from Next.js and Tailwind. So let me show you guys before I just keep on speaking. So here's the Next Authentication basically, and it's deployed, by the way, on Vercel, so it's not locally. This is where I'm showing you the deployed version of it. So I'm actually gonna sign in with my account, and here's my account. I'm gonna sign in using Google, and let's see, guys. Here we go. Boom. So all these things, guys, this is really pretty interesting which I have a build which I've actually done here. So all of these things are actually server-side rendered. The movies you see, the shows you see, and the top-rated movies and top-rated shows, and it's actually using an API called TMDB, which you guys might have heard, and you guys might have used this API before. And this is actually slider, and it's completely responsive, guys. It's completely responsive. So if I shrink this, basically you guys can see it is responsive. It's changing into grid, and it's flex and everything, and all of these things. If I scroll through this is actually a scrollable container. And a very interesting thing, guys, so look at this. So I can actually click here, guys, and I can actually get these details of the movie or the TV series which which is basically rendering. And not only this, guys, I went ahead and actually implemented something a little more for you guys. You guys might have guessed it, and it's the trailer functionality here. So I'm not gonna play more because of the copyright thing, but you guys can know I've implemented the trailer thing as well. And if I go back here, if I go into the TV show, you guys can see, here we go, and we can actually play the trailers. And we can pretty much play the trailers, and we can pretty much view all these series and movies, and everything's pretty much working. And all of these things, guys, it is server side rendered. And if I refresh this, you guys can see there's no delay, absolutely no delay at all, right? Because everything here is server side rendered basically. You can pretty much go in here, and also these things, the routes, you guys can see that they are changing. uh, and if I actually open my inspect tools here and show you guys, so this is an iPhone X basically, iPhone X screen size, and you guys can see it's completely responsive. I can go back, I can click here again on the Loki, because I actually loved the Loki series. And you guys can pretty much scroll through this, and click anywhere. Let's say I want to click here, for example. This is server side rendered, all of these things. And the font is actually too light, so we can change the font, and you guys can choose your own font, whatever you want to. But that's pretty much it. And I'm super pumped for this build, guys. And I can actually click back here, and it's actually gonna log me out, and it's gonna display the hero page basically, which is the default page. And if I try to actually go back to that same route, it will redirect me back here, guys. You guys can see it redirected me back to the home page, which is the because we are not actually logged in right now. So let's actually get started with this, guys. And Next.js server-side rendering and Tailwind CSS, like it's the dream, right? It's the dream. And it's really good, guys. So trust me, it it's gonna look really good on our portfolios, because it's one of the best builds out there. And I'm gonna actually start. So what I'm gonna do is, you guys wanna go to, if you guys have never actually used Tailwind or Next before, Next.js is basically just a React. It's just React itself. It's built on top of React. So it's just a framework built on top of React. And let me actually show you guys Next.js. So, and it's a production framework basically. It's used in production, and it's the same as React. So don't be scared if you guys have never actually used Next.js or Tailwind. Tailwind is just for, we are using it for our styling for CSS, and it's pretty good, guys. Trust me, Tailwind is really good, guys. And I'm gonna demonstrate the power in this build, like how I actually implemented Tailwind and Next together to use. And Next.js basically gives you all these advantages like image optimization, and there's actually built-in routing. So the routing which I actually showed you guys before, when you guys can if you guys notice that when you click on a movie and you basically go on a specific route. So for example, when I click on this TV series, actually takes me to this. So we don't have to use when we use React, we have to use something called React router. But when we use Next.js, we don't have to actually use that, because there's like system routing inside of Next.js, and that's a really nifty feature of Next.js which we can pretty much utilize. So let's actually get started with this. So what I'm gonna do is you guys wanna go to Tailwind CSS website, go to docs/installation, and then just pretty much click on Next.js, because we're gonna be using Next.js, right? If you're using React, create React app, you can pretty much use this, but we're gonna be using Next.js, so I'm gonna click on Next.js. And before you have to install these things manually, but now they've actually created an example. So what you can do is pretty much copy this npx thing, and we are not using React, we are using Next, so we just have to replace React with Next, create Next app here. I'm actually gonna open my terminal. If you're on Mac, just open your terminal, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paste this in here, and I'm gonna change my project to Disney clone YT, because it's for YouTube. I'm gonna press enter, and it's gonna initialize my project. So what it's gonna basically do is gonna initialize my project with pretty much the boilerplate code, and so I don't have to do and configure and install Tailwind CSS manually. And what Tailwind, if you guys are new to Tailwind CSS, is pretty much a CSS utility framework, which gives you these utility classes, but it doesn't apply any sort of styling by default. So everything comes as a clean slate by default, and they pretty much remove every styling from everything. Even if you use H2s, H3s, H4s, it doesn't matter. Styling is pretty much the same for everything, and then you basically customize it from your own style. If you look at their website, you can pretty much get an idea of what it is, and you can pretty much see you can create all these types of components, different types of components, just by applying these utility classes. So you don't have to actually leave your HTML and create separate CSS files. And in my opinion, it is the best thing out there, guys. Trust me, it's the best thing out there. It's really powerful. It gives you all these beautiful utility classes, and once you actually start using this more and more, and for people who actually argue that there are so many classes here, and that's not a good practice of creating so many classes inside of your components or HTML. So for that also, there's actually a solution which I'm going to be showing you guys. Is you guys can create custom classes and apply them on a different sort of file, so you don't have to write so many classes here. And trust me guys, it is damn worth it. It is damn worth it. So let's actually see if we're so this is done. So you guys can see, you guys want a CD into your Disney Disney build, which is clone YT. So I'm gonna CD into my build, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open this inside of my Visual Studio Code. So I'm just writing code dot, which means it's gonna open it inside of my Visual Studio Code here, as you guys can see. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this bigger actually, so you guys can see better. And you guys wanna open, basically you guys wanna open this folder inside of a Visual Studio Code if you can't use this thing. So now I'm just gonna go into my index.js, and the first thing I'm gonna do, so you guys can see this is a Tailwind boilerplate. Basically this is Tailwind boilerplate. This is all because this is, remember, this is an example with Tailwind itself. So they have actually created this with Tailwind, everything, all these stylings and everything. So I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna run the server. So I'm gonna press Command J or Control J, and I'm gonna actually do yarn run that. So I'm gonna be using yarn. If you're using npm, you can pretty much replace yarn with npm and do npm run dev. I'm gonna do yarn, and for me another port is already in use. I think that's because I've already did this build before, so I'm just gonna terminate this one. Just a second guys, and here I go. And now you see started server on localhost 3000, and it's giving me the URL as well. So I'm just gonna go to my build here. I'm actually gonna open my localhost 3000 here, and here we go. This is the boilerplate code which actually gives us the Next.js and Tailwind. And You guys, a very important thing which I want to mention is you always want to see these two things, guys. Whenever you run the server, so because I run the server right now, I always want to see these two things. These two things are really important. Even if you're doing this manually or anything, always make sure that you're seeing these two things, because these two things are what Tailwind gives us, Tailwind configuration provides us, and you always want to see this basically. So what I'm gonna do, so index.js is basically pretty much the app.js sort of thing inside of React, the home page sort of thing which you see here. So that's in Next.js, it's called index.js. It's pretty much the same thing. And a really powerful thing Next.js gives us is something called a head component. It's a component, and what it does is basically we can change these titles here. So if I write Disney Plus here, you will see that this thing on top here is actually changed, right? I didn't actually add the fab icon, so I refresh and you see it's the Vercel one. But you see the title is actually changed because I changed the Disney. So it gives you these head components. It's a component basically, and it's you can pretty much use this in every component to render different information, which is really powerful. What I'm gonna do right now is I'm actually gonna delete my all of these things because I don't need these things. I'm just gonna actually, let's start with this build right now. So I'm just gonna maybe type in H1 here. I'm just gonna say Disney plus Disney plus, just like that. And boom, you see it's in the center right now, right? It's coming in the center. And why is it in the center? Because, and let me actually do something. Let me actually open this side by side, so it might be easier for you guys to view as well, I guess. And let me make this screen a bit bigger. And you see it's in the center. It's in the center because of these styling here. This styling is on the parent div here, which they applied it by default, and as soon as I remove that, you guys can see. So this is what I'm talking about. This is Tailwind basically gives us a clean slate, so we don't have to go ahead and change our default styling for everything. So basically, before we used to do margin 0, padding 0 for everything, but when we are using Tailwind, we don't have to actually do those things, because it when we start with Tailwind, actually gives us a clean sort of slate, which is in my opinion is what you need, right? What you need in the end. And now I'm actually gonna open my sidebar here, and I'm actually gonna create folders here. So I'm gonna create one folder for components, okay? Because there should be obviously a default folder structure. So I don't make my folder structure really overcomplicating, but I always like to have a sort of a good folder structure. So a folder called components at the root, and I also want to create two more folders inside of my public, okay, inside of my public. So you don't have source inside of this as we have it in create react app. You have pages, public, and all these other folders. So inside my folder I'm going to create two more folders called images and another one for videos basically. And by the way, I'm going to be using some images and videos for this build, which I want you guys to actually go to this repository here, which I've actually linked inside of the description. And what I want you guys to do is actually install this basically. So let me make this bigger. You guys want to go and download this basically, or clone this, or whatever you want to do. And basically what I want you guys to do, what I'm gonna do right now, is I'm actually gonna go inside of my old build. I'm actually gonna, and basically I want you guys to copy the if you're actually following with me, just go inside of, sorry, go inside of a public, and go inside of your videos and images. Basically copy these two folders inside of your public directory. And since I've already actually done this, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna open this on the side, and I'm actually gonna get the images and the videos from the old build which I've actually done inside of this thing. I'm actually gonna replace this thing, and here we go. So I have these videos and images right here. I'm actually gonna close this, right? And let me go back to this here. Okay, so I have my images and I have my videos. I just have like Marvel, all these videos, and these videos are basically this thing, these things. So when I hover over these things, you guys can see, right? When I hover over these things, there's a video playing in the background, right? And that's what these videos are basically, which I've actually done. and everything else is pretty much the same. So those videos and the images and all these things basically. So let me actually turn this like this, and let's go back and let's actually start, guys. So we're gonna start with by creating the header, and I'm actually gonna move on a really good pace because we need to keep up the pace for this build, because this build is really huge, right? So we need to keep the pace. So I might be moving a bit faster, but you guys can pause it and watch it later on, or whatever you guys feel comfortable, you know. So for the header, you guys can see, right, as soon as I go like 768, below 768 pixels, basically you cannot see the links, right? But as soon as I go above more than that, you guys can pretty much see the links are popping up, right? And all these hover effects on these beautiful hover effects on these links basically. So this is what I want to do for the header. So it's a responsive sort of header. So I have a logo, and I have my image, the user's logged in image, and I have some links, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go back to my application here. I'm actually gonna create a component. Now obviously header is gonna be a component, right? I'm gonna make this header.js, and what I'm gonna type here is I'm gonna type RFCE. Now what RFCE is, it's just a snippet basically. And guys, very important, if you're using Tailwind for the first time, I want you guys to install this extension basically called Tailwind Css Intellisense. And by installing this extension, you're gonna basically get, so if I type class name here, you will see that I'm gonna get all my Tailwind IntelliSense. Basically this is all my Tailwind IntelliSense. So I can basically type in for example, if I type BG, I want BG basically means the background. So I'm getting these IntelliSense. So Tailwind has their own color palettes which you can use, and if I don't want to use it, I can actually change this to, which I'm going to be showing you guys, so don't worry about that. But basically you're gonna get all this IntelliSense, but you need this extension for these IntelliSense for this IntelliSense to work. So make sure you install it if you're using it for the first time. And for this snippet which I actually showed you guys, underscore RFCE, this you can basically use by installing this extension called ES7 React Redux GraphQL React native snippets. And these basically give you all these snippets. And if you guys like to use arrow function, you can pretty much do RAFCE, but I like to use just the functional components, so I'm use RFCE. And you don't need to import React in the latest React version now. So let's actually create our header right now. I'm actually gonna open my header, and our header, so there's a bunch of stuff inside our header, right? So let's think about it. So if you see, as I'm scrolling, my header is fixed, right? My header is actually sticking to the top. So it's not actually just the header, it's basically sticking on top, right? So we want the header to be sticky, right? So that's the first thing. And how I actually basically figure these things out is I type a part of the word basically, and Tailwind basically gives me these IntelliSense, which I basically, if you press command space, you'll get this CSS property here. So sticky means it's gonna apply position sticky to this, which is what we want, right? So I'm gonna do sticky, and I want a custom background. Now for custom backgrounds, what Tailwind gives us is something called JIT. JIT is a new sort of engine inside of Tailwind, and what you can do with JIT basically is you can apply custom colors, like for example custom hex values here, which I'm gonna be applying. So 040 and 714 is my custom value, which I'm gonna be applying for my header. Now we are not obviously seeing anything applied here. Now if you hover over this, you guys can see it is applying this background color and RGBA value, so it actually converts it into RGBA, and actually does something really clever behind the scenes, you know. And this is how you basically use custom things. So if I want to, let's say, apply a custom width or custom something, I only have to put square brackets, and inside of my square brackets I have to put the value like 100 pixels or something, which is gonna apply the custom sort of thing. But for this to work, I need to have this mode git inside of my Tailwind configuration file. This is really important, which I showed you guys in the start, that you guys need to see these two things, right? If you guys remember. So this is something called the git engine, which should always be there if you want to use custom properties and custom things there. Now we are not seeing this. Why we are not seeing this? Because header, we are not actually rendering the header anywhere. So I'm actually gonna go inside of my, I'm gonna remove the Disney thing, and I'm actually gonna render my header, because remember this is your home page, right? I'm actually gonna render my header, and it's giving me this VS Code auto import. So just gonna auto import this. I'm just gonna save this. And as soon as I do that, right now, obviously I have the background and everything, but I'm still not seeing this, because obviously why? Because whenever you actually do position sticky, you always have to determine from where, so you have to always give up top value. So I'm gonna say top 0. Now again, if you guys want to view these things which I'm doing, you can just pretty much install the extension, and you can pretty much look at this here. Now top 0, we can still not see that. Now I'm applying a z-index as well, z-index, but I want a custom value for the z-index, so I'm just saying z-index square brackets and 1000. I'm gonna say flex. Okay, so I'm still not seeing the header, right? I'm still not seeing the header, so let's try to give it a height for the header. So I'm gonna give a custom height right now of 72 pixels, right? And boom, as soon as I give the height, you guys can see we immediately see the header, right? We immediately see the header of 72 pixels, and it's gonna stick, because obviously right now I don't have any content here, so I can't scroll through here, but it is gonna stick, trust me, because we have provided the top 0 here, right? So this is working. So I said flex, because inside of my header we're going to be having children, right? And I want to have the logo and the links and the logged in user's image, which I showed you guys. These 3 children are going to be inside of their own container, and I want them to be in a row, right? So I said flex, and I'm also gonna say align items center. Now how do you do align items center inside of Tailwind? You pretty much say items center, and if I actually look at this, you see this property gets align item center and item center. So I'm going to say item center. I'm also gonna give a padding. Now I want to give padding left and right both, right? So how I'm gonna do that is I'm just gonna say px of 10, which means padding left of 40 pixels and padding right of 40 pixels. And 10 is, these are basically just values which you can pretty much use, and they're actually giving all the values in RAM, which is a responsive unit, and which is really clean. So now what I wanna do here is before, as I told you guys, right, it's gonna be responsive the whole build, and this is the best feature about Tailwind, guys. The best feature about Tailwind, and I know I'm talking a lot. I'm actually talking a lot. We didn't even complete the error, but I'm talking a lot. But I'm actually doing this because I want you guys to understand, and it's just pattern recognition. If you just keep doing one thing for for a bit of time, you can understand it, eventually. So I just want you guys to understand these things. Now, responsiveness in Tailwind is actually pretty easy. Okay, you don't have to write any sort of media queries, and you don't have to do any sort of those things. They have fixed breakpoints. Now what fixed breakpoints are? All these values, if you guys have used media queries, like 425 pixels, 768 pixels, 1024 pixels, these are all called fixed breakpoints for all the different sort of devices which are mostly used, widely used, like iPhones and Androids. And how you can actually access these breakpoints is by just typing in medium. So it starts from small, which starts from 640 pixels, okay, and then it goes to medium, which is the tablet viewport, if you know. And everything in Tailwind, guys, is mobile responsive first, okay, mobile responsive first. And what it means basically is you design everything for mobile first, okay, using a mobile first approach, which means for mobile first, whatever properties I wrote here is for mobile first. And then if I make the screen size bigger, and I'm sorry, if I make this screen size bigger and I want to change anything, I have to use breakpoints in order to tackle that. That is what mobile responsive first means, right? And if you look at this, so this is a breakpoint giving me a media query. It's actually, they write these media queries actually telling me min width 768 pixels. Now if I go large, I can actually see min width of 1024 pixels. Then I can go XL, which is min width of 1280 pixels. So I can actually use these fixed breakpoints to apply certain properties when they reach that screen size. So here for the header, all I'm gonna do, when the header actually reaches medium, which is 768 pixels, I want the padding to increase on the left and right. Okay, by default I said the padding is gonna be 40 pixels, but as soon as it reaches this screen size, I want the padding to increase to 48 pixels. Now obviously we don't see anything in effect right now because we don't have any sort of children, any sort of content inside of the header, but as soon as we start adding things, you guys will see these things in effect. So now I'm actually gonna add the logo. Now for the logo, I'm gonna be using a Next.js image tag. Now my auto import is not working here, so for Next.js image tag, I'm actually gonna import my Next.js image. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually import it from next/image. Now I'm gonna explain you guys what this means, so don't worry about it. What Next.js image is basically, and it's gonna give me an error because it's missing the source property, right? Missing some property. So what Next.js image is basically, so I make this thing bigger. You guys can pretty much, so whatever you guys are not understanding, like these medium breakpoints and everything, and you see as soon as I hover over this, you guys can see, right, min width 168 pixels, it's applying this media query by itself, right? I don't have to write this whole, so when we're using CSS, we need to write this whole sort of media query, right? So once you learn Tailwind and you start using Tailwind, guys, trust me, and you can actually do custom viewport sizes as well inside of the configuration. There are ways for everything, but I was showing you guys the Next.js image, so let's actually get back to that. So if I type image here, you guys will see this Next.js image component, which is pretty much, you can pretty much read everything about it, and it basically converts the image into WebP format, which is kind of a very optimized sort of format, and it renders in WebP format. So it's really cool, trust me guys. So since we added the images in the starting, if you guys remember, so what I'm gonna do is images. I'm gonna go inside of my images, and I'm just gonna type SVG because it's an SVG for us. And obviously after doing that, you guys can see image with source must use width and height properties, or layout is equal to fill property. So whenever we are using Next.js image component, okay, it's a component, right? We always have to determine width and height. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is for the width, I'm actually gonna say 80. I'm actually gonna apply it like this. So you can also apply it as it's always better to apply in its own format, so it's a number, right? So you can apply it in string as well if you want to. And I'm gonna provide width and height of 80, and as soon as I save that, boom, here's our image, right? Here is our image, guys. Now what I want to do next right now is I also want to have a class name for the image, because this image is basically is gonna be a link, right? Remember, it's gonna be a link, because if we go into our into this sort of page, and if I click here, I need to go back, right? I need to go back to my home page. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say class name, and you can pretty much apply class names to images and everything basically. I'm gonna say cursor pointer. Cursor pointer basically turns the cursor to the pointer. Okay, so it's just like that, and that's our logo. Now after my logo, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be having a div. Okay, I'm gonna be having a div, and inside of this div basically is gonna contain all of my links. Okay, so I'm gonna be having a link here, and these links obviously are not gonna go anywhere. These links are just dummy links, and you can pretty much use a p tag as well if you want to. And what I'm gonna do is inside of my first link, all of my links basically, they're gonna actually have an icon, and they're gonna have an icon. Let me make this bigger. So they're gonna have an icon and the text, right? So two things. My links are gonna, each link is gonna have an icon and the text, right? So we're gonna handle that. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say, and for our icons, I'm actually using hero icons. So I'm actually gonna quickly open my second terminal and actually install them. So I'm gonna say yarn add hero icons, and you can pretty much search about them on Google here. If I type hero icons, you can pretty much go to hero icons, and this is what hero icons are. Basically, you can search for icons, search for home. I got these solid, and so there are two variants, the outline and solid one. We're gonna be using the solid ones for this build, but you can pretty much use whatever icons you want to. So I installed my hero icons, and I close the terminal, and she switched back to my running terminal and close this one in. I'm actually going to use my home icon. Okay, and I pretty much explained in my Discord build, in my previous build, how to use hero icons and everything, so you guys can view that one. You basically, hero icons are also made by Tailwind, the creators of Tailwind. So what you can do is you can pretty much use the class names and Tailwind classes inside of these icons as well. And I didn't actually import this, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna import, and it's gonna be a named import. So I'm gonna say home icon from hero icons, and we're gonna be using a solid variant, remember. And I'm just gonna paste in. Now we cannot see the icon, right? So I'm gonna give a class name and height of 4. So h4 basically means a height of 16 pixels, which is 1 RAM basically. I'm just gonna save it. Now I still don't see my icon, right? uh, which, let me see why I don't see my icon. I should be seeing my icon. So you can so I still don't see my icon. I think that's probably because of my color might be. So I'm gonna do text white. Text white is basically the font color. It changes it to white. Yeah, it was because of my color. It was black, so I couldn't see it. Now you can basically see the color. So text white is just changing the text color to white basically. And I'm gonna have an icon. I'm gonna have a span tag. Now inside of the span tag, I'm gonna have the link text, which is home, which is gonna say home, right? And for span, I'm actually gonna give a class name of span. Now you guys will be wondering what is span. Now span is nothing inside of Tailwind. Now this thing, which I'm gonna be showing you guys, and also this text white, I'm gonna actually change this from text white to header link. I'm gonna show you guys something really powerful inside of Tailwind. I'm gonna also apply a group here, and this group I'm gonna explain you guys later on what this group means. But don't worry about this group for now. And inside of the parent div, let's actually give some classes as well. And actually we'll actually do that later, but first let's actually design this thing. And we cannot see them because it's black, so we cannot actually see them. You guys can see as soon as I highlight, you can see. Now what I want to do, so remember before in the starting I told you guys that, you know, because some people think that you have to write so many styles, and that's actually true. You know, when you have so many styles, and I'm gonna be having a bunch of these links, it's not gonna look good having a bunch of class names here, you know, so many class names for every single link and repeating, right? Remember, you never want to repeat yourself, you know, never want to repeat yourself when you're using React, right? And I don't want to create a sort of component for this, for just the header link. Like, I mean, you could if you want to, but what's a better way when you're using Tailwind? The better way when you're actually using Tailwind is, what you can do is you can create a file called styles first of all, because we're gonna create a file inside of a root, and it's gonna be called styles.css. Now obviously I read the documentation, so I know about these things. But what you basically do is you access something called Tailwind. Okay, you access something called Tailwind base, and you access something called, I'm going to copy this, and you access something called Tailwind components. Now if you guys want to read about these things, pretty much everything what I'm doing, you guys can pretty much go to the Tailwind and quick search here about these things. If I write Tailwind, and you can see, if I click here, here we go. They pretty much have everything, so you guys can pretty much read about these things if you want to, right? And what these things basically do is you can apply the same classes which we are applying inside of the file, inside of the component. You can pretty much apply them here and give a custom class name, and when you give a custom class name, you can pretty much repeat and give the same class name, pretty much how we basically do the CSS thing, right? But you can still use Tailwind here, so don't worry about that. You can still use Tailwind here, right? So I want to access my base, and I want to access my components, okay? And we're also using a custom font here, and the custom font is basically the monster font. Actually, what I want to do here is I actually want to go to my build here, and I want to go to my styles of CSS, and you guys can pretty much copy this as well. I'm going to copy this import line, and we're going to be using Montserrat font in this build. And if you don't want to use Montserrat, you can pretty much choose any different Google font if you want to. And now the next thing I'm going to be doing, guys, I'm going to be accessing the layer, okay? And I'm going to be accessing my base, okay? I'm going to be accessing my base. So first I access my base. So this is pretty much how you access these things, okay? And what base and components means is, basically base refers to it's just a convention, okay? It's not you have to do this, but it's just a good convention. Base refers to all the base styling, right? Like the H1s, the body, the HTML, the body, and you know, this thing, I don't know what you call this thing, but it's something like this thing, you know, when you access this, and when you say margin padding 0. So this is all basically the base. It comes under the base, right? It makes sense, right? And for the base, I'm just gonna access the body. Now obviously we're gonna have a body, right, inside of our base. So for my body, what I'm gonna be doing now, apply, you have to use something called apply if you want to use Tailwind. Now I can actually also use, if I use this body and if I type background color, I can actually use this as well. I can actually use this as well. You know, this is the normal CSS and I can actually do this. Okay, but we don't want to do this, right? Because that defeats the purpose of using Tailwind itself, you know, if you're using this thing. So I want to still use Tailwind. So to use Tailwind, I can do apply, and I want to apply a custom hex color, hex value for my body. So I'm going to do 040 and 714, okay, for my body. Okay, and you don't see any of these, so obviously guys might be thinking that I applied this, and we should see this because this is, everything is body here, right? So we should see the color change, and it's not applying, and you guys are right, it's not applying. Why is it not applying? It's because remember we created this style and it didn't come by default, right? So we need to import these style css somewhere as well, right? So if I go into my app.js right now, you guys can see they have already imported a file for Tailwind. All the Tailwind classes which we are using, they have actually imported from Tailwind CSS package. But I'm also gonna import this one, and this I'm gonna go into my styles, and I'm actually gonna go here and actually import this like that. And boom, as soon as I save that, you see the whole body color change, right? That is why we couldn't see those things in effect. So here we go. Now we know that this is applying to the body, the whole body basically. I also want to apply the text, a custom color for my text. Okay, and that custom color is gonna be F9, F9, F9. As soon as I save that, you see the link. The link is also appearing. I'm going to close my sidebar, and for my text, and I want to apply this font, right? Because we're using this Montserrat font, so I want to apply this font as well. And there's two more things which I want to apply, which I'm going to be telling you guys. But now this was for the base. Now we only access the base because we wanted to apply some styling to the body. Now I could have done this inside of components as well, uh, but you know, it's always a better, you know, to separate your styling always. You know, the body is the basic styling, right? So you always want to separate those things, because in a huge applications, in a huge application you have so many different things. Now here I'm gonna apply some styling for my header link. Remember we had something called header link inside of our this thing here, right? So I'm accessing this header link, and it's giving us this error because I didn't apply any sort of styling here. I'm gonna apply flex. I'm also gonna say item center, which is align items of center, and something called spaces. So Tailwind basically gives us something called SpaceX, which is really powerful, and it works the same way as the gap property, which is between the children. It puts the margin between the children, but it doesn't target the last child. Okay, it doesn't target the last child, but it just gives the spacing between the children. You know, space X means just the left and right. Space Y means top and bottom, right? So we want to access left and right because it's in row direction. So I'm gonna do space X of 2. Okay, and you can pretty much hover, you can view how much they apply a calc function, which is really powerful and gives sort of spacing. And I'm also gonna do cursor or pointer because I want my link to be a cursor pointer, right? A cursor pointer always. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. So this is my header link. Now I'm also gonna target my span. Remember we had the text I called span, right? Now for my span, okay, I have a bunch of stylings. I'm just gonna copy them because I have a bunch of styles. I don't want to, like, pretty much it's very easy, so I don't want to waste time on that, and I want to explain you guys different things. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna copy this styling. You guys can pretty much copy as well if you want to, and I'm gonna explain you guys, so don't worry. I'm gonna do add apply, and I'm actually gonna paste. So this is a bunch of styling, right? This is a bunch of styling for the span tag. Now, but it's pretty simple, right? It's pretty simple. Now you see the hover effects. The hover effect works as well, right? Now I have applied. So I've used something called before pseudo element a lot of times here, and so what I've actually used before pseudo element is because I wanted to. So before pseudo elements is pretty easy. You can pretty much read about it inside of CSS documentation. It's pretty easy. What it actually does is it just and whenever you use pseudo elements, it actually applies to the this tag as, itself. You know what it basically does in normal CSS, we do it like this. So we say span and we say before, right, before, and we basically apply all these properties which I've actually done. Like I've done, you know, so basically let me start from the beginning. So first I said position of relative, because I'm absolute positioning inside of my before. Before is just kind of a div, okay? It's just a div basically, but it's before the span tag. It's before the span tag, okay? Just think of it like I have the span tag, and before the span tag, and before the span tag, it doesn't mean it can be before like this or like this or something. It depends on the position you provide. So for me, I said before I give a background, okay, which is F9. You can see it's white, and it's basically just a line, right? And then I provide the border radius, okay, which I provided from left and border bottom left radius, which is 4 pixels, okay. Then I provide the positioning. Now whenever you provide positioning, you always want to do position absolute first. So I also said position absolute, okay, and that is why I made it relative, because remember I told you this just acts like a div basically. Before pseudo class just means it's a div, okay. And for the div to position absolute a div inside of the container, the parent should be relative. So span is just the parent of this basically, and this line is just, and you can pretty much do this with a div as well, you know. There's, I just did it with before pseudo because I wanted to show you guys this, but you can pretty much do this with a span tag as well. And I use something called transform property. You know, transform property is really powerful property inside of CSS. And when you use transform, what I did basically is I set scale of 0, okay. And when I actually hover, okay, now what I'm doing here, I'm not just saying hover, I'm using something called group hover. Now remember, if you guys remember, I had it something group called group here inside of my link. Now what I'm doing is, what this basically means, okay, when I hover over the entire link tag, right, that means the link tag contains the icon as well, right? That means the icon as well, okay. So when I hover over the icon, this happens as well. So when I hover over the entire link tag, okay, uh, I want the styling of the span only to change. I don't want the icon to change, but only the span styling. So that's why I'm doing group, okay. I'm writing group here, okay. And what I'm doing is I'm saying group hover. So if I just did hover here, it would just mean that if I hover over the span itself. But group hover means if I hover over the entire group, and where's the group? The group I'm providing, the group class name I'm providing inside of the link, which means when I hover over the entire link. I know, I hope you guys understood this, because this might be confusing if you're using Tailwind for the first time, but this is what basically it means. And what I'm doing is I'm actually targeting the before pseudo class. Again, if I hover over this, you guys can see this is how you would do it inside of CSS. This is how you would exactly do it inside of CSS. You do group hover, and then you'll basically target your before pseudo class, and then what I'm doing is I'm doing the transform. And what transform am I applying? I'm just scaling it back to 100 to its original value. And before you see it's a scale of x0. So if I do scale x of 100 here, you will see as soon as I do scale x of 100, you see the line is already there, right? But I don't want to do that. I only want to do that on hover. And where do you get this beautiful transition? Is by applying this transition. So if I remove this transition, it's gonna look really crappy. If I remove this transition here, and if I just keep it like this, look at this, it doesn't look good at all, you know. It just comes out of nowhere, you know. But as soon as I apply this transition, here we go. It looks really sick. It looks like it's coming from the left. And why does it look like it's coming from the left? Is because I've actually transformed the origin. And I know these properties are really confusing, especially when you're a beginner, you know. But it's all pattern recognition. Trust me, guys. It's all pattern recognition. Once you do this a bunch of times, you basically understand these things, you know. So try to do these things for your header links or whatever you guys are doing. Always try to you know, experiment with these things, okay. And I'm doing transform origin left, so it's actually looking that it's coming from left, and actually it's actually coming from the left side, you know. And with the transition, it actually looks really beautiful, you know. And the transition is also, I'm not doing some random, and you see Tailwind actually gives you this all these transitions default values. You don't have to actually write them yourself, so they pretty much give you all these values. Now I have the span, and that's pretty much it. Now I wanted to apply the font, so let's actually change the font as well. Now to change the font, how can you actually, so because I want to use this font as well, right? I want to use this font family, right? So to use this really efficiently, what you can do is you can go inside of your Tailwind config, okay, which is your Tailwind configuration file. And what you can basically do is very easy actually. It's really easy to actually use this. And you can go outside of this extend basically, okay, outside of the extend, not inside, remember, outside of the extend. You can do font family, and font family you can do is, it's an object basically, and you can provide a name for your font family. Now I'm going to provide body. You can pretty much provide any name for your font. You can say Montserrat if you want to say Montserrat, or whatever the font name is. And I'm just going to provide the font name here, which is Montserrat. And it's the fallback font. I'm going to provide sans serif. If it's Montserrat is not found, you know, the fallback font is going to be sans serif for me. And you can pretty much, since this is an array, you can pretty much provide as many fallback fonts as you want to. And this is my font name, remember, you can change this if you want to. My font name is body, remember, my font name is body, right? So now I'll save this Tailwind configuration. I'm gonna go back to my styles.css, and what I'm actually gonna do, it's really easy to apply this one. Now where do you want to apply this one? For the whole website, right? So I can go into inside of my body, and what I can do is I can say font. Now when you do, this is how you apply font families, okay? And I'm as soon as I write font, you guys can immediately see there's something called font body. Now this doesn't come by its own. It is coming because we actually implemented something called a body font inside a font font. If I don't actually do this, you'll actually not see this, right? You'll only see the Tailwind default fonts. You see, there is no body here. You'll only see the default fonts from Tailwind, which is obviously not there, right? Obviously there's nothing, right? There's just, these are all just font fits. There's no default fonts here. So as soon as I save this, there's actually something called body as well. So here we go, there's something called body. And as soon as I apply this, this is going to apply the font family of Montserrat, and basically inside of the whole body sort of thing. As soon as I save that, boom, the font changes, right? Which is pretty clean. Now I applied this. I also wanted to apply one more thing, but we can actually do that later. Let's get back to our header. Now I hope you guys actually understood. I know I took a lot of time explaining that, and I shouldn't have, but since it's the first time, and I think many of you are actually doing this for the first time, Tailwind and Next.js. So I actually kind of wanted to take it slow and explain you guys, you know, a bit more. And at any time you guys can pretty much forward if you guys think you guys know that, you know, you can pretty much forward through that. And now since I have this link and everything is basically component done in such a way, in a reusable way, what I can actually do is I can pretty much copy this link as many times as I want, and boom, you guys can see, right? And obviously it's coming on top of each other because we don't have the parent styling. So what I'm gonna do for the parent div, I'm gonna say margin left. First of all, margin left of 10. Oh my god. Margin left of the ML means margin left, MR is margin right, and so on. You guys get the idea, right? And 10 doesn't mean 10 pixels, it means 40 pixels. 10 is just a value inside of Tailwind. So I'm gonna provide some margin left. And on medium screen size, I want this to be flexed. Now what does this mean is, by default I don't want these links to appear, right? So I remember I told you guys everything inside of Tailwind is mobile responsive first. So which means whatever styling I'm writing right now, it is for mobile, but when I want to change it, okay, for desktop, I have to use these breakpoints. So what I'm saying is, by default I want all my links to be hidden, but as soon as it reaches medium screen size, I want them to be flexed. So boom, you guys can see as soon as it reaches 768 pixels, you guys can see the links, but it is not there before that, right? Which is what we basically want, right? Now I'm going to keep that open, and I'm also going to say items of center because I want them to be align items vertically in the center. And I want some spacing. Remember I told you guys something called SpaceX, right? So I can use SpaceX. You know, SpaceX is making me laugh. So because I'm doing something on SpaceX at the moment, something really cool about it as well, you know, the API. not this SpaceX obviously, if you guys know what I mean. So this is SpaceX, you know, and it gives the margin between the children, which is obviously all these links. Now and it's, you see, it's really clean, right? And there's no, like, how clean is this, right? Just imagine that, like, this is so clean, all the stylings is applied here. Okay, and this is only done once. This all, obviously this is also not done twice or thrice. Now imagine if we did this inside of here, and obviously it will look really really dirty, so you never want to do that, remember. Now this is looking really clean. All we have to do is we have to change the icons, and we have to change the text. So I'm going to change this to, actually, you know what, I'm just going to get it from my header, because I explained you guys everything. I think pretty much you guys know what I'm doing here, right? So I'm just going to get these things, all of my links here, and let me just copy this real quick, and let me go back to the website and let me save this. Yeah, so we pretty much see nothing here. Okay, why? Because obviously we didn't import the icons. So I'm gonna try auto importing. Yeah, my auto importing is working. So I'm just gonna click on my auto imports and just gonna get all these icons and save it, and boom, here we go, here we go. You get all these links, and as soon as I go mobile responsive, we don't see these links, but they appear as soon as we go 768 pixels, and everything is looking pretty clean. Our hover effects are working, and this is pretty much, I just repeated everything, just imported a bunch of icons. And for these last two links, I couldn't get the exact Disney icons, so what I did is I just got the images from the Disney sort of website. I just got these images and pretty much copied these, you know, included inside of my images. And this is like what I basically do when I don't get certain icons, you know, inside of the hero icons. So I just use these images and just targeted the images. So the difference, you don't even understand like the difference. There's no difference. It's actually looking like an icon itself. So that's what I pretty much did, and span tags and everything. So we actually done with our header, and actually not done. We need a button. Okay. So now another really important thing, if you guys noticed that, I don't know if you guys did, but when I actually click here, right? This is the build version of this. You guys can see it immediately changes to a button. I mean, it doesn't change, but there is a button actually, you know, and there's not an image anymore because we are not logged in, right? But as soon as I log in, you don't see the login button anymore. You see the image of this, of the logged in user basically. So if I log in using my account right now, you'll see there's no button, but there's actually my image, right? So how did I actually do that is pretty easy. For this to happen, we need to obviously implement Next Authentication, which is really easy. Trust me, guys. It doesn't sound any. If you guys, I did used to do Firebase authentication in all of my previous builds, and trust me, this Next Authentication is actually much more easier than Firebase authentication. And trust me, guys, it's actually that much easy. You don't have to do any sort of configuration, just have to install that package and pretty much use those functions which they have actually created for you. And it's really powerful, guys. I'm going to be showing you guys server side rendering the user, getting the user the session on the server side render basically, which doesn't even require any sort of loading or anything, because when I actually log in here, you guys can see there is no sort of loading. It immediately logs you in, and it immediately logs you out basically. There's without any sort of loading or delay or anything. That is happening because I'm actually fetching the user the session on the server side render, which is really powerful, guys. So what I'm gonna do here, guys, is I'm gonna have a button after this div. Okay, after this div ends here, I'm gonna actually have a button here, and this button is gonna say login, right? We don't see the links because obviously we are right now at mobile screen size, and so we are not actually seeing the link. And for button, I'm gonna give it some class names. Okay, and I'm gonna do margin left of auto, and what margin left of auto is gonna do is gonna bring it all to the right hand side, because margin left auto means basically it's gonna push it from the left hand side and gonna bring it as far away as from the left. And I'm also gonna do uppercase. So uppercase is just text transforming to uppercase, so it is uppercase right now. I'm gonna have a border, okay, and I'm gonna give padding left and right of 4, which is basically 16 pixels, and I'm gonna provide padding top and bottom. Now padding top and bottom, you basically say py, and I'm gonna say 1.5 Now how much is 1.5 is 6 pixels basically. And I'm also gonna do rounded. What rounded is gonna do is gonna apply the border radius basically. Now the border radius is obviously the rounded corners, you guys can see the really nice rounded corners there. So I'm gonna do rounded for that. I'm also gonna do font of medium, not normal but medium. And if you want to see these weights as well, you can hover over them. You can see these weights. This is 500 weight, so it becomes a little slightly bold, you know. So it's font medium. And tracking, now I want to apply a little subtle, you know, letter spacing. So I'm just going to do tracking wide, and the way you apply letter spacing inside of Tailwind is you do tracking basically, and you can pretty much see these values. They're providing in EMs, not in RAMs. So I'm going to do tracking wide. You don't even see the difference probably, but it's a really subtle difference, you know. So I'm gonna say tracking wide. I'm also gonna say, so when I actually hover over this, I want this button to change its background. I cannot show you guys, but that's what I mean to do here. So I'm gonna say BG white, okay. And the way you target hover effects is, I showed you guys before, right? The group hover, right? But this is just a hover, which means when I hover over the button itself, you know, this is not a group hover. This is just a hover, which means I hover the button. Here we go. But the text is still white, right? So we see the background changing, but the text is still white. So obviously we want to change the text as well. So I'm going to say text of black, not base. I want to say text of black. Okay, text of black is going to make the text white. Here we go. But you guys see it's immediate, like there's no sort of transition here. So I'm also going to add a little transition. I'm just going to say transition. Okay, transition, and I'm going to provide the duration to 200. Okay, and as soon as I do that, here we go. Now it's looking really beautiful because there's a really nice transition. And this transition is applying some default, Tailwind gives you some default properties and some things. And if these properties are not included, you can apply something called transition all, which basically means it's gonna apply, this property is gonna apply to everything. But this here, I don't want to apply to everything. So I just want to apply it to these properties, you know. And that's pretty much it. So we have the button. Now obviously we want to log in the user as well, and we want to change the state based on the session, okay, based on the users logged in or not, you know. So we want to be able to do that, and we also want to we also want to be able to show these links. So remember these links, right? These links, we are actually not showing them. So if I actually log out right now, you guys can see it's the same header, right? I'm not creating a second header. I'm doing all of these things inside of one header component. So that is really powerful, you know. And you guys can see the screen size is max, right? But I still don't see the links. Obviously I don't want to see the links when the user is not logged in. I only want to see the links when the user actually when the user is actually logged in, you know, not when he's logged out, you know. So that is what I'm actually using. So I'm also using a session here to basically render all the whole of my div here, you know, this div basically. So now I think we should implement the next authentication so I can actually show you guys how easy it is to do that. And let me actually make this bigger for a bit, and let me make this bigger too so I can actually show you guys what I mean. So I'm gonna go to next authentication. uh, so you guys want to go to this website. They have a beautiful website, nextauthentication.js, and you can pretty much click on get started here. And when you click on get started, it's really easy to actually, the first thing you guys want to do is you guys want to install this package NextAuth, because we're going to be importing our next authentication here. So I'm going to open my terminal. I'm going to switch to my second terminal. I'm going to do yarn add next auth. That's pretty much all you have to do. And guys, I'm also gonna be using Firebase, okay. And the reason why I'm gonna be using Firebase is we're not gonna be using the Firestore, but we are gonna be using the authentication inside of Firebase because we are gonna be using Google authentication, right? So we're gonna be needing those keys, and to get those keys I'm gonna be using Firebase. So I have to initialize my project inside of Firebase as well, okay. So I have actually installed Next Authentication, and let's actually initialize Firebase in the meantime. So when we are configuring the next authentication, actually this initialize the project. I'm gonna use this account. I hope I don't have to sign in actually right now, or it needs to verify verify my account. So I'm actually quickly gonna actually sign in right now. I don't know, let's just quickly sign in right now. I think that's the password that I logged in. So I'm just gonna I'm just gonna confirm it and just log in quickly. I don't know why it does that. I already logged in before, but yeah, here we go. So I'm just gonna go to console. Okay, so if you guys don't have a Firebase account, just create a Google, just use your any Google account and just go to your Firebase console. So you're gonna go to your console, this screen basically. Okay, and you guys wanna add a project. I have these projects, but you guys might not have any project if you haven't done any project. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it a name. Okay, Disney Clone YT. I'm gonna disable. You can enable the Google Analytics. Google actually pretty much, so Firebase is Google, is provided by Google, right? It's a service given to you by Google, so they give you pretty much Google Analytics and everything, which is pretty cool, you know. But we are not gonna be using Firestore. If you have actually done my other builds, I've actually used Firestore in my previous Discord build. Firestore database is really powerful and sort of thing. Or we are actually gonna be using Firebase, but it's not for the. We are actually gonna be using Firebase, so Firestore. Sorry, I mean, but it's not for the sort of. So I'm gonna go on authentication first. I'm gonna click on get started, but it's not gonna be for, I mean, the movies and all those things. It's gonna be for users and getting the session, which is really easy. So don't worry about it. So and I'll tell you. So what you guys gonna do is you guys gonna first of all go to your project settings, okay? And when you go to your project settings, you guys see these three things, right? Now we are building it for web, so I'm gonna click on the web icon, and here I'll pretty much do the same name here, Disney Clone YT. You can pretty much name anything. And we're not going to be using Firebase, we're going to be using Vercel for our hosting. I'm going to click continue to console, and what I basically need is I need this configuration file, right? I need this configuration. This file is extremely important. I need this file, so I'm going to actually copy this. Okay, get back to my build, open the sidebar, and inside of my root, okay, inside of my root, I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna name it firebase.js. Okay, firebase.js. I'm gonna paste this configuration here. Now obviously we don't have Firebase yet, so I'm also gonna yarn add Firebase. Okay, because we want to install our Firebase inside of the application as well. And I'm actually gonna go to firebase.js. Okay, and what I'm gonna be doing is let Firebase install. So as soon as we install Firebase, we want to import the Firebase module, right? And this is pretty easy, guys. I pretty much do this in each and every of my build. I use Firebase. Like, it's pretty, it's pretty neat. Firebase is really powerful. So I pretty much use Firebase in each of my build, even for my personal projects and everything. So I'm gonna import Firebase from Firebase. We don't have Firebase yet because it's still installing. But what we're gonna be actually doing here is we're gonna be we're gonna be creating app. Now we have Firebase installed. So we'll have this Firebase module. So we're gonna be initializing our application. Now we are using Next.js, right? So when we are using React, okay, we don't actually have to do this. But when we are using Next.js, it is server-side rendering, right? So we always want to check before, okay, we always want to check before that if our app is already initialized or not. Okay, so if our app is already initialized, okay, what I'm gonna do, this means this basically means if our app is not initialized. So if our app is not initialized, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say firebase dot initialize app. I'm gonna pass this firebase config. Okay, otherwise this is just a ternary operator which I'm using. You can pretty much use if else statements if you want to, but this is obviously a cleaner sort of way, and it's a good practice to use a ternary operator instead of a if else statement. But this is basically the if else statement. So if it is already initialized, this is the else statement, which means just use the app which is already initialized. And it's as simple as that. If it is not initialized, so we're checking the length. If there is no apps initialized, there are no apps, I want to initialize. But if there is an app, I want to use the keep using the same app. You never want to initialize it again. And this is just for Next.js, by the way. So you don't want to do this inside of React, but just inside of Next.js when we are using Next.js. Now, I'm gonna be using the Firestore, guys, but I'm gonna be using the Firestore for something pretty cool, which I'm gonna be showing you guys for the to get the users and users and everything. So I'm gonna say const db, and since I have actually my app, so I'm gonna use the app which I have initialized, And when I do dot, you guys can see it gives you all these properties: database, authentication, you get the Firestore, you get functions, you get all these things, and all these things are inside of Firebase. You get all these things, all these features basically. But we're going to be using Firestore, so I'm going to say Firestore. And since we have this DB initialized now, I'm going to export this because I'm going to be using this database for later on. So I'm going to default export this. Sorry, not default. I'm going to namely export this, but you can export it as default as well. If you want to do default export, you pretty much say default DB. But I'm going to be using a named one in this one. That's how I've actually done it. And I'm gonna save this. Okay, so this is done. Our Firebase configuration is complete. We don't have to mess with Firebase now. Our Firebase configuration is done. And all I have to actually do is I have to go inside of my authentication. Okay, and inside of my sign in method, because we are gonna be using Google authentication, I'm gonna be enabling this here. Okay, and we're gonna be needing these two things here, guys. We're gonna be needing, but we have to first enable this, right? To get these things, we have to first enable this. So I will enable this. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna be needing a support email, so I'm just gonna save this. This is just a random email which I created because I have too many projects in my other accounts, so I couldn't create any more. So I created a random email ID and logged in from that. And now our Google is actually enabled, right? Now we can get these two things which we're gonna be using, which is the Google secret and the Google ID, which we are gonna be needing, okay, for our authentication. So remember this, always this is a really important step, and you want to get this right. You want to make sure you have this Google thing enabled here. Okay, now I'm gonna get back to my application and get back to actually here. Okay, now if you read this, you can see here, right? So to add Next authentication to a project, create a file called Next.js inside, and you can pretty much use Next authentication only for Next.js, not for React. You can't use it for React because you have to do it in this way, right? Inside of your pages slash API slash authentication. So Next.js actually gives you a running API basically inside. If you look inside of your pages directory, and this, I didn't create this actually is given by Next.js itself. So this is, if you try to go to this route, you'll see, so I actually go right now. So I go to my API slash hello, which is slash API slash hello. You'll see, here we go. This is a running Express server, a server, you can say basically, so this is a running server Next.js actually gives you, so which is pretty cool. It gives you a running API, right? So what we have to do for authentication is create this specific file inside of your API, and inside of the API you have to create another folder called authentication. So make sure you get this right. Okay, create a folder called authentication. Inside of authentication, I always try to copy this file name because it's a weird file name with this sort of square brackets and shit. So I always copy this and create this file here. Now you pretty much want to copy this. Okay, copy this this whole thing and paste it in here. And we're not going to be using this database thing here, so I'm just going to remove that. Now we are going to be using Google authentication, right? And pretty much to use any authentication providers, you can pretty much see authentication providers, they have all these authentication and to use any of these authentication providers, what you have to basically do is you have to actually change this. So I do dot here. Here we go. You get all of these authentication, bro. You get Discord, Dropbox, you get Facebook, you get and all of these authentication providers are pretty easy to integrate. You get GitHub, you get Google, which we are going to be using, Instagram, all these. You can pretty much, LinkedIn is there. So there are so many authentication providers which you can use inside of using Next authentication, and it's pretty easy, guys, trust me. Now what are these things? Client ID and client. Remember I told you guys we're going to be needing inside of our Firebase something called the web SDK configuration, client ID and client. These are these environment variables. Okay, because when you're actually doing these projects, right, you never want to show your environment variables, your keys, your client keys and your secret keys. You never want to show. I'm showing this right now to you guys because obviously this is not I've already done this before, and this is just for teaching purposes. But whenever you're doing a personal project or anything, you never want to show these keys to anyone, right? And because environment variables are never actually shown, right? They're inside of git ignore, right? If you go into git ignore, you'll see that all of your envs, here we go, all of your env files are actually ignored. so they are never pushed to GitHub. Okay, they are never pushed to GitHub. So we have to create something called an env file to actually have these variables. And how we actually do that is inside of Next.js. If I type env here, you will see that we have to create something called .env.local file. Okay, inside of a root. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna create a file here, a new file .env. So you have to put .env.local, and this is gonna be our env file here. Okay, and inside of this env file you guys you can pretty much have all your secret keys and everything, because you never want to show them. Okay, never want to actually show these things. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna get Google ID. Okay, Google ID, and I'm also gonna get the Google secret, and I'm actually gonna get these things because I'm using Firebase for that, right? So I'm gonna get these Google ID and paste it in here, and you can pretty much name it anything. You can name it Google Client ID or just ID or whatever you want to. You can pretty much name anything, but remember to use the exact same name inside of your. And whenever you basically change your env file, you always wanna make sure to restart your server, because if I go back to my server here, right, and if I go down, I always want to, whenever you change env files, you always want to restart your server, because as soon as I restart my server right now, you will see it loaded env from my env.local here, right? So you always want to restart your server. So I'm restarting my server, and I see these two warnings, which is pretty good because I want to see those warnings. My styling doesn't get affected. So now I'm actually gonna I'm just gonna and I'm gonna change this now to use these IDs here. Okay, I need to provide these client ID and this client secret. So how you access these things is by saying process.env dot. Now remember, I named it Google ID, and this I named it Google secret, right? This is what I basically named it. I named it Google ID and I named it Google secret, right? And this is how you basically access these things, these environment variables. And I restarted my server and it's actually compiled successfully, so there are no errors. So it should be working, and our application, here we go. I can pretty much refresh as well if I want to, but it's working. There is no sort of error, right? But now is here's the fun part. Now what I'm doing here is I'm actually doing something more, and by something more what I mean is basically what I'm gonna do is every time the user basically logs in, I want the user's logged in session and the user's details inside of my Firebase database. Okay, because whenever we basically create any sort of application, we always want to keep track of our users, right? How many users are logging in, how many active sessions are there, how many users are deleting their accounts, and we always want to maintain track of users, right? So inside of Next.js, what you can basically do is you can use something called adapter, and you can see this gives me this property. And what this adapter is it uses a database adapter that it uses type rm, and type rm is really powerful and supports MySQL, all these databases, MongoDB, SQLite. And what it basically does, right, what it basically does is it attaches an adapter. Okay, attaches an adapter, and we are going to be using Firebase adapter. Okay, and we're going to be sending our DB inside of this. Remember, we created the DB, right? We created the DB inside, and we're exporting it from our Firebase, right? We're exporting this DB, so we're going to be providing this database here. Okay, and to use this Firebase adapter, we need a package. Okay, and that package, if I go into my Next Authentication, okay, and if I actually close this, you see database adapters here, right? Now if I click on overview, okay, you need this package called Next Authentication slash Firebase Adapter. That's the package you're gonna be needing. Okay, so and it has all these adapters. So it has these typeorm, faunadb, dynamo, and we need Firebase, right? So we're gonna be installing this, and as soon as I click on Firebase, you guys can see install Next Authentication and Next Auth Firebase Adapter. So we need something called this. Okay, so I have the Next Authentication, I installed it in the starting, right? But I don't have this, so I'm gonna install this as well. So I'm actually gonna go here, and trust me guys, these things, you might think these things are an overkill or something. but it's damn worth it, because if we are doing this for production, if we are doing this for our portfolio and to show a recruiter or someone that what are the things we can do, all these powerful things with Next.js and Tailwind, we always want to show, we always want to push it, we always want to push everything, all these things are really useful, and for some reason I can't actually auto import, my auto import is not working, so I'm just gonna, since it's not a default export, so I'm gonna do db from dot slash dot slash, and for some reason I have to do it again actually, yeah, because I'm inside of my authentication, which is inside of my API, which is inside of my pages. So I have to actually go out all these things, and I have to import, and I have to provide this DB here. And now, obviously, I don't have the I didn't actually. So I didn't actually import my Firebase adapter. So I'm gonna be needing my Firebase adapter. So Firebase adapter. I'm gonna be needing my Firebase adapter from Next Authentication, which we installed this package basically, which we just installed right now, right? So we're gonna be needing this. As soon as I hover over this, you guys can see it is working now. So now we have the adapter attached to our Next Authentication, and what this is gonna do, guys, what this is gonna do, that anytime a user basically logs into our application, okay, anytime the user basically logs into our application, it is actually gonna store the user's details and all his information inside of the Firestore. I'm actually gonna cancel this, inside of the Firestore database. Right now, obviously, we don't see anything, and I should have actually done this as well, because we didn't actually start the database. So I'm gonna start in test mode, not in production, obviously, and I'm just gonna go on next, and this is pretty much it. Selects you can pretty much go with the default. It will work, because it is Google, and Google is everywhere basically. So you don't have to worry about this. So just enable this. So make sure you enable this is a really important step, which I actually missed. I should have done this before, but before the user actually logged, because the user logged in and then it needs to be enabled, so you get the user's information. Obviously, right now I won't have any information because I don't have any user logged in right now, right? So our this next authentication is actually complete, and this is all we had to do. This is all we have to do. And obviously, since I explained this the first time for you guys, and you guys, this is pretty new, which I have actually done. I've actually done this the first time on my channel here, so I wanted to take my time with it, and to explain you guys really clearly. And this is all you have to pretty much do. And now something really cool. I'm gonna actually show you, demonstrate that later. But really cool about Next.js, I'm gonna show you. Okay, so now here I have the button. So what I'm gonna be doing now, guys, is I'm actually gonna get into my header again. So let me actually navigate to my header, and we're gonna be having an on click here on this button here. Okay, because we're gonna be we want the user to be able to log in, right? So we need to have a login on click function. Okay, on click event. Okay, and inside of on click event, we're gonna be having something called sign in. Okay, now what this sign in is basically, okay, and I don't need this thing, I don't need this, I actually don't need this thing here. I just need sign in. And what this sign in is basically, and where are we gonna get this sign in from, is we're gonna be getting this sign in, okay, sign in from, and this type is really important. We're gonna be getting this sign in from Next Authentication, which we installed the package, and slash client. Okay, and this is a really powerful function, guys. This is a really, don't take this as easy. This is a really powerful function Next.js actually gives us. And what it basically does, guys, it basically initiates, as it's written in, initiates a sign-in flow and sends the user to the sign-in page, listing all the possible providers. So right now we just have the Google provider, right? And it adds a token, a CSRF token, to the request as well, right? And we don't have to do anything, we just have to use this function. That's all. We just have to use this function, pretty much save the file, and let's see what happens right now. So if I click on login, boom, it takes you to this page, and you can basically customize this page. I didn't do it for this build because this build was already so huge. Oh, I'm sorry, by the way, this is not, this is the finished build, this is not this one, sorry. My bad, guys, my bad. That was the finished build. This is the actual bit, so let's see if something happens. And it's the same, right? It's the same. It actually takes us to this page. Now you can actually customize this page. Okay, it's pretty easy. I'm gonna be doing in my future builds, but this build was already so used, so I didn't actually customize. But you can see, right? You get this thing. Now what if I want more providers? Okay, what if I want more providers? I can pretty much add more providers here, guys. I can pretty much copy this, okay, and I can add this. Now if I add this here, okay, and I think if I refresh this, boom, I get another. Now if it's not it's Facebook, let's say. Obviously I don't want to that. I don't want Google again. I want a different provider. Here we go. It changed to Facebook, right? And I just need, all I need is, I would just need a client ID and a client secret for the Facebook provider, basically, And I can pretty much add so many providers here. I can add LinkedIn, I can add Twitter, Instagram, all these providers, just by copying this and changing these things, and just adding those client IDs and client secrets. Now obviously when I click here, it will not work. Why it will not work is because we have to actually fix this. And what this means, guys, is um, inside of the env file which I actually created, if I go back to my env.local, I'm gonna be having something called next auth url, okay, which is really important, and it actually comes in inside of this. Okay, next auth url. Okay, and what next auth url, oh, my battery is actually running low. Let me quickly actually connect my charger and explain you guys what this basically means. uh, so what I'm gonna do here, guys, I'm gonna say next auth url, okay, and for some reason my OneDrive actually opened. Yeah, okay. Next auth url, I'm gonna do http, okay, http, and I'm gonna say localhost 3000 here. Okay, localhost 3000. Okay, next auth url localhost 3000. Now why this is so important is because whenever we are actually working with this, whenever we are actually working with the next authentication, we always want to provide a redirect URI. So right now we are testing this locally, right? But we have to add all these environment variables, and another variable which I will be adding is the host, okay, later on, and I'm gonna explain you guys that as well. And our host right now is localhost 3000, right? That's what we are using, the main port which we are using. Now this is really important, you always want to do this, okay? And if I go back to my website here and if I try this again, let's see if we get the same error again. So if I click on sign in with Google, we still get the same error. Now to fix this error, okay, we have to go to this link, okay, and it's really easy to fix this error, okay, and you always basically get this, okay, so don't worry that I'm getting this the first time. You always get this error whenever you're working with Next Authentication. You're always gonna get this error, but it's really easy to actually fix this error. You wanna go on this link, okay, copy this link and visit this link. Now open your account, okay. I'm gonna go into my account. That was not my account, so I'm gonna actually log into my actual account here, and this account needs to be the exact same account which you're using Firebase for. If you're using Firebase with if I'm using Firebase with this account, I need to actually log in with this account here, okay. So make sure to log in with the same, and you guys want to go to credentials, okay. Go to credentials, and because sometimes it doesn't take you to the exact page, so I'm actually showing you guys. Go to credentials and go to OAuth 2.0 client IDs here, okay. Click on this thing here, click on this exact thing, okay. Now here so this build is actually wrong. I'm not gonna use this build, okay. So I already have these planned, so it is this build here. You have to select your correct build as well, okay. So make sure you're in the correct build which you have actually using inside of your Firebase. So I've created this Disney clone YT inside of my Firebase, so I'm gonna actually navigate to that, and now I'm actually gonna go here, and now it is pretty easy what you have to do, okay. It's pretty easy what you have to do. All you have to do, guys, is you have to actually first of all copy this, okay. First of all, copy this and add this back again, but make sure it is localhost 3000, okay. Make sure it's 3000 because we are using localhost 3000. This is the port we are using right now, okay. And now the redirect URI in the request, this thing, I want you guys to copy this exact thing. Copy this thing, okay. Go here, and since it's a redirect URI, see it's saying redirect URI mismatch, right? So you have to go into your authorized redirect URIs and basically add this thing here, okay. And add this and this is super important. If you don't add this localhost 3000 and if you don't add this thing here, okay, it's not gonna work, okay, trust me. So make sure you take your time with this step, okay, and save this in the end. So I'm actually saving this, and now let's try this again. Okay, let's try this again. Now I'm actually gonna navigate to my localhost 3000. Okay, and I'm gonna click on login again. I'll click on sign in with Google. Boom, boom, guys! It actually worked. It actually worked, right? So so it's showing me my accounts. Now I can actually log in with let's log in my main account with my main account right now. So it's taking its time, and boom, we're actually redirected back to the application. So it worked, right? It worked. But you guys now you guys might be saying, how can we know that this worked, right? So remember, I added an adapter. I attached an adapter inside of my a Firebase adapter inside of my Next authentication, right? So now we can actually see that if there is any information regarding my details there, regarding the user inside of my database, and boom, guys, it actually created these three things, right? It actually created collections, right? There's a collection of accounts, there's a collection of sessions, and there's a collection of users, right? And here I have all my details. This is my email, okay, this is my email, this is my image, this is my name, and I have the active session. So this is the active session, okay, and it gives you basically a time and the access token, and when this session actually expires, okay, so the session is automatically gonna it's gonna expire at some time. And so when this expires, and active session, it has an account, okay, accounts collection, which gives you these provider ID, the provider type, okay, I'm using Google authentication, right? So it's saying provider ID as Google. If you logged in with some other provider, it's gonna give you that provider ID. And this is pretty cool. Now this is going to be different for every user, right? All of my users are going to be listed inside of this, and I didn't even have to implement this, guys, because remember, whenever using Firebase Cloud Firestore, we always have to implement this inside of our application. But I didn't have to do anything, okay, I just attached an adapter. I just did this one line of code, and just installed this package, right? And it's giving me this powerful thing, right? It's really powerful. Okay, so this means that it actually worked. Right now we can actually use something called session, and we can actually use server-side rendering, okay, to get the session, okay, I mean on the server-side render. And I can actually pretty much show you guys how to actually do that right now. So let me go to my header, and what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna actually, first of all, I'm gonna get my session, okay. So I'm gonna get my session, and this is basically just the user. I'm getting my user. Session is just the user itself, I'm gonna get the user itself, and I'm gonna use a hook. So you get this hook when you're using Next.js, and it is giving me, see, an auto import, and you get this from Next authentication slash client. Okay, all these things are basically provided by Next authentication slash client. Okay, the sign in function which I use, the use session hook, okay. And but make sure you don't write session. You always make sure to write, because it actually gives us something called loading as well, but we are not using loading right now, so I'm not actually writing that. So make sure you always include this inside of an array, okay. Make sure that. And I'm also gonna be getting a router, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm actually, and this router actually is obviously, it's not from React Router DOM. This router is actually given to us by Next.js, okay. And what this router is I'm actually gonna import my use router. Use router is another hook basically, okay. It's given to us by Next. um, and if you want to view more, I'm not going to talk more about it because it's pretty simple. It just works like a router itself, which basically you can use to programmatically navigate to different pages, right? That's what you use a router for, right? If you guys have used a React Router DOM. So if you guys want to learn more about it, just go to Next.js, just type router, and you guys will see everything about it basically. So I'm going to be importing two things, session and router. Now with my session, what I'm going to be doing is, the first thing I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be going here, and I'm going to open my curly braces. I'm going to say session, okay. If I have this session, and then, which means then only, and then basically means if only I have the session, then only I want this whole div here to be rendered, okay. Now why I'm actually doing this, remember I explained to you guys before, I only want these links to appear. I only want these links to appear if the user is actually logged in. Otherwise, I don't want these links to appear, right? Now these links are actually appearing. You guys can see when I refresh, you guys can see the links. Why? Because the user is actually logged in. Okay, because if I change this right now, let's say if I change this to not, you will see the links, they're gone, right? So the links are only appearing if the user is logged in. Another thing I want to do here is for before the button here, I'm again gonna open my curly braces. I'm actually gonna say if there is no session. Now I'm gonna use my ternary operator here. I'm gonna say if there is no session, I wanna display the button, right? So I wanna display the button. Otherwise, if the user is already logged in, I don't want to, obviously I don't want to have the button. I don't want to show this, like I don't want to show this login button if the user is already logged in, right? I want to show the user's logged in image. Now to get that image, because I'm already importing the session, so and session has these two things, expires and the user. Now I'm going to access the user. Okay, and if I put dot again, you see you get these three things. You get the image, you get the user's email, and you get the user's name. Now I want the image, so I'm gonna say the image, and it's gonna give me the user's Google account's image, right? Which the user basically used, the authentication provider's image. It's gonna give me that image. I'm actually gonna save this. Now let's see, and boom, as soon as I save that, here we go, I get my image, but obviously it's not looking good right now because it doesn't have any sort of class names. So for class names, I'm gonna say margin left of auto, as we did for the button. Okay, I'm gonna say height of 12. I'm also gonna say width of 12, and I'm gonna say rounded full. Now what rounded full is, basically it applies the maximum border radius value, which is like 999 pixels, which is a really good practice in front-end development. You should always, whenever you want anything to be in a circle, right? So this isn't a circle, right? So if I don't want this to be a circle, if I just say rounded, it's gonna be just slightly rounded. But whenever I want an image to be in a circle, you always want to apply the maximum border radius you can, which is the maximum value you can, And I also want to say object cover and a cursor of pointer. Now what object cover and cursor of pointer is, basically is, if I have a image which is, so object cover maintains the aspect ratio of the image, basically by covering the image, by basically providing the image as a cover, instead of distorting it. And I always want to make sure that my image aspect ratio is maintained and it's not distorted, so that's why I'm doing object cover. And you might not see it here, any difference here, but when the images are sort of different, it is very useful, trust me. So now you can see it will be responsive as well, because we designed it to be responsive. And you can see the links actually go away as soon as I go bigger screen. The links actually appear again. Now what I want to do, I want the user to be able to log out as well, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have an on click. Okay, on click, the same way we had the sign in, I'm also gonna do sign out, right? And now again, I want to actually get the sign out, so I will have to import, because remember this is a function which Next Auth client, and here is my auto import. So I'm actually gonna auto import. As soon as you do that, it turns yellow, and if I hover over this, it signs the user out by removing the session cookie. So you get a cookie. Remember I told you guys, get it. It adds a token. It adds a token, CSRF token, right? And again, it's saying automatically adds the CSRF token to the request and removes the session cookie. So now let's see if this is working, because remember, all of these things which we are actually doing here is we're saying if there's a session, I want to see the login button and I don't want to see the links or anything. So it should technically work, right? So if I click here, let's see if it actually works. Boom, the links are gone, and it changed to a button, right? It changed to a button. Here we go, guys, it changed to a button. And as soon as I log in, so let's see if we can log in again. And if you did those tabs correctly, like inside of a Google Cloud thing, it should work, it should not show any sort of, and here we go. But as soon as I refresh, you guys see it is actually showing me the login page, right? And this is how it actually works in React, right? When you refresh, actually shows you the login page and then redirects you back to the home page sort of thing. So why, like, what can I actually do to not actually see the login page here, not actually see the login thing? Okay, Now I'm going to be showing you. Now to do that, you have to fetch the session on the server side render, which is really powerful, guys. Trust me, really powerful once you actually learn that. And it's gonna actually not show this login thing, you know. It's actually not gonna show this login thing. Just gonna refresh and you're gonna just see this, you know, which is really clean. Okay, really clean. So we are actually done with the header for now. All I have to actually do, I have to do one more thing, because remember we are not using this router, and the reason for importing this use router hook was because, remember I told you guys this image is a link, and we're gonna have different pages in our in the website, right? So when I click on this, right, when I click here, I want to be able to actually navigate back to my home page. So I'm gonna do, router has these all these methods, push, and it has replays, and I'm not gonna be using replays, but it has all these methods basically. So I'm gonna use push. I'm gonna push to my home route. So this is basically my home route, right? So right now, obviously, you're not gonna be able to see this because we are already on the home route, but basically that is what it actually will do, right? If you're on a different page, and if you click here, it's gonna take you back to the home page. And we are done with our first component. Now I know it took a lot of time. It took a lot of time to actually finish this, but I just wanted to get you guys an idea of Next.js authentication and everything, because it was the first time for me, you know, using this on the channel. So I wanted to you guys to actually understand this really carefully, and then we can, for our following bins, which I'm gonna be doing in future, I can keep up the pace and you guys can easily understand it, you know. So I just wanted to make sure I deliver that, you know, correctly. So this is done, our header is done. That's pretty cool. So headers completed. Now I can go back to my index.js, and I can actually show you guys the server side rendering of Next.js, the server side rendering feature basically, which is really cool, right? So let me actually do that right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say export async function. Okay, so get server side render is just a function basically. Okay, and you can pretty much read about this inside of Next.js. Now I'm not gonna get into that, but you guys can just pretty much type SSR here, server side rendering, and you can pretty much read about server side static generation and server side rendering. You can pretty much read about this. There's a really good documentation. Actually, I read into the documentation. I actually understood about it. You know, that's how I got to know it. But this is just a function, get server side props, and what this does, it actually accepts something called context. Okay, it has something called context. Okay, when you're using this function, get server side props. And what you basically do, okay, what you basically do is with Next Authentication. So what we are going to be doing is we want to remove that sort of loading, and we're going to fetch the user the session on the server side render. So it is already there. What server side rendering means, it pre-builds, everything on the server beforehand. So when the user sends a request to the browser, okay, everything's pre-built on the server beforehand, and there's no sort of loading on the browser, you know, and everything's basically prefetched, you know. And we want to prefetch the user's session as well, you know. That's what we want to basically do on the server side render, right, on the server. So there's no sort of loading or anything like that, so we don't see this login and anything. Okay, so the way we actually do this, okay, the way we actually, and it's not, you don't have to import this or anything. It is just inside of, it's built in Next.js. Okay, it's built in Next.js. So you just basically export this. Okay, you just basically export this function, async function. It's an asynchronous function, and you just export this. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be saying const session. Okay, and I'm actually gonna be getting my session, because remember we're getting the session, right? And this time we're gonna be using a hook called get session, not use session, but get session. Okay, now get session is again given to us by Next Authentication. It's again given to us by Next Authentication / client, but this time it's get session instead of the use session, and it can be called client or server side to return a session asynchronously. Okay, so whenever something's returned asynchronously, we always do await, async await, right? It calls API auth / session and returns a promise with the session object or null if no session exists, right? It's pretty simple, I think. I think you guys understood that. That is pretty simple. But we want to send the context, okay? We want to send the and this is really important, guys. Before I actually did this mistake and didn't send anything, it was not working for me, and I was freaking out because I forgot to send the context. Remember, you always want to send your context, okay, inside of the get session. You always want to do that. Okay, now another step we're gonna do, obviously we'll have the session on the server side. Now we want to return the session as well, right? Now we want to return the session as well. Now how do you return inside of this function? You always return everything as props, okay? And then basically you can get these props beforehand, okay? You can get these props beforehand inside of your component here. That's how you basically get these props. Now I'm gonna get my session, obviously, because I have this session. I'm getting the session and I'm gonna return the session as a prop, okay, so I can get it here. Okay, now instead of doing this and getting it here, what I'm gonna be doing, guys, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be doing something really powerful here. So if I go inside of my authentication thing here, and if I go back inside of overview, where actually not overview, sorry, inside of my getting started here, okay, getting started, and if I go a little bit down, and if I go to here, right, add session state. Now what this allows, it allows the session state to be shared between different pages, because remember, we're not going to be having one page, we're going to be having several pages. We're going to be having for example, in the Disney build, we're going to be having a page for the movie, a page for the TV, a page for the TV slash ID, a wildcard will be there, right? A different TV details and a movie detail page. So there'll be different pages, right? Remember. So remember one more thing, one more really important thing. You can only use this function inside of a page, okay, inside of a page. Now I'm actually using, I don't know why I'm actually using this inside of my header, but this is wrong. I shouldn't be using it inside of my header, guys. That's my bad. I shouldn't be using inside of this. You can only use server-side rendering inside. I should be using this inside of my index.js, because index.js is my home page, right? You can only use these functions inside. So make sure to remove it from your header. It cannot be used because header is a component, it's not a page. Okay, you can only use this server-side render, this function inside of a page. And what I mean by inside of a page is, if I create another remember I told you guys Next.js has dynamic inbuilt routing, right? You don't have to need React Router DOM or anything. So if I want to create, so this is the home page. So if I want to create something called slash, let's say I want to create movie, I want to create a page called slash movie, okay. I can pretty much say movie, and I can say movie here, I can say movie here. Now if I save this, okay, and if I actually try to navigate here, slash movie, okay, boom, it actually works, right? But if I try to navigate into some other page, let's say TV, which I don't even have, it's gonna show me this 404, and this 404 is generated by default from Next.js, right? It's generated by default, okay. And you can basically customize this 404 as well, and it's really easy to customize this 404 page as well, but you can see, right, this is working because I have a page here. Now here you can use that function because this is a page, right? This is what I mean by a page, right? And you guys probably might know this if you guys have used React, but I just wanted to explain that. So you can never use this inside of a component, so not here inside of header, but inside of my home page I'm going to be using this, okay, here inside my home page. And what I want to basically do is I want to share my state between the pages, okay. Now don't confuse this with Redux or something. What this is just the session state. This is just sharing the session state, and session state is basically the user's logged in state between all the pages, okay. And the way you do that is actually very simple. You actually go inside of your app.js, okay, go inside of your app.js, and what you do is basically just copy this provider, okay, and when you're returning this component, just replace this with this thing, okay. You just need to wrap your component, okay, with the provider, and give the session, and you need to import the provider from Next Auth client, okay. Remember, you need to import the provider from Next Auth client, and that's all you have to do. And you have to pass in a prop called session is equal to page props.session. What this means is it is by default it is gonna give for every page. For every page it is actually gonna give this session prop every page. Okay, so we don't have to actually get this prop like this. Instead what we can do is we can just use the hook. We can actually just use the hook called so if I go on top here, I can actually use my session hook here, use session basically. Okay, the same hook which I told you guys before, and I can actually use this hook and I will get the same session, the server-side rendered session. Remember this session, but I don't need to send it here. Okay, and why I don't need to send it is because I have the provider wrapped inside of my component, inside my every component basically. Okay, for every page, and I'm sharing my session state between every page. Okay, so make sure if you do this, if you don't want to do this and think this is an overkill or something, which I think it's not, it's really easy. So I recommend you guys do this. But if you don't want to do this, what you can instead do, then don't use the hook. Okay, instead of using the hook, you can just pretty much get the session. Okay, pretty much get the session as a prop back through here. Okay, so whatever I send, so I'm gonna be using the TMDB API as well, as I told you guys, for the movies, to fetch the movies and everything, right? So because I'm gonna be using the TMDB API, right, I'm gonna be fetching the movies and everything, and I'm gonna be fetching everything on a server-side render, right? Everything on a server-side render. So that's really clean. So I'm gonna be doing everything inside of this one function. So whatever I'm gonna be returning, my movies, my TV series, everything, I'm gonna be returning all of those things as props. So how am I gonna be retrieving those things? I'm gonna be retrieving those things through props here inside of my component. And this thing you can only do for session. Remember, this is not for anything else. This is just for the session here. Okay, it just allows the sessions state to be shared between different pages. So now, to prevent doing this, basically to prevent doing getting the session like that. Okay, which I think this is much more cleaner sort of way to get the session. So I can get the session, and what I can basically do now, guys, is here, after my header, okay, I can open my curly braces and I can pretty much do the same thing. I can say, if there is no session, I can open my ternary. Okay, if there is no session, I want to render the login component. Now I don't have a login component here. Why? Because this page for me is actually the, so if I go back here, this is my complete the build here. For some reason it's not actually, so I'm actually just gonna try to open this again and try to click this here and try to open this again. So this for me is not a login page. I named it as a hero component because I didn't actually name this as a login because this doesn't look like a login to me. It looks like more of this header is a login thing, but this doesn't look like a login. It's just a CTA page basically, which is a call to action, or a hero page you can call, which for me it is much more. If you want to call this as a login component, this is just a component. Okay, if you want to call this as a login component, you can pretty much name it a login, but I named it as hero, so I'm gonna stick with that. And what I want to do is I'm just doing a main tag here, and inside of my main tag here is where my whole application is gonna sit. My whole application is, by the whole application what I mean is, after I log in, all of my sliders and my movie collections and all of my thing is gonna sit inside of my whole application. This is my app basically. This is my app. Okay, this is my app. So what I'm doing here, I'm checking. Okay, I'm checking if there is no session. Okay, and there is no hero component, so it's gonna error out right now because there is no hero component. But it's not erroring out. Why it's not erroring out is because I'm on the movie thing, and actually you have to delete this movie thing as well, right? And here we go, get session is actually not defined. So to actually, I didn't actually forgot to import this, so I'm actually gonna import this, and now it's actually refreshing, and here we go, it is not erroring out. Why it's not erroring out? Because there is a session, right? But we do need to create a hero component because we don't have any sort of hero. So I'm gonna say hero.js. I'm gonna say underscore rfce, use my really beautiful snippet here, and just gonna render hero for now here. Okay, so now if I log out, okay, if I click here, you will see that hero is not defined. Now obviously I did create a component, but I forgot to actually import it, right? Because I need to import it as well. So for some reason my auto import is not working. So I'm just gonna copy this and just gonna name this to hero here. hero here. I'm just gonna paste it now. Boom, it says hero, it doesn't say app, it says hero, right? And this, now this thing, what we want to test is, it should not, so when we actually log in, right, let's actually try to log in right now. So when we actually log in, what we want to test right now is, we don't want to see that sort of delay, right? We don't want to see any sort of delay. So if I refresh right now, boom, I don't know if you guys noticed this, right? There is no delay, there is no login page, it's not even showing me hero. Now if I hadn't done this, so that means my user, it is fetching on the server side, guys, on the server side. So if I actually didn't do this, for example, if I comment this out, right, if I comment this thing out here, okay, and if I just use the normal hook, right, and now if I refresh this, boom, you see the difference here, guys, see the difference. This is not fetching the user on the server, right? It's actually showing me the login page, and then it takes me to the home page, right? But if I do this, right, if I uncomment this here, this is actually fetching the user on the server side render, right? On the session, on the server side render. Session is the user basically, right? So if I refresh now, boom, there is no loading, which is really, really damn clean, really, really damn clean, you know. And this is done using the server side rendering feature of Next.js. And how easy it is, if you understand this once, it's really, really easy actually, you know. So now, what I want to do is, I want to actually focus on the application part of it instead of the login, because I think we can keep this for the last, and let's actually begin the fun stuff, the slider and the cool stuff, because I know you guys, all of you guys might have been waiting for that. And I know it's a long journey, it's a pretty huge build, trust me, but it's damn worth it, guys, because you're gonna learn a lot of stuff in this. And this is the main kind of thing where I'm actually using an external API and fetching all my data on server-side render, which in my opinion is the cleanest part of the build, right? So even if I refresh right now, look at this, guys, this is really beautiful, right? So let's actually begin this fun stuff, the slider, and we're gonna be using a package for the slider here, and these images and all these things basically. So let's actually begin this stuff right now. So I'm gonna focus on the application part of it here. So what I'm gonna do is, inside of my main tag, right? Inside of my main tag, guys. So first thing I'm gonna actually do is, I'm actually gonna have my main tag. Now why I'm using instead, so you guys might have noticed that I'm actually also inside of my header. Uh, I wanna see something. Yeah, so I wanna actually change this into a header. So I'm actually making use of semantics in these builds, and why I'm actually doing this is because it's always good to use good semantics inside of your application. And this is for SEO purposes, guys. We are doing this because when someone actually comes onto your website or something, you know, when your website is ranking on Google, you always want to have good semantics. Okay, your good semantics will reflect on the SEO. So make sure you have good semantics inside of your website, right? Since this is a header, so I just renamed this to a header, you know, and it's not a big deal. And you might not have seen me do these things before, but I'm actually upgrading all these things, you know, a little by little for everyone, you know. So here I'm actually using a main tag. It's just a div basically. Okay, it's just a div, but it's just a better use of semantics. Also, if you guys have noticed about section, section is also just a div, but it's just good use of semantics. That's all. Now inside of my main tag, I'm gonna be having a component. Okay, oh my bad. I'm gonna be having a component called slider. Okay, I'm gonna be having a slider component. Now I have to create this component. If I don't, this is gonna error out my application. So I have to create this component called slider. Okay, and I'm gonna be using React responsive carousel, React responsive, I don't know, is it slider or carousel or something like that for this thing here, for my slider here. So I don't have to actually handle my handle responses. Remember, we actually created, and we just have to auto import this. So it is imported. Now I'll have my slider here. As you guys can see, it's gonna be here. So let me actually do this, and let me actually close this, and let me actually work on this side by side so you guys can see this while I work on the slider. So what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is I'm gonna be actually installing that. And let me see the name actually. because I don't want to mess it up. It's actually React responsive carousel, so I'm just gonna install that React responsive carousel, and you can pretty much go and search this, search about this on Google. It's just this React responsive, responsive carousel is this thing. It's an npm package basically. So if I go here, it has a really huge weekly downloads. So what it is, it's just for sliders and everything. It's just a carousel basically. If you guys know what a carousel is, it's just this sliding thing here. So I go to my finished build here. You guys can see it is responsive, right? And hence its name, right? React responsive carousel. So I don't have to handle any responsiveness on, and it handles and everything. And there's an autoplay features and basically just a little attributes which you can add, but it's very simple. It's nothing much. It's really simple, and it's just a really good feature, which you're gonna be adding. So we don't have to customly make this slider sort of thing. So what I'm gonna be doing is actually, let me go back to this view so you guys can actually see me work on this. So I'm actually gonna close the terminal, okay, because I have the React responsive carousel, and I'm actually gonna go to my slider. So I have created a separate component for my slider, okay, and I'm gonna do everything inside of this component itself. So I'm actually gonna open my slider, and what I'm gonna do is this is gonna be a section now. Okay, this is gonna be a section. Remember I told you guys to use good semantics here, and why I'm doing this as a section, because remember, inside of my main tag now, I'm gonna have a bunch of sections, right? So if I go back to the finish build, this is a section, this is another section, which you can think of as a component. It is a component, right? This is a component, this is a component. What I'm doing is, instead of rendering these components as divs, I'm rendering these components as sections, so for greater semantics, that's all. So this is a component, this is a component, this is a collection, this is how I named it. This is another collection, but this is a movie collection, this is a TV collection. Then again, this is the same movie collection, okay, and this is a TV collection with some different movies and TV shows. That's how I basically think of this. So what I'm gonna do, this is this slider thing is gonna be a section. Okay, now here, okay, for the slider, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be having importing this carousel first of all. Okay, so which we are gonna be using. So from, and it gave me an auto import, so I just auto imported from React responsive carousel, and there's gonna be a bunch of stuff that actually I'm just gonna copy that. And the reason why I'm actually copying that, because it's pretty straightforward. I don't wanna like dive too much into it, and it's pretty straightforward, all these properties, and I'm just gonna actually get these things, pretty much get this carousel itself, and actually show you guys what this means. Okay, and just gonna save these things. So now these things here, and you see there's a difference. There's a scroll bar, but you don't see anything here. Why don't you see anything? Is because we are not importing the CSS. Okay, so make sure to import the CSS. This is the CSS it gives us. So I'm just gonna import my CSS here. Okay, I'm just gonna say, and boom, as soon as I do that, as soon as I save that, here we go, we see this beautiful slider, right? And it is responsive, it is fully responsive, right? I can pretty much change these things, and you can now, these things here are just the values. Autoplay means it's just gonna make the autoplay to true. And if you go to the website, you can pretty much see everything in the documentation. It's really straightforward. Infinite loop means it's just gonna keep on looping, just gonna, and you can set an interval between the change. This is just 5 seconds, 5,000 milliseconds, basically, which is 5 seconds. And show thumbs and all these things are basically, you can experiment with these things. If I don't do these things, and if I uncomment these things, so it will actually show you. So by default it's actually like that. This is like how the slider is by default. It gives you these indicators, it gives you these thumb values which you can click on, and can pretty much change the active state and everything. But I didn't wanted these things, so what I did is I just did them false, because these were true by default. Okay, so what I did is I said I made them false, so I don't see those things. And then inside of my carousel itself, I added these divs because that's how they are actually doing these things. So if I go to their website here, you can see right inside of the carousel they have a div. Inside of the div they have this content, right, the image and p tags and everything. So that's how I actually did it, right, exactly the same. You don't want to change these things, right, because remember there's a styling, there's a certain styling for this, right. So I added these divs. Inside of these divs I have these images. Now why I'm not using a Next.js image component here is because uh, the reason for not using a, I could use a Next.js image component, but since it has this styling and everything, and I didn't want it to mess that up, so I just used the because it was showing some messy problems. But if you can do it with the Next.js image component, you can actually do it as well if you want to do it with that, because the problem with Next.js image component, you always have to define a width, a sort of width and a height, and you have to do all those sort of things. So to prevent that, actually I'm just using the normal image tag. But make sure to do loading lazy. Okay, make sure to do loading lazy, because you always want to have your loading lazy enabled for all of your applications, basically for all the image tags, basically. Make sure to do that. So the slider is actually working. It's pretty straightforward. There's nothing much in the slider. That's just the slider, and this is rendering. This is just a section, and we are done with the slider. Now, actually, one thing I actually forgot to do. Okay, inside of my slider, my bad. I had some class names in the section here, and that's the purpose of creating this as a wrapper, the section as a wrapper, because I wanted to have some class names. Now these class names, I want to have position of relative, a margin top from the header because it's really close to the header, and I wanted to have a shadow of 2xl. You might not even see because it's already really really dark right now, so you might not see the shadow, but there is a shadow, and you're gonna see the shadow because we're gonna have an image here. So remember, this thing, this light, this is not the color, this is an image basically. If you see the background here, this background is an image, it's not the color. Okay, so this is the color, but we're gonna have an image here. So shadow of 2xl, a max width I want to give of screen. Now what max width of screen? 2xl. Basically what this is basically is a max width of 1536 pixels. And why I'm actually doing that is because if I make this bigger right now, okay, if I don't give the max width, you will see that if I don't give this max width, and if I don't do that, boom, it will not respect, it will not, I'm on 25% right now, you see, 25%, 33% screen, but still is getting really big and big. So I want to make sure to respect that, right? And the only way to make sure to respect this is by providing some restraint, right? So I'm providing a restraint of 1536 pixels, obviously, since I'm only handling this for desktop, not for 4K devices, right? So that's why I'm doing this. And to make this in the center, because remember, when I'm doing this is not in the center right now. To make this in the center, I'm gonna say MX Auto, and as soon as I say MX Auto, boom, it's actually in the center, right? And that's really cool, right? I'm just gonna reset right now, and that's gonna look really cool. So that's this is all the styling I pretty much needed inside of my slider, and my slider is actually done. And that's pretty much all, and you can pretty much change these images. I had these slider 2, slider 3. If you want to change these images, you can pretty much change these images, and add your own sort of images inside of here. So now after my slider, I'm again gonna go back to my index.js. I'm inside of my index.js. So the next section, okay, the next section is gonna be our this branding section here, which is gonna be totally responsive, completely responsive. So it is inside of, it is like grid right now, right? And remember, Tailwind is mobile responsive, okay? And as soon as I go bigger screen, and I know this is getting a little bit distorted here, and the reason is because of Next.js image components. I use Next.js image components for these things, that's why. But you can basically fix this by providing a larger sort of viewport, because I'm changing them into row, into a smaller viewport, but I can have a larger viewport. Like if I go to this viewport, then only I want to change, so you can pretty much do all those things. But yeah, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna be having brands. So I call them brands component. You can pretty much name them anything you want to. And since I'm creating a component, I have to go here, I have to say brands .js. I have to say underscore rfc, close this shit, and just basically save this first and import this. Okay, for me all of these are actually brands. You can name them anything, sponsors or whatever you want to. All these are just brands, right? So for me they're just brands, so I name them brands. So I have brands. Now what I'm going to be doing is inside of my brand, so let's get inside of our brands. Okay, and let me go inside of my brands component. Okay, now again what I'm going to be doing, the first thing is I'm gonna change this to a section because it's a use of good semantics. And inside, so for the section basically I'm gonna have some class names. Okay, and I'm gonna make this section flex direction. I'm gonna change to flex column because remember Tailwind mobile responsive first. Okay, mobile responsive first, so always I want everything to be stacked on top of each other. Whenever you're building something from mobile, you always want everything to be stacked on top of each other, and then when you go to up to a certain screen size you want them to be in a row, right? So flex direction of column, but only when I reach a medium screen size I'm gonna change this to flex row. Now you can basically change this to large if you want to, but I'm just gonna do it as the way it is. Then I will say this is justify center. Justify center is just justify content center, horizontally make them in the center. Okay, item center is gonna vertically align them to center, margin top of 10. Now I'm using gap. I'm not using space here, and the reason why I'm not using space property, I could use space 6 as well, but the reason I'm not using space property is because I want the gap to be vertically, and I want also, so if I do space here, the problem with space is just for x and or y direction, but when you do gap is just for horizontal and vertical direction for both of them. So I'm just saying gap here, and padding left and right of 8, which is 32 pixels. And now I'm going to provide a custom max width value here of 1400 pixels. Okay, now remember I told you guys you can put these custom values, right? Now this is because we are using something called git, right? So which is pretty cool. So I can provide a custom max width because I don't have this max width. So I search for this max width and there is like no sort of, you have 6xl, you have these values, but obviously I don't want to use these values, so I'm providing my own custom sort of value for the max width. And I also want to do mx auto because remember I'm restraining this section, right? When we make the screen size bigger, so we want everything to be in center as well, similar to the carousel here, right? And we don't see anything right now because there is no content inside, so I'm gonna have a div. Okay, and for this div here I'm gonna give a class name. Now I'm gonna give a class name of brand, and I'm also gonna do group here. Okay, and inside of this div I'm gonna have a Next.js image. Now you might be thinking again that what is brand? There is nothing brand in Tailwind. Now brand again, because I want to avoid repeating myself, and avoid repeating those long class names, I'm gonna do this inside of my styles as we did it before for the header links and span, right? In a clean sort of way, right? So that's why I'm actually doing this as a custom class name basically. Now I'm using a Next.js image component here, and here I'm gonna be using images slash images slash this neep is, I named this neep.png. And remember, always with Next.js image component you always have to provide the width and height properties. I actually forgot to import this, so I'm actually just gonna import this. As soon as I save this, is gonna give me that we don't have width and height, so I always want to provide that. Now instead there's another way to do that. So you must use width and height or layout is equal to, so it's saying or, it's not saying and, right? It's saying or layout, right? Which means you can use width and height, or you can use something called layout. Now what is this layout fill? Now you have to be really careful with this property because as soon as I do that you can see it's distorted. Now the way to fix this is you can say object fits. Okay, and you can pretty much say cover. Okay, you can say contain, but there's a reason why I'm actually doing cover and not contain, because now whenever you use layout fill, right, layout fill, what you have to do, you have to be really careful. Okay, so with layout fill what happens is the parent should be relative always, which we're gonna make it inside of this custom class name which we applied. The parent should be relative, and whatever the height we send for the parent, I'm just gonna show you guys for a second there. Okay, and if I set height and width to be 12 here, it's gonna actually apply to this image inside. Now this image has a height and width of 48 pixels. Okay, if I increase the height to increase the height to 44, it's gonna have a height and width. I need to set a width as well. It's gonna have a height and width of 44 pixels, as you can see. It increased. So whenever you're using layout fill, you always have to say, and you have to say position relative for the parent. If I don't do that, see, it doesn't work. So you always have to say position relative for the parent as well. Always make sure to say that position relative for the parent. You know, but I'm gonna be doing this inside of my custom class called brand. So let's actually remove that. So I'm gonna have a Next.js image component. I'm also gonna be having a video. Now these videos, right? So I'm actually gonna do one of them, and then I'm gonna copy all of the other ones once I explain you guys all these things. So videos are inside my videos directory, and it's gonna be for disney.mp4. Okay, and as soon as I do that, you see immediately the video is there, right? But I don't want to do it like this. Okay, what I want to do is I never want to have the source here. Okay, you never want to have the source here, so always make sure you have this. Okay, now you can have the source here. It's not like that you cannot have, but a better way, a better practice to do this is having a source inside of this. Okay, now this source is gonna have this source here. Okay, and inside of this source you're gonna have this video. Okay, now it doesn't make any difference, I know, but this is just the way a convention of rendering the videos. And inside of your videos, I'm gonna have a bunch of things. I'm gonna have autoplay. Okay, now you see autoplay, and I'm also gonna have loop. Now all these things I'm doing, they're actually attributes of the video, and I'm also gonna provide a class name to change the video, and I'm gonna say hidden, because remember what we're gonna be doing is if you guys noticed it, right, you don't see the videos right now. You only see the videos when you hover over this container, right? You only see the videos when you actually hover, and I don't know why the videos are actually not playing here, but they should be playing actually, and they are actually, so it is playing here for Marvel, but for the others I don't know, it's not. um I don't know, it's also, yeah, but you see the videos are only playing when I actually hover over this, and there's actually a transform property applied as well. If you guys notice, right, there's actually a really beautiful transition and a transform property applied, so there's really so much depth into this, right? If you notice it, so it's gonna be hidden by default. So I'm gonna say class name hidden, so I don't want to show the video. I only however want to show the video on the group hover. So remember I explained you guys the group hover thing before, right? So I only want to display them inline, okay, when I group hover. And these are some other properties which I'm applying. Rounded large, which is gonna change the border radius to 8 pixels, and object of cover as well. Okay, object of cover as well. Now immediately you don't see the video, but as soon as I group hover, you actually see the video. And now obviously why is this happening all over the place? Because the image is too huge, and the image is actually inside of the group, right? Because what I'm doing here is I'm saying group hover. Now image comes under the group, right? Which means even if you hover over the image, it is actually going to display the video, right? Now you can see, right, the image is all over the place because you don't have the styling right now, so it's actually displaying as soon as I hover over it, right? So now all we need to do is we need to apply these the styling for the brand. So I'm actually gonna go inside of my style, and I'm gonna target my brand. I'm gonna say apply, and actually let me just go to my styles.css. I'm gonna first thing I'm gonna say display as flex, because remember inside of our brand now we have two things. We have the image and we have the video, right? So I'm gonna display them as flex. Okay, and I'm also gonna say relative. Okay, which means the position, I'm gonna position them relative. I'm gonna give them a certain width, okay, and a certain height. Okay, now if you want to check what these values are, width 52 is 208 pixels, height 32 is 128 pixels. um, and on a smaller screen I'm actually changing the width. Now what this means is these two things are mobile responsive first, but as soon as the screen size increases and it goes to 640 pixels, I want to increase my width and I want to increase my height, right? But just a slight, just a slightly. As soon as I save that, right? As soon as remember why we are doing position relative. I don't do that image, there's it's not gonna apply to the image. So always you have to make sure whenever you're using a Next.js image component and you're using layout fill, this is just I have to do position relative, but make sure it is always the parent of the image, right? Which is the div, this div, right? It cannot be this div or it cannot be the other div. It always needs to be this div and it needs to be position relative. Okay, make sure to remember that. I didn't know this before, but I just recently learned this, and this comes in really handy. And you can see now, you can see it doesn't happen here, it doesn't happen here, it doesn't happen because this is not the size of this. This is the size of the whole brand container. So as soon as I hover over this, it actually shows me the video, right? Now obviously there's some other styling as well. Now there's actually a border. Now this border I want to apply a custom. Now the to apply a border width sort of thing, you basically say border 0, border 2. Border 2 is actually a border width of 2 pixels, but there's no 3 pixels, but I want to apply 3 pixels. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say 3 pixels, and as soon as I do that, there's a 3 pixel border around the brand container. uh, I also want to change the border color to F9. Now it is white, but I want to change it to F9, which is my sort of color. And I want to also target the border opacity. Now there's something called a border opacity, and what a border opacity is basically is if I do this, it doesn't work. So what a border opacity means, it just changes the opacity of the border color, right? Which is in turn into an RGBA value basically. That's what it basically means. So it basically makes it darker. Okay, so if I give it a higher value, it's gonna make it lighter, right? Because the color is white, right? So if I make it lighter, it's gonna make it darker, right? That's what it actually means. I'm also gonna do rounded large. Okay, rounded large is 8 pixels, so it is a bit rounded right now. And I'm also gonna do cursor of pointer, and I'm gonna provide a shadow of axle and overflow of hidden. Okay, overflow of hidden. Now another thing I want to do is when I actually hover over this, so you guys might have seen when I actually hover over this, the border color changes. It turns white, right? It turns white actually, and there's a beautiful transition and a transform scale effect, right? It scales a little bit bigger, right? Scales a little bit bigger. So that's what's happening. So that's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna say when I hover over this, right? Yeah, I want the border opacity. Now what I'm doing is I'm not changing the color of the border, but I'm just changing the border opacity to a higher value to make it look closer to the color of the border. But it doesn't look good right now. I mean, it changes the color, but it's just in an instant. So to and also I'm also gonna change the shadow to 2XL actually, to a little darker shadow, and that is also a subtle thing, and we cannot see that right now because remember we don't have the image, the background image applied yet, so we don't actually see those things right now. um now I'm just gonna say transform. Okay, now to apply transform property inside of Tailwind, I think I showed you guys this thing before, right? Just say transform, and then what I'm gonna say is when I hover, I wanna scale this. Now scale is basically transform scale, right? Now I wanna scale this to a little bit bigger, not a much, not bit, just a slight, so 105. Now 105 is just 1.05. You can see it scales in both directions, so it scales in x direction and in y direction, and it scales by 1.05. So now if I hover over this, boom, actually actually becomes bigger, right? It scales this whole thing, right? But it's an instant. It doesn't look good, right? It doesn't look good. So I'm gonna provide a transition. Okay, not transition all, just a transition, and I'm gonna increase the duration because by default if I hover over this, the transition duration is 150 milliseconds. So I'm gonna increase the duration to 300 milliseconds, and I'm just gonna save this, and boom, here we go, guys. Look at this. Now this is smaller as soon as I go bigger screen size, because remember I was changing the width, right? I was saying as soon as I go 640 pixels, it changes the width and the height. So boom, it actually changes the width and the height here, right? Now the image actually doesn't look good, because there's actually a reason for that why it actually doesn't look good, because obviously there's no other images I'm gonna get as well, um, but pretty much looks like a really good sort of mobile. It is responsive, right? It is responsive. We don't have the other brands right now. So that's pretty much it for the brand. Okay, that's pretty much it for the brand. So we are actually done with the brand. We can actually go back to our brands component. We can go back to our brands component. And now what I want to do is actually, let me go back to my brands component as well. Let me see if I'm actually missing. So I'm not missing anything. Everything's in place, and everything's looking good. I have object fit of cover. I have object fit of cover here. I have group power of inline. I also have a rounded large object cover. uh, so I have pretty much everything here. Okay, I just don't have one thing. Okay, and that pretty much is the type. The type is basically the type of the video. So I'm just gonna say video slash mp4. Okay, it's just the file format, which is the mp4. So it's just the mp4 format. So I'm gonna say mp4, and the source is, you can see it's the correct source here. And let me see if my paths are correct. So I have videos and I have disney.mp4 inside my public directory, which is correct as well. And so everything's correct. Obviously it is showing the video because my path is correct, right? Otherwise it wouldn't show the video itself. So that's just stupid of me being checking the path, but it's fine. So I have the div, and what I can do now, I can basically copy this div, and I'm just gonna do this and just gonna go here to my component, because I think you guys understood, right, what I'm gonna do and what basically it means. So I'm just gonna make this a little bit bigger, and what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna getting all my other divs right now, till here, and I'm actually gonna go back. Okay, I'm gonna make this smaller and go back here and pretty much get all these other divs, and boom, as soon as I save this, look at that, guys, look at that, and it is responsive, right? No, it's not. Obviously we need to change the background image, but as soon as I go here, boom, it is responsive. It is gonna respect the max width as well. Remember, we gave a max width in the starting here, a max width. If I don't do this max width, look at this, it's actually stretching out, right? And as soon as I do this max width, it is not stretching out anymore. Okay, it is really clean, and you can see the sort of videos playing. So there's the video playing, right? And make sure to get these things right. The autoplay, the loop plays inline. If you make any mistake here, the videos might not play or something. So make sure to get these things right, and it is responsive as well, which is really clean. So we are actually done with our brand. So, and it's such a clean way, right? We're just repeating our class names and not repeating any sort of the utility classes from Tailwind. So in my opinion, that's damn cool, right? That's damn cool. So I have everything here. Now what I'm gonna be doing is this section, I need to apply the background image. And the way I'm going to be applying the background image is I'm going to be showing you guys another cool thing here. Is I'm going to be going inside of my Tailwind configuration. I'm just going to be changing my theme, and extending a background image here basically. And the way I'm gonna be actually doing that, guys, is I'm gonna be extending a background image here. Okay, so what you can basically do, if you guys want to apply any sort of custom, like we applied a custom font. So if you guys don't want to use, like, because some people, they don't want to use the JIT, they want to apply some custom styling or something from the starting itself. So what you can do, you can pretty much go to the Tailwind website. Okay, and you can pretty much search for the property you want to apply. Like, I want to apply the custom background image, so I can click here. Okay, and they will tell you this in every property basically will have this customizing section, where they will actually explain you how to actually do this custom how to add these custom background images inside of your Tailwind config. So you can pretty much copy this. So, and you see it's inside of your extend, so you're not overriding anything. Instead, what you're doing is you're extending your styles. So I'm gonna paste this inside. Okay, I'm gonna remove this, and this is the way you're gonna be doing it. So I'm just gonna make this smaller again, gonna go back here, and I'm gonna change this name. So the name is gonna be home because it's gonna be an home background image. This is our home page, so this is gonna be for our home. And I have the image, it's images inside of my images directory here, and in the image is actually the background dot png. Okay, okay, and just save this. Okay, background dot png. Make sure it's inside of extend, so it's extending the styles, and you don't need any sort of theme, so you can pretty much remove the theme as well, you know. But this is how you basically add custom background image. Now I want to apply this because I added this. Now I want to apply this here inside of my background. Now how do I actually do that, right? So to do that thing, basically what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go inside of my main tag, because remember this is the whole section I want to apply here. Okay, the whole sort of section you see here till here, I want to apply it to this whole section, this image, you know, this whole section down here, you know. So the way I'm going to be actually doing that is what I'm going to do is remember I have a main tag inside of my so I'm going to have all these sections in between my main tag, right? All of my components inside of a main tag. So I'm going to target this main tag, okay, and make this relative, okay, and make this min height of screen. Min height of screen means minimum height of 100 view height. Okay, min height of screen means minimum height of 100 view height. Okay, I'm gonna do that. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do pseudo elements. So I'm gonna say after, but this time it's gonna be an after, not the before one. It's gonna be an after pseudo element. And for the after pseudo element, as soon as I do this, right? As soon as I do this, you guys can immediately see there's something called home, right? And it wouldn't be there before, but it is only there because I actually added this home background. Added this home background inside of my Tailwind configuration, and you can see the exact same URL added inside of my configuration, right? So this is an advantage basically you get of adding these things inside of our Tailwind config. So I'm also going to target some other stuff. I'm going to say background of center. Now if you apply, if you know you apply background images, you basically apply all these properties, background position. But I'm doing this on the after pseudo element, and this is just a div, guys. This is just a div inside of your main tag, another div inside of a main tag, which is gonna be position absolute inside of your main tag. This is just a div, but instead of creating a div, I'm just doing this using the after pseudo elements, you know. I'm gonna do background of cover, okay, and I'm also gonna say background I'm sorry, I'm gonna say after, I'm gonna say background of no repeat. I don't want to repeat the background, um, and I also want to say background of fixed, okay, and background fixed is just making the background attachment fixed, okay, that's what it actually does. And I'm also gonna say after and I'm gonna say position absolute. I'm also gonna say inset. What inset basically means is actually means instead of zero basically means, and as soon as I do that, boom, you see the image, but it's coming on top of the content. Okay, so we need to provide a z-index so it actually goes behind our content, right? We don't want it to be on top of our content. And another thing I don't like, guys, is I don't like this annoying scroll bar on Windows. So I'm gonna remove this scroll bar as well, and I'm gonna be showing you guys how to actually do that, you know, using Tailwind. What inset the zero basically means is it applies. So if I don't do this, right, if I don't do this, if you just do position absolute, you see there's nothing, right? There's nothing. But as soon as I do inset zero, what it basically means, so hover over this, it applies all these things, top, right, bottom, and left, okay, and just using one property called inset zero applies all these things basically, you know, top, right, bottom, left, zero, just using something called inset zero, which is really clean, right? You don't have to write it separately using, and this is a CSS property, so it's not just in Tailwind. You can use this inside of normal CSS as well. It's called inset basically. And then there's basically inset X as well, which I actually used I think before, which just means left and right, and inset Y, which means top and bottom. So what I'm gonna do is I'm also gonna say after, and I'm gonna target a z index. Okay, I'm gonna provide a negative custom value here. So if you go to z indexes, you don't have negative values, just have 0, 10, 30, 40, and 50. But I want to provide a custom value of -1, so it actually goes behind my content. And as soon as I save that, boom guys, you see the images, you see the box shadows, you see everything, the shadows and everything, which is really clean. And now it's looking alive, it's coming back to life, the application, everything's looking so clean, so damn clean till this point. And my header's actually sticky as well. You see my header's sticking on top as well, and everything's kind of working now. And if you want to have these classes inside of a class, you can create a custom utility class. Just go to styles, throw it inside of here, and just copy all the styling there, and that's how you pretty much do everything. Now, after my brands, what I'm gonna do, so this is done, and our brands are actually done. Now we move on to some pretty cool stuff, and I'm gonna be showing you guys how to actually create these sections. And we're gonna be server-side rendering our movies and our TVs and our TV collections, our movie collections, and everything. And that thing is just gonna, it's gonna be cracked, guys. I'm gonna be doing some really cool. We're gonna be doing some fetching stuff from the API using server-side rendering and getting all these things. And then we're going to be building on these pages as well. So when we go to these pages and this trailer functionality as well, adding this trailer functionality, and in between all these movies and everything. So that's gonna be really really clean, guys. So let's actually get started with that. So what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is I'm gonna be actually creating a collection, a movies collection here. So this is gonna be the whole movies collection, which you guys can see, and this here is gonna be a shows collection where all the TV shows will be listed, and this will be another movies collection. So I'm talking about components here, and let me actually show you guys what I mean by that. So let me create a movies collection component, and I'm also gonna create a shows collection. So I'm naming them as plural because obviously there are gonna be multiple shows listed here. If you see, there are gonna be multiple movies here. This is more than one movies, right? So it's a movies collection, whereas this is a shows collection. So this is just how I name things, and both of these components I'll have to create. So obviously it's gonna error out since I haven't created these components. So I'm just gonna create a movies collection .js, and I'm gonna do my RFCE and just paste this, and I'm also gonna create my shows collection.js. I'm also gonna do RFCE here. So I have created my movies collection and my shows collection. Now all I have to do is I have to go inside of my index.js, and I have to actually import these two components, right? So I'm just gonna auto import them and just save it. And here we go, the error is gone now. So we have these two components. What I'm gonna be doing now, guys, is I'm gonna be fetching I'm gonna go to the TMDB API now and actually show you guys how you guys can actually go and create an account on TMDB. So just go to the TMDB website. If I type TMDB here, you'll see the movie database. Just create an account if you don't have an account, right? And after you create an account, just go to settings here, click on this icon, go to settings, and what I want you guys to do is to click on this API thing here. Okay, just go to this API. Now you're gonna see two things here. Okay, now remember, as I told you guys before, you never want to show all these keys, the secret keys and keys, because you never want to show this to anyone else. So you always want to have to create these keys inside of the environment file, which is our local env.local file. So here I'm going to be creating this API key and everything, but obviously since I'm teaching you guys right now, so I don't really care about these keys right now. But what I'm going to be needing is this API key, and if you guys are using this for the first time, you guys might have to generate it. So you just click on the button or something to generate this API key, and you're gonna have this API key here. And then what you can basically do is they have a pretty good documentation. You can pretty much open this documentation. So on this documentation, you're gonna basically see how to basically fetch all the different types of movies, like in my build here, in the Disney build here, we have popular shows and we have popular movies, and then we have top rated shows and top rated movies. Similarly, you can fetch different types of so this is the documentation, and it's pretty straightforward. If I click on movies here, here's the movies. You'll see all these get requests, basically all these get methods for all these different types of things. So I'm using it for get popular and top rated. You can try to get the latest, now playing, whatever you guys want to actually do it. And it's pretty straightforward. You just click on the method here, and what you basically do is you just click on try it out. And when you click on try it out, it actually gives you this request, and this is going to be a fetch request to this API. And all you need to do is replace this thing here with your API key, which I actually showed you guys here, right? You just need to replace it, and you can actually try this out here as well. You can pretty much I think you can pretty much, yeah, you can pretty much replace this API key. So if I replace this API key with this API key here, I'm pretty much gonna, you see it's actually changed, right? So you just pretty much need to copy this thing here, and I'm gonna be showing you guys how we are gonna actually do this and send the fetch request. Now what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is first I'm gonna be actually creating a variable a variable here called API key, and I'm actually gonna get this API key here. I'm just gonna paste it inside of and remember, I told you guys, whenever you change something inside of your environment variables, always make sure to restart the server, because what happens is basically whenever you change your environment variables, it actually loads those loads the env file again, and then you're gonna need the new variable, right? And make sure you see these two warnings, because that's really important. Now I'm just gonna go back to the build here, our build. And what I'm gonna do, so I have the API key right now. Now I'm gonna go here, and I'm actually gonna show you guys how do we actually how are we gonna actually fetch this on the server side render. And what I mean by this, basically, so it's the same as the user, right? So what's gonna happen is it's gonna prefetch all the requests on the server beforehand. So when the user actually, so this is deployed build, right? So now when the user actually reaches this page, everything's pre-built and everything's pre-fetched, right? So when I reach this page, you see there is no sort of delaying. So when you're using a typical React app, what happens is basically it loads all the movies and shows on the build, right? On the build time, right? That's what happens on the browser, it basically loads on the browser. But with Next.js server-side rendering, what happens is it prefetches all this information on the server beforehand. So when the user reaches the browser, everything's built beforehand and nothing seems to load or do all those things, which is really clean, right? Which is performance wise, it's really dope, right? Because it doesn't show any sort of loading or anything, and everything's prefetched. And even on these pages, when I go on these pages, every information is basically prefetched. So when I click on shows or movies or anything, everything, this is also server-side rendering here. And I'm going to be showing you guys how to, and it's actually really easy to do this. It's actually really easy once you start doing these things and do more of server-side rendering. You guys will know how easy it is to actually do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of my function here. And remember, I told you guys, whatever movies and shows we're gonna be fetching from the TMDB API, we're gonna be returning those things as props, and then accessing these props inside of our component here, and you can only do this inside of a page. That is also something which I told you guys. I'm just telling you guys again and again these things, so to remind you guys to make sure that you understand all these things. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna create an array here, and I'm gonna say it's gonna contain four of these things. It's gonna contain popular movies response. It's also gonna contain popular shows response. It's gonna contain top rated. So remember, we're gonna be doing it for popular movies, popular shows. So I'm just naming my variables accordingly here, and I'm gonna do top rated movies, and I'm saying response here. I'm not saying the result, it's the response which I'm going to be getting. And I'm also going to be doing for top rated shows response, and I'm going to be doing is equal to, now I'm going to do await. Okay, and there's a reason why I'm actually doing await, because it's an asynchronous function, right? So whenever there's an asynchronous function, you're always going to use async await, you know so So I'm gonna do promise.all. Now why I'm actually using promise, so this, if you have actually used Next.js server-side rendering before, what I'm actually gonna do here, guys, is I'm actually, I want to fetch multiple I want to do multiple fetch requests here, right, basically. So how I got to basically know this is I searched how to actually multiple I searched for like just like multiple fetch requests inside of Next.js. I don't know if this I searched this on Stack Overflow, and it basically came, and here we go, guys. This was the thing which I searched. Next.js get server side props with multiple fetch requests, and there was a guy who actually wrote this, and you can see he transformed. Usually when you do get server side rendering, get server side props, what you basically do is just have a one fetch request basically, right? But here we're not actually gonna have one fetch request, because remember, this thing here, right, it's a single fetch request. Right now I'm going to be having multiple of these, because I'm going to be having it for get popular, I'm going to be having for get top rated, which is a different again. And why is it different? Because obviously this fetch request is different, right? It's different from the popular one. So there are multiple fetch requests which I'm going to be doing, and the way I'm going to be doing these things is I learned it from this function basically. So what he did, he basically triggered, so promise, when we use promise.all, it's gonna trigger all these requests basically. So here we just had two requests, so it's gonna trigger all these requests, and it will return the resolve value for both fetch calls when completed. Okay, so we always have to use promise.all in this sort of scenario. So I'm actually doing something pretty new here, multiple fetch requests, right, which I actually got to know this as well, so it's pretty interesting. And what you basically do here is you just say fetch. So I'm just gonna do fetch here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open my back traces here, I don't know, back quotes here, whatever you call this. And what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be getting, so look at my first one here is popular movies response. So I'm gonna be going to the API, okay, and I'm gonna be clicking on the get popular one, and what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be getting this. So let me actually so I don't actually need this right now. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be copying this thing, okay, and I'm actually gonna be pasting this exact thing inside of here. Now why I'm actually using my back slashes here, I'm using my backslashes because I want to use a variable inside of this. And to use a variable, and the variable which I want to use is going to be for the API key, because remember, right, you never want to show these keys to the user or to the person who's actually viewing your code. Never want to show these keys. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be opening a variable, and inside of this variable, what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I'm just going to say process. So remember, to access your environment variables, you have to do process.env.api key, right? And I'm just gonna save this. Now this is just a single fetch request, right? This is just a single fetch request. Now we're gonna be having multiple fetch requests like this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy this fetch request, right? I'm just gonna copy this fetch request, and I'm gonna paste it in here 3 more times, because we're gonna be having 4 fetch requests. Remember, we're gonna be having one for popular movies, one for popular shows, one for top rated movies, and another one for top rated shows, right? These 4 fetch requests I'm gonna be having. And now you guys, as you guys got the idea, so I'm just gonna actually go to my build here, and what I'm gonna actually do is I'm just gonna copy my index.js file here. If I go to my pages, I go to my index.js, I can actually copy my this function. So let me just quickly actually copy this whole function, and I think I explained you guys enough, well enough, so I think you guys will understand this easily. So what I'm actually exactly doing here, so I'm just gonna copy this. So what I'm doing here is I have 4 fetch requests for 4 of these things, right? So one is for popular movies, and if you see here, it's fetching me the popular movies, and I'm not showing my API key, so I'm using process.env.api key to access my API key, which I just updated inside of my env. And make sure you restart your server, otherwise it's not gonna work. So make sure after you do this, always restart your server. then I'm gonna be having another one for TV. And you see the difference here, the routes are changing, right? This route is for TV, this route for movie. Then another one, this is for movie again, but this is gonna be for top rated. Now this one is again is gonna be for TV, but it's gonna be for top rated. Now here, what I'm actually doing here, right? So I do these things, okay, and now here what I'm doing is all of these things I'm fetching, these are just the responses, okay. And now to actually return this as a JSON file, the JSON file, in JSON format, what I have to do is I have to fetch this separately. Sorry, not fetch this, I mean resolve this separately using the promise.all thing. And if I go to my Stack Overflow post here, you see that's what he did, right? That's what he did. He first fetched the responses, and you can pretty much do this in one step if you want to. The way you'll do this in one step, if you want to do it in, and you don't want to create this another sort of variable like this, what you can do is you can just do dot then here. When you're fetching these things, you can pretty much do dot then, and then you can pretty much return this as a JSON inside of there, and basically change these variables from response to just their names themselves. But this is much more, I think this is, in my opinion, is much more cleaner, because we know that all of these things which you are getting are just the responses, and then here we're going to resolve all these responses by returning the JSON files. Now the last thing which we have to do is we get all these things, we have to return all these things as props, right? So we can basically access these things here, right? And the way we are going to be doing now, obviously I need to access these things on inside of my home component as well. So I'm going to be destructuring this, and because remember these are props, right? These are basically we're going to access these things as props. So it's going to be like props dot popular movies props dot popular shows, and remember this is going to be the name. But instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to destructure and save all these and basically get all these fetches. Now I'm doing something called dot results here, and why I'm actually doing that is because when you actually get these things, for example, if I get popular movies, I'm gonna actually show you guys what's returned when I just return popular movies without the results. Let's see what we actually get. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna console log here. I'm just gonna go here and I'm just gonna console log my popular movies, and let's actually see what we basically get here inside of our so we get undefined. So let me just refresh this maybe, and let me actually go back here. Here we go. You immediately, as soon as I refresh, you see I get an object. Now inside of this object, this is popular movies, remember, right? There's a page, then there's total pages, then there's total results, and there's something called results. Now what we're going to be needing is something called results. Now inside of our results is basically an array with 20 elements, and starting from 0 obviously, so it's going to count as 20. And all of these 20 elements are individually are popular movies, right? All of these 20 things are popular movies with different things, different names and different things. So what we are going to be needing, the important thing here is we are going to be needing something called results. So what I'm doing is actually, so I console logged this before, obviously, so I knew that it's giving us something called results. So we're gonna be needing the results. So I just access my results, and actually I'm returning those results. So I have to actually do dot results every time, And now if I look at my popular movies, now if I console log here, you will see that we're just gonna get our results. So I think I need to refresh it again. And now if I actually go back here, and here we go, we get an array. We don't get the object, instead we get an array with 20 results, right? And that's what we basically need. Now what we can do, guys, we can do something really really clean, right? So we are getting our fetch requests are working. We are getting our popular movies, popular shows, top rated movies and top rated shows. Now what I can basically do is I have these separate components for all these collections, for the movie collection and the shows collection. So what I'm going to be doing now is, for my movies collection here, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be sending these things as props and accessing this inside of these components itself. Obviously I don't want to do this inside of my index.js, because obviously I want to keep this clean, this file really really clean, and so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be sending these things which I'm accessing, these props, and these props which I'm accessing, this is so powerful, right? Because I'm accessing all these props on the server side, you know inside of this I'm going to be sending popular movies. Okay, now remember these two collections are exactly going to be identical. So you guys might be thinking that if these two collections are identical, then why don't I create just one collection component instead of two separate collections? Now I can actually do that. Okay, I can do that. But if you guys have noticed something, if I click on a movie, right, you see it takes me to slash movie route instead of the slash show route. Obviously it's gonna take me to slash movie, but instead when I click on a show, it actually takes me to something called slash show route. And if I make this bigger, because this URL is so dirty URL and it's so huge, so if I click on the show, it takes me to slash show slash the ID of the show basically. So the difference here is basically, so I can actually do this now. The difference is gonna happen when I want to render the results basically, because I need a sort of way to basically find the difference between the TV and the movie, right? Between the show and the movie. And the way I'm going to be finding that difference is by making a sort of distinction. So to make that distinction, what I basically did is to send my movies as results. I created a separate component for this movies collection. So this is gonna be a movie collection. This is gonna be another movie collection. But here the results are gonna be different, right? The movie results are gonna be different. Here the movie results are gonna be different. This is gonna be a show collection. Now how can you do this inside of one collection is by just sending in a separate prop. So if I created just a simple one collection here, just a collection component. Now I'm explaining this thing so because you guys might be wondering that I could have created just one collection, but to make the find the difference, then you could just have sent in a prop, something like movie or show. And if you send in a movie prop, you basically you would know that that's gonna be for movie, that collection is gonna be for movies, right? And if you send in a show prop, that you're gonna know that that collection is gonna be for TV shows, right? So but I sort of and everything else is gonna be same here. So movie collection and shows collection, styling and everything is gonna be same. So that's the only difference I wanted to actually tell you guys. The only difference is gonna be the distinction basically, to make them separate. There's gonna be another prop which I'm gonna be sending, and that's gonna be the title prop. Now what the title prop is gonna be, it's gonna be for and it's gonna say popular movies. Now this title prop is gonna be this prop here. You guys can see this title prop. So I'm sending this as a prop because there will be different title props depending on the different collections. So this collection is gonna have a different title prop. This collection is gonna have a different title prop. So I'm gonna be sending in a prop. Similarly here, for results I'm going to be sending popular shows, and for title prop I'm going to be sending popular shows here. Okay, and now I'm gonna be having two more collections, right? Because remember we have 4 fetch requests. Okay, so we need 2 more collections here. Now to get those 2 more collections, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be having a movie collection, and I'm gonna be having another shows collection. So I'm just gonna pretty much, actually let me just go back and actually, because I think you guys pretty much understand this. So let me just copy this thing here and let me actually paste this here right now. Okay, let me just paste it there. So now this movie collection is gonna be so here we're gonna be sending top rated movies, and this shows collection we're gonna be sending top rated shows with different title props, right? Now all we have to do is go inside of these components basically, and basically destructure these results so we can pretty much display these movies and the shows, right? That's all. That's the next step, right? So first I'm gonna go inside of my movies collection, because remember the movies collection is gonna be exactly identical to the shows collection. The only difference is gonna be the props, right? So I'm gonna get my results. And also for the props, if you guys notice, I named the props exactly the same. Here I'm naming the props as results. Here also I'm naming the props as results. But the difference is obviously what I'm sending, right? This I'm sending popular movies. Here I'm sending shows. Here I'm also naming results. Here I'm also naming results. Okay, so that doesn't matter. You can pretty much name the same thing. So it's gonna help, basically help me when I need to copy and paste things, if the props are same, you know. So now let me actually go into my movies collection. And guys, take your time with these things, because these things are these things might be confusing if you're using server side doing server side rendering for the first time. So these things might be confusing, so take your time with these things, and just go on a slow pace if you want to. If I'm on a going on a really fast pace, take your time with this and pause, and try to understand how server-side rendering is actually working, because once you do understand, it's all just pattern recognition, and it's gonna come to you basically. And there was another prop which I actually missed, and that's the title prop, right? So now I'm gonna have a div, and I'm gonna have a h2 inside of my div with my title, right? So if I save this, you will see that I get immediately, I get two titles, because I'm sending two titles, right? Popular movies and top rated movies. Now where the shows, obviously we are not inside of the shows collection, we're inside of the movies collection right now, so it's showing me the movies one right now. Now with the class name here, so let's actually first of all give this class name, and make this position relative, and make this display of flex, and immediately I want to do flex column. Now the reason why I want to do flex column is obviously everything is mobile responsive in Tailwind, and I need it to be stacked on top of each other. So I'm gonna do flex in the flex column direction. I'm also gonna give space Y. Now I'm saying space Y because I want the space to be vertically, and margin top and bottom of 40 pixels, padding left and right of 32 pixels, and I also want to provide a max width, because remember we always want to restrain it to some sort of max width. So I'm going to say 1400 pixels, and I also whenever I provide a max width, always make sure to do margin left and right auto, so it keeps it in the center basically. Now for my h2 here, all I'm gonna do is it's looking really good. All I'm gonna do is just gonna make the font a little bit semi bold. So I go down here, it's just a bit bold, and you see immediately the differences are applied, because obviously these two are different collections right now, right? So the differences are actually applied here. Now obviously what I'm referring to is if you guys this is gonna be the whole sort of collection. The collection is gonna contain the title and all these results basically. This is a collection, right? Now after my h2, what I'm gonna do is I have these results. Now remember, the results is an array, right? So we want to map through the array, right? So I want to map through the array, and what I want to basically do is when I'm mapping through the array, I want to return a separate component called movie thumbnail. Okay, called movie thumbnail. I want to return a separate component. I'm going to get rid of this, and what I want to do, whenever you're mapping, always remember this guys, whenever you're mapping inside of React, whenever you're doing map, whenever you're using something called map, you always want to return a key, okay, to make sure that it actually is rendering the way it's supposed to, because you don't want your different items to be rendering in a different sort of order. You always want them to render in a particular order. So always send a key, and the key should be unique. So whenever you're rendering a key, it always needs to be unique. So the result.id is going to be a unique key here, right? Because I know result. So the way I actually do this is, what I basically do is, if I actually comment this out, what I always do is I always want to console log things. Okay, so because I know I'm gonna get my results here, my bad. So what I basically do is I go console log things, and I basically check. Now inside of my results, this is gonna be a single result, right? So I always check what it contains. So as you can see, it contains something called ID, right? Which I'm gonna display as a key, right? So I always check it contains all these things. I always like to look at these things, and basically check them before I use these things. So that's what I'm basically doing here. So what I'm actually doing here is I'm returning a component called movie thumbnail, which we haven't created. So I'm just gonna create this, and I'm gonna explain you guys why we're gonna be having two different thumbnails, one for the movie and another one for the show. And again, these thumbnails are gonna be identical, exactly identical. I mean, there's gonna be no difference in styling and inside of that. But again, there's a particular reason why I'm actually doing it like this. So let me just auto import my component. Now obviously we want to send the result inside of this component, a single result basically, right? Which we are actually mapping through and getting a single result, which is a single movie, which we are returning as as a prop into this movie thumbnail. And I'm just gonna immediately accept this result as well here. Now why I have these two different thumbnails, again, it's the same thing, right? Because if I go back to my finished application, so this thumbnail is gonna represent a certain information about the movie show, right? And why I'm having two different thumbnails is, remember, when I click here, I click on these thumbnails, right? I basically click on these thumbnails. This is one thumbnail, right? So I click on a thumbnail and it takes me to a route called movie slash this ID, right? Now when I click on a show, so this is gonna be a show. When I click on this thumbnail, again I am clicking on a thumbnail, right? It takes me to this particular show and plays this particular trailer, or it plays this so obviously there's no trailer here, so it's actually not playing any sort of trailer, but this is what happens, right? Basically this is what basically happens. So when I click on, so again we need a sort of distinction, that if you're clicking on a show or if you're clicking on a movie, right? Now there might be other ways to do this, but the most simplest way I found is to create separate thumbnails, right? And then I'm going to be having an on click, because remember I'm going to be having an on click function on the thumbnail itself, right? Which, what I mean by that is, inside of this thumbnail, on the div, on the topmost div, I'm going to be having an on click function, because I want to go to a specific route, right? Specific page, basically. That's where basically where I want to go, on a specific page. So that's what I'm going to be basically doing for the thumbnail. And so yeah, so let's actually do that. So what I'm gonna do now is, I'm actually gonna go here. So you see these things are rendering. Now I'm gonna go inside of my thumbnail, okay? And I just need to render all these thumbnails, right? That's what I wanna do. So I'm gonna go inside of my movie thumbnail, and first let's do this, finish this for movies, so then we can basically pretty much copy, because for the shows everything's gonna be the pretty much same, the styling and everything. So I'm gonna open my movie thumbnail, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be having a Next.js image, Next.js image component. Obviously it's gonna error out right now because I saved it. So this thing is a Next.js image component. Remember, it's lazy loaded and it's really efficient, right? It's lazy loaded right now, all these things, because when I go on the right hand side, you guys will see some of the images are actually not loaded, so they're actually lazy loading. So you always want to make sure that they're lazy loaded, so your app doesn't sort of crash or something. So make sure always your images are lazy loaded, and Next.js image components are really extremely powerful. So I'm gonna use a Next.js image component here, and for the source, what I'm gonna be doing here is I'm gonna be having something called a base URL. So let me actually copy this thing, because I can then explain you guys, focus on explaining, and it's pretty straightforward, trust me. There's not much here. It's pretty straightforward. So let me copy this here, and let me get these two things as well, and let me go back to the application so I can actually explain you guys what's going on here. And I need to import my use router from next/router and just paste this in it. Now let's see if we are actually having any sort of, so they're saying that it's an invalid source prop because hostname TMDB is not configured. So this happens usually when, why this basically happens is, whenever you use, so this is a an HTTPS link, right? An HTTPS link called, as soon as I hover over this is this link, right? So whenever you use these custom sort of domains inside of Next.js image source URLs, you always want to basically make sure that they actually exist inside of your configuration.js. So if I go to this documentation here, you will see that you have to create a file called next.config.js, and you need to add the host name to your images inside of the configure. And this is really important. Without this, if you don't do this, it's not gonna work. So make sure you always actually do this. And I'm gonna create a file called next dot config. And again, take your time with these things, guys. These things sometimes might be confusing for some people who are new to Next.js, but it's pretty straightforward. All you have to do is, when you get these sort of errors, just go and just pretty much click on the documentation, and you're gonna actually find out everything. And that's how you pretty much learn anything new. And this host name, just copy this host name, and what you do is basically put this inside of your domains here. put this inside of your domains. And if you're using any sort of other domains, like for image URLs, like if you're using just the image addresses, so obviously it didn't show me this before because I'm not using any sort of image addresses, right? But whenever you're using image addresses, you always want to make sure, and whenever you actually do this, you always want to make sure to restart your server. Because see, if I go here, it's saying image is not configured, and you always want to restart your server. So make sure I restart my server. So I'm just gonna restart my server right now. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back, and as soon as I restart my server, boom, here we go. We get these images. Obviously they're not what how we want it to be, but we basically get these images, right? So if I make this bigger, obviously we just get a single of these images. We don't get all these images for some reason. We just get a single of these images, and there are no other images here. But we're gonna fix that. That's just the issue with the styling, so don't worry about that. So if I refresh right now, you will see that all these images, all these movies, these results are basically server-side rendered, right? These are all server-side rendered. So I'm actually gonna go inside of my movie collection now, and let's see let's see if we actually missed something here, because the problem is gonna be inside of my movies collection. So if I go here, I have a div, I have an h2, and then I have another div which I actually forgot to add. Okay, and the reason this div and that's why we basically are not getting all the other results, because I forgot to actually add this div and some styling for this. Now this div is a wrapper for all these thumbnails. 'Cause remember, this is a single thumbnail, right? This is a single thumbnail. Now we need to have a sort of a wrapper for all these thumbnails, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make that wrapper flex, and as soon as I say display flex for this wrapper, immediately you see all these results. We get all these different results. We get the popular movies and we get the top rated movies, right? And all of these things we are getting server-side rendering from the TMDB API. So as soon as it refreshes, look at this, guys. There's no sort of delay. There's no sort of loading. It is just there. It happens to be there, you know. And it's pretty exciting, right? So I'm gonna put some space x of 6 between all these thumbnails, because remember, all of these thumbnails are just divs, right? So I'm gonna put some spacing. So as soon as I put spacing, now obviously this is gonna overflow right now, which we don't want, and which I'm going to be fixing. And how I'm going to be actually fixing it is I'm going to say overflow y hidden. I don't need any sort of overflow in the y direction, but in the x direction I want the overflow to be scroll, right? I want to be able to scroll in the x direction. As soon as I save that, you see we get this annoying scroll bar, but it's actually working, right? It's not overflowing right now, and it's actually working. But we need to get rid of this because this is not looking good. This is not how we want it to be. This is really not looking good. Like, we need to get rid of the scroll bar, you know. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say over, and I actually didn't explain you guys the styling. This I think I pasted the styling for the movie thumbnail. I actually didn't explain you guys this styling, so let me explain you guys this styling as well. But let's fix this first. So overflow x scroll. Now I need something called I need to hide this scroll bar, right? To hide this scroll bar, I'm gonna be using something a package called so it's gonna be a package called scrollbar hide tailwind, right? And it's an npm package which you can install. It's pretty easy to use actually, and what you have to do is first you have to just, I'm gonna use yarn obviously, so I'm just gonna go here, switch to my other terminal, just install this package real quick. And what you have to basically do is inside of your tailwind configuration file, you just have to require this plugin like this. Okay, you just have to require this plugin. Now I'm gonna close my terminal, get into my Tailwind configuration, and all I have to do is inside of this plugin I have to require this Tailwind scroll bar hide. And as soon as I do that, I need to close that. And how you basically use this utility class, now it gives you a utility class called scroll bar hide, which you can basically use inside the classes, right, as a utility class basically. So all I have to do now is I have to go here, and I have to say overflow x of scroll, which I've already said here. And now I let's see if I get this utility class right now. So as soon as I do that, as soon as I actually add that scroll bar, the plugin, I get these utility class. You see, scroll bar head, and what it does is basically hides the scroll bar. So if I actually use this, boom! As soon as I save that, it hides that scroll bar. So there is no annoying scroll bar right now, and you can see it's looking really good right now. Now the next thing I want to basically do here is I want to give some padding, because remember this is not looking good, right? If when I hover over this, you see the borders are not, we cannot see the borders and everything, so we need to give some sort of padding. So as soon as I give padding, here we go, it's looking good now, and we see the borders and everything is clear, right? And now another thing I want to do is I want to give a negative margin top. Oh sorry, not negative margin top, the overall the all round margin. Basically I want to give a negative value of 8 pixels, and the reason why I'm actually doing this is because if I don't do this right now, you will see there's actually on a little on, because of the padding is actually pushed to the right, because I have some padding. Now I want it to be pushed to the left, but I want to maintain this thing as well. I don't want to distort this thing. So what I'm doing is I'm providing a negative sort of margin. As soon as I provide a negative margin, it comes in line with this. And this negative margin is, I'm providing a padding of 8 pixels. This negative margin is again 8 pixels, but it's a margin, it's not padding. A margin is always from the outside, if you know your basics, and padding is from the inside, right? So it's actually maintaining this, but it's actually changing the position, which is really clean, right? And it's actually making this in line with this. Now I can pretty much scroll through this container, and we don't see that annoying scroll bar thing, and we can pretty much scroll through here as well. So if I try to scroll through here, you can see I can scroll through it. If I refresh right now, my images are lazy loading here, and boom, this is my refresh here. Everything's kind of responsive, and what I did in, now let me go into movie thumbnail and actually explain. Now I have a lot of class names here, right? If you guys want, you can pretty much include this again as a custom class name, and pretty much have it inside of your styles.css here, just we did it for span or brand. But what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna keep it the way it is and explain you guys this thing. So what I did for the thumbnail is I just had an image inside of my thumbnail, and that's pretty much it. I didn't have anything else. I don't have any information, nothing about the thumbnail. I just have the image, okay? And the way I did the image, the source for the image, the way I got the source for the image, you have to use something called a base URL, which the TMDB API actually gives you. So whenever like whenever we have this backdrop path, or the poster path, which is if I console log right now, and if I show you guys, and if I go and open my console, so I have these results, right? So this is one result. So I have, for the images, I have this something called poster path, right? If you guys can see, and sometimes you get this poster path thing, and sometimes you basically get this backdrop path, but here it is poster path. But you can see it is not the full URL of the image, and if I just copy and add this inside of source, it's not gonna work, because it's not starting with the HTTPS, it's not the full link. So where's the other part of the link? So the other part of the link is what TMDB actually gives you, and it's called something called the base URL, which you always want to use. So I initialize my base URL, and what I'm doing is I'm combining my base URL with this backdrop path to actually render the image itself. And then whenever we are using Next.js image component, you always want to provide a width and a certain height. So I actually got these values, and what I did is I said object cover. So if I don't do object cover, you will see right now, and let me actually close my this thing. So if I don't do object cover, you see this, the images are not maintaining their aspect ratios, right? They're not looking good right now. But as soon as I do object cover, boom, they are maintaining their aspect ratio, and there's no sort of distortion or anything, and it's looking really clean. So object fit of cover, and class name I just said rounded LG, to maintain the image, rounded position. It's maintaining, but sometimes the image it does not maintain that. So it's better if you actually do that. And for the entire div now, what I did is I displayed it as flex. I provided a sort of min width, and I also provided a sort of min height, and these two things are actually really important. So if I don't do these things right now, if I actually don't do these things now, these things are for mobile first, right? Now if I don't do these things, you will see I have no movies and it's not even rendering. So these things are extremely important. You always want to provide a min width and a min height, and just by providing this width and height, it's not gonna work. So make sure to provide a min width and a min height. Now this is obviously for mobile responsive, but as soon as I go on 768 pixels, which is the tablet screen size, I provide a larger min width, which is 330 pixels. Now again, these are custom values, right? So to use these custom values, I'm using JIT, right? My square brackets and putting my custom values inside of this. And when I go bigger, you see, immediately it actually turns bigger. When I go tablet screen, right, it actually gets bigger. But as soon as I go smaller screen size, it actually gets smaller, right? Because I want it to be smaller on a phone, but I want it to be bigger on a desktop screen size, right? So that's what basically it's happening here with the min widths, min heights. And I'm saying rounded large to provide a border radius again. And I'm saying overflow hidden, because overflow hidden is really important. If I don't do overflow hidden, it's actually not gonna work. On some of them it's actually not gonna work because the image. That's why I actually had to do rounded large here, because if you see here, it's not working. Actually the image, you see, if I don't do rounded large, it's actually not working. So you have to make sure to do all these things to protect all these CSS class names, and I'm doing shadow, and what I'm doing is a cursor pointer, a border of 3 pixels. So this is just the border, but the border color I'm providing the changing the opacity of the border. But as soon as I hover over the container, I want to change the border opacity to a bit more, so it gets close to the border color. And I'm providing a larger box shadow as well, if you guys notice that. And I'm doing transform, because remember, this is actually becoming bigger, right? This is actually scaling. So I'm saying transform, I'm scaling by 105, and it's the same as these things, right? It's the same as these branding things which he did. It's pretty much the same, right? So that's pretty much the same thing I'm actually doing, and providing a transition. Now an interesting thing to notice here is this on click function, which I told you guys about, right? Now what this on click function is doing is basically we're using router here, and it's actually pushing this right to something called slash movie. Okay, and this is a page, right? This needs to be a page inside of Next.js, right? So this page is referring to slash movie slash result.id route. So yeah, this thing here, guys, it refers to this page, right, which you have to create. Now to be able to create this page, actually, right, what we have to do inside of Next.js, right, we have to just go inside of pages. And remember, I told you guys, whenever we create anything inside of our pages, if I create a movie, because remember, there's actually this routing is actually dynamic routing, right? What's actually happening here? So let me actually close the sidebar and let me actually explain you guys what's actually happening here, guys. Is going to, it's not actually going to just a movie page. Okay, it's not going to a page called slash movie. It's going to a page called slash movie, and then we are sending in the ID of this particular movie, right, to that. And this is called dynamic routing, right? What we are basically doing here is, right, when I click on this particular movie, it's actually taking me to this particular movie's its own page, its own sort of page, right? And when I click on this particular show, it takes me to this show's particular page, which is what's happening here, right? So what I gotta do here, right, what I have to basically do here is I can't just create inside of my pages something called movie.js. I have to create a folder, because remember, this is dynamic, right? And inside of this folder, what I have to actually do is I have to create a wildcard here. Now this is called a this is, and this you can actually look into the Next.js documentation if you don't understand what I'm doing here. But what this do is, I'm actually gonna do my best to explain you guys what I'm actually doing here. So this is gonna be a single movie, right? A single movies page, right? Now this is a wildcard. Why is this a wildcard? Because we don't know what the value can be here. The value can be, the ID can be anything, right? The ID for a particular movie, it can be anything, right? But we need to be able to create this route. So if I don't create, if I didn't actually create this route, it would show me a 404 error page. But since I actually created this right now, and if I click here, it shouldn't show me the 404 arrow page. Why? Because I've actually created this route right now. So you see, it's actually taking me to a page. And if I type something out here, if I type movie, you're gonna see movie. Boom, you see movie here, right? And this is what I mean by this. If I click on this, it actually takes me to this, and now see the routes are actually changing really clean, right? It's changing to slash movie slash the movie's ID, right? Slash the movie's ID. But it's not gonna work for the shows right now because we don't have I'm sorry, it's gonna work for this because obviously this is a movie collection. So this is obviously another movie. So this is what basically is it's happening here. And what I have to actually do now is I have to create another sort of page, and this is gonna be for the show, right? Which takes you to the slash show slash the ID of that particular show. So I'm actually gonna create that route as well. Again, we're not gonna be able to know what the show ID is, so it's gonna be a wildcard. But instead here, instead of having an ID, the function name, I'm gonna make sure it's saying show. Now remember, these are pages, and remember what I told you guys. We can use server side rendering inside all of our pages inside the application, right? Wherever we are using pages, we can do server side rendering. Now this is really clean, right? Because imagine you have you have this collection. Now we are doing server side rendering because this is our home page, right? This is our home page. Now we are going to this movie page, and we also want to do another server side rendering here, and I want to get all this information prefetched on the server beforehand for this particular movie, right? When I refresh, all the information is beforehand. You don't see anything rendering, right? Everything's there before uh, beforehand, and it's actually, it's coming through. So everything's prefetched on the server basically. So this I can do because it's a separate page of its own. And for the TV series, again, it's gonna be a separate page of its own. So what I'm gonna be doing here, guys, is I'm actually gonna go here, and let's create a movie page first, so I can actually show you guys when I actually click here. Sorry, when I actually click here, or we can basically create the show collection. But I want to actually complete this thing, so we are in the flow of this, and then I can basically do it for the shows again, and then you guys can understand and get a general idea of what we are basically doing here, right? So what we want to do is we want to create this page right now. We want to create this movie page right now. So let me actually go to my pages here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to this page. Now this page is gonna be called a movie page, right? Now inside of this page, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be doing server side rendering here, right? So to do the server side rendering, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say export async, right? And function, I'm gonna say get server side props, right? Because this is a page, so we can do server side rendering, right? So we can use this function. So I'm gonna say export async function get server side props, and remember we always get something called context. Okay, and context is really important here. uh, and I'm gonna explain you guys why it's actually really important. It is really important because through the context we're gonna retrieve something called the ID. And what the id is basically this thing here which we are retrieving. Is basically this thing. So whenever we create we send so when if I go to my thumbnail here, the movie thumbnail, I had this on click, right? And I'm pushing to this route, and I'm actually sending in an ID. Now whatever variable I actually send in inside of my router.push here, inside my function here, I can actually retrieve these variables through the context object. Now context is an object basically. Through the context object I can actually retrieve. Now if I send in result.name here, I can actually also retrieve that. If I send in anything else, I can pretty much retrieve anything, any variable which I'm actually sending inside of my push here, which is inside of my route. I can access that through the context which is given to us by the get server side props, right? And I can access. And what I'm actually basically doing here, I'm just destructuring here to get the ID. But you can do it like this as well if you want to do context.query, but you have to go another level deep, and you have to say context.query.id, because context is an object, and context contains something called a query. Then inside of the query, you can just pretty much console log this context here, and you can pretty much check it out. But what this means is basically it has something called query, and then you have to go inside of the query, and you have to retrieve the variable inside of your URL basically. But I'm just gonna do destructuring here. I'm just gonna get the ID like this. This way is, I think, much more cleaner. And now I'm gonna make a request. Okay, I'm gonna make a request. Now I'm gonna show you the fetch request from the TMDB API again here. And it's gonna be pretty straightforward, guys. It's pretty straightforward. Once you get to know this, it's actually really straightforward. Now here, what fetch request do I need to do, right? We need to think that we need to get a particular movie. We don't need to get all the results. We need to get a single movie, right? So I'm gonna go to the API and have this movies, right? Now what I need is the details of a particular movie. So I'm gonna actually click on get details, and if you see it, what it's saying get the primary information about a single movie, and it supports something called append to response, and which I'm going to be doing as well. Now what append to response is, it's actually pretty interesting what append to response does, right? So first let's actually focus on this, right? Get the primary information about a single movie, but all we need to provide is the movie's ID, right? Which we are actually retrieving through our context object, right? This is the ID which we are retrieving, right? So this ID, we have the movie ID, and all we need to do is we need this request. Now we have this request, so we can copy this request here, okay? And we can basically inside of our fetch, now I'm gonna open my backslashes here, okay? Because obviously I need to use the API key. I need to replace my API key here with my process.env, and this is I have tab9, which is an AI completion thing. I have it installed, so it gives me these suggestions, so I can pretty much use them. So I'm going to replace this with my API key inside of my env file. Now for the movie ID though, right? For the movie ID, I'm going to be replacing the movie ID, because remember we have two variables. We have movie ID and we have the API key. Movie ID we are getting through the context, so I'm just going to paste in, okay? Because we need information about a particular movie, right? That's what we need, right? Now what I'm gonna do now is, remember it's saying it supports something called append to response. Now I want to get the trailers and videos about the movie or the TV series as well, right? So to get those trailers and everything else, what we can basically do is something called append to response. And if I click read more about this here, what append to response basically does is it makes possible to make sub request within the same sort of request, okay? So how I basically think of this is, basically what it does, right, is if you want videos, it combines two requests into one sort of request, so you don't have to fetch request two things, right? You can basically do one request and you can get the same results, you know. So basically what you do is to get, what we basically do is to get videos, we do something like this. This is another request, right? And this is to get the movies detail, right? So to get the videos I need to do another request. But when we use append to response, what we can basically do is we can pretty much add this and at the end of our where our request ends, we can pretty much add this. And what I can send in is I can pass in videos. Now if I need images, I can pass in images. If I need anything else, I can pretty much send in anything else which it supports. So that's gonna combine two requests into one. It's actually gonna give me the videos as well. And it is really powerful, you know, that you can issue multiple requests, just comma separate the values. This is how powerful it is, right? So what I'm gonna do here is, here I'm gonna paste this in, okay? And I'm sorry, not inside with the request, I mean. So I'm gonna put my and here and actually paste this in here. And obviously I need the videos, right? Now I'm gonna resolve this, okay? Because it's a promise. Remember, it always returns you. So you always wanna resolve the promise, you know. You always wanna make sure you do that. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna resolve this by saying dot then. And I'm gonna get the response, receive the response. Now again, you can create a separate variable for this if you want to, but since this is not that overcomplicating, so I'm just gonna do it inside of this. And what I want is response. I need to return the response as a JSON object, right? That's what I want to do. So I'm gonna return. Now always remember, inside of Next.js, whenever you want to use something inside of our component, we need to return them first as props. So I'm gonna return them return the movie details basically as props. And what it's gonna be is gonna be a result Okay, I'm naming it result, okay, and it's gonna be my request, right, which is what I named here, right? I named it request, okay. Now this is gonna return me this response.json here, and I didn't actually implemented this the right way. No, it's actually right. I'm sorry, my bad. It's actually right. So there's actually a bracket closing in here. So this is right. So this is what I'm doing now. This is really really powerful what I'm doing here, right? I'm getting the videos as well within the same request. So I'm not requesting two times. I'm not having two fetch requests within the same fetch request. I'm actually appending my videos as well, right? Is if you know what append means, you guys might have understood the idea of this. It's just combining this with this array itself, you know. I'm gonna get this result uh, on top of here. Now, if you guys remember so I told you something before. So if I refresh this page right now, if I refresh this page, right, it's actually working and everything's sort of clean. So this is clean, so that's fine. Let's not get into that. So I'm gonna tell you guys that there's one more thing which I need to actually tell you guys, which is about the session, which you have to do, but I'm gonna keep it that for later. So let's focus on. So we're gonna get the result now. Let's see if you're actually getting something back, right? So we need to always console log and check if you're actually getting something back. So what I'm gonna do is actually I'm just gonna go back right now and click on a particular movie. Let's try to click on Black Widow here, and let's console log and let's check. So we should be getting so what's happening here is there are too many console logs. So what I'm gonna actually do is I'm gonna actually go into my movie thumbnail and remove this console log from here, and also gonna go into my movie collection and remove this console log. So because we need to see just one console log for now, right? And let's actually console log right now and see, and let me refresh this right now, and let us see if we are getting. So we just have one console log now, which is really clean. Now we are getting back something, right? And what, let's see the ID. There's an ID. So this ID, if you see, this is the same ID here, and let's see the name. So original title, we're getting the same result, right? So this is giving us back that particular result. Now if I go back, for example, and this is just turned on because I have mobile responsive on, so it's actually showing me for iPhone X right now. So I click on this movie right now, we get another console log here, and this is representing this ID which belongs to this movie, and the movie name is Page Jam A New Legacy, basically. So we are getting the results back, right? So that's really cool, right? So which means the request we are sending, the fetch request, is actually working right now. So all we have to do is we have to display this sort of result inside of this page. And the way I'm gonna be doing that is, first thing I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be getting my head component from my index page, and this head component is what I want to get. I want to show you something really cool, and this you can do inside of Next.js, by the way, because you get these head components from Next.js, which is really really powerful. So I'm gonna get my head from next/head, okay. And what I can basically do here now, instead of rendering the title as Disney Plus, because I'm actually getting the result, what I can actually do here is I can render the result dot title. So sometimes it's actually the result dot title, and sometimes it's actually the result dot original name. I think that's the difference between the sort of TV series and movie. So sometimes it's result dot size, so it's better if this is not there, you render this. If so it first checks if result dot title is there. So if result dot title is actually present, then it will render that out. If that is not there, this basically means or, so then it's gonna go for opt for this one. So now as soon as I save that, now let's see something really cool here. Now if I go here, boom, you see this title is changed, right? So now if I navigate to a different sort of movie, right, if I go to Black Widow, look at this, guys. It's changed to Black Widow right now, right? As soon as I navigate between different movies, now if I navigate to this movie, for example, and if I go here we go. The title is actually changing, right? Now this is really dynamic, right? This is sort of dynamic what we are doing here, right? And now I have the head. Now I'm gonna be needing the header as well. So I'm actually gonna go into this sort of page here, so we can see what we are doing. Now obviously header is just a component, so I just need to import the header component. For some reason my auto imports are not working, so I'm just gonna say import my header from dot slash. I need to go one more folder and need to select my components. I need to select my header here, and let's just save that. And boom, we get the header. Now if I refresh this page, now yeah, this is what I actually basically wanted to show you guys. So now if I refresh this page, you guys can see it's actually showing me the login, right? Which it should not, because we need to have the user on the server side render. But remember guys, we only implemented that server side rendering for the home page. Okay, and since this is a separate page, right, this is a different page, so we have to do that same server side rendering, the user getting the session on the server side render, because that we did it just for the home page here. So if I go back to my home page, we are doing this server side render for the session, right? Remember, we're awaiting, when we're using the get session hook basically, and we're getting the session, returning the session, and all we're doing is basically using this use session hook to basically get the session on the server side render. So to do this on different pages is not going to happen by its own, because that is just for the home page. Now to do this same thing here, we have to pretty much do the same thing here, right? What we have to do here is I have to go here, I have to say const session. Okay, I have to say const session, and I'm gonna use await, and I'm gonna use get session, and I'm just gonna auto import my get session. And remember, whenever you use get session, you always wanna send in your context, otherwise it's not gonna work. And now all I have to basically do is I have to return my session, right? As a prop, I have to return my session, but I don't have to use, remember, I don't have to use it like these props. Why I don't have to use it? Because remember, we added provider inside of our application before, right? Which is sharing the state between different page props, the session state between different page props. So it is working, so we don't have to actually do that, right? So we can basically use the hook. If you want to do that, you can actually do that. It's not but a more efficient way of doing this is just using the hook, the session hook, right? Because it gives you more things, right? It gives you loading and gives you other stuff, right? So that's more sort of, a better practice basically. And you use this hook basically, and what you basically do here now, what I basically do here now, I can use, now I want my header to be displayed, right? So I want my header to be always displayed. Now all I have to do is I have to refresh and check if it's actually working, and boom guys, it's actually working, right? It is actually working. Okay, now we don't need the session thing. We don't need this. We only need this use session if we want to use our session throughout the whole application here, like if you want to display users email, or the name or anything, then we need that. Otherwise we don't need this. If I refresh this, you guys see there's no sort of login. It's not showing me login. So make sure for every page you create, you actually do this step. You actually do, and it's very simple. All you have to do is use the get session, send in the context, and return the session on the server side render. So it prevents it from loading and showing you the login page. Now I'm gonna use the session because I need the session. And why do I actually need the session? Is because I need the session to make sure that if there is no session, okay, if there is no session, I want to display my hero component, right? My hero component. Otherwise, and it's the same, right? It's the same as the home page, right? Otherwise, I want to display a section, right? I want to display a sort of section. Now obviously we do have the section, so it's not going to show us in the hero component. But remember, we created the hero component in the beginning, and what we did is we basically did the same inside of our home page. So this was our home page. What we said, if there is a session, so if I basically log out right now, if I click on the icon here, if I actually log out, it's saying hero is not defined. And why is it not defined? Because I forgot to actually import my hero component. So I need to import that. As soon as I say that, boom, it's actually taking us back to the hero, right? Now I need to log in back again in order to get back to the same route, So I'm gonna click sign in with Google here, and here we go, boom, it's actually logged me in, right? It knew my email and everything, so it actually logged me in. And if I refresh, I'm not gonna get my login page, right? So that's really clean, right? Now all we have to basically do is we have to display, because we have the session right now. So all we have to do is, first I need to have brackets here, because I'm gonna be returning a bunch of stuff inside this, and we have to display the information about this movie, the detail about this movie, right? What this movie is. This is really simple, right? We're gonna have a div. Now inside of this div, we're gonna have a Next.js image component, which I'm gonna be importing from next/image. And again, for the source, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my movie thumbnail and get this thing here, just copy this thing here, and we need the, remember, we need the base URL as well, right? So just paste it in here and go to my movie thumbnail again and get this base URL as well, and just paste it in here, and we're gonna get the base URL. But remember, with Next.js image components, you always want to say layout fill, or you want to say the width and height basically. So this time I'm gonna use layout fill. So if you guys remember what I told you guys about the layout fill thing, whenever you want to use layout fill, you always want to make sure the container div for the image is always relative, and you need to provide a certain min height or something. Here I'm going to be providing min height. I'm going to be calculating the min height actually. Now this is really powerful. You can use using JIT, right? Which I'm actually doing here. And what actually I did here, so if I don't do this, right, if I don't do this right now, you will see that there's gonna be actually an overflow for the height, right? So if I just do min height of screen, right, if I just do min height of screen, which is 100 view height, right, you can see there's actually an overflow here, right? Why is there an overflow? Because it's not actually counting the header's height, right? Now my header's height is actually set to 72 pixels, right? So I need to account in that, because it's giving the min height of screen, but it's not taking into account the header's height because we didn't actually calculate that. So what I'm doing with this thing here is I'm actually calculating this, and if I hover over this, you can see what it's doing is I'm actually using a calc function, which is really powerful function, right? You can use inside of CSS, and what I'm doing is I'm subtracting my header's height from the 100 view height, right? So whatever my header's height will be is always going to subtract that, and it's going to calculate it according to that. Since now it is 72 pixels, so it's actually calculating it appropriately right now. And you can pretty much see this is what renders there, right? I'm also doing object fill of cover, because if I don't do that, look at that, it doesn't maintain the aspect ratio. So always make sure you do object fill of cover as well. And the next thing I want to do, also for the section, I want to have a class name of relative, the position relative, and I'm going to provide a z index of 50 as well. Now after this div, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to have another div. Now this div which I'm going to be having is going to contain the information, right? The things which you're going to be needing. Now this thing, the h1 here, is going to contain something called result.title, or is going to contain the result.original name, right? As soon as I do that, you see, boom, it's actually showing me here. But now I don't need these details. I need them to be on top of the image, right? I don't need them to be here, right? So the way I'm going to be solving that problem is I'm going to be giving the class name for the parent div here. I'm going to position it absolute, and I'm going to provide top and bottom values of 28, right? And what this is going to do is actually gonna put this absolute, and it's gonna put this absolute to the parent container here. This is the section which is the parent, right? It's gonna put it to the parent section, right? And it's gonna put it absolute to that, and inset y20 is gonna provide top and bottom values of 112 pixels. It's gonna be 112 pixels from the top, and from the bottom 112 pixels basically. Now I also want to do on medium screen size, right? I want to do inset y of auto, right? Inset y of auto. Now there's actually a reason why I'm actually doing that, because when I actually sort of increase the screen size, what I want to do, right, is you guys can see as soon as I go medium screen size, it actually provides inset by auto. Now I've actually fixed that, and I'll show you why I'm actually doing this. So I actually calculated these things really carefully, guys. So remember, whatever I'm actually doing this here, it makes sense, but you're gonna understand why I'm actually doing these things. Now on the medium screen size, I'm gonna give a bottom value of 10, right? Bottom 10 means from bottom I need it to be 40 pixels. So as soon as I go medium screen, you can see immediately as I go here. Now the reason for doing this is it's not just gonna have a title, right? This whole div, right, is gonna have a bunch of stuff, right? It's gonna have, so I go onto the same movie here, right? When I click on this movie here, you can see it is having this title, but it's having these buttons, right? And then it's gonna have these genres and times and other things, and it's gonna also have an overview here. So there's gonna be a bunch of stuff here. It's not just the title, right? So what I'm doing is whatever I'm doing here, it's gonna make sense, right? After we have more content here. So I'm gonna do medium bottom 10, and I'm also gonna provide left and right values of 16 pixels. So if I save that, it has some spacing from the left and right, as you can see. And I'm also gonna do on medium, I wanna have inset x value of 12. I wanna have inset x value of more, basically. So what I'm gonna do is inset x value of 12. This is gonna have more spacing. If I increase the screen size, you can see it has more spacing from the left and right, right? Now another thing which I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be giving space y of 6, and space y of 6 is just gonna mean it's gonna give spacing in the vertical direction. And I'm also gonna do z index of 50 because I want it to be on top of everything, basically. Now for the h1, I'm gonna make the font size a bit bigger as well. So I'm gonna say text of 3XL, which is 30 pixels, right? And I'm also gonna do on smaller screen size, I want the text to be 4XL. Okay, I want the text to be a bit bigger, so when I reach 640 pixels, the text turns bigger, as you can see, turns to 4XL. And I also want to do font of bold, right? I also want to do, on the medium screen size, I'm actually increasing more, so I'm saying text of 5XL. So I go a bit more bigger, it actually increases. So as soon as I go medium screen, you can see, right, it actually increases a bit more. And this is how easy it is to handle responsiveness inside of Tailwind, right? It's really, really easy. And by now, I think you guys, I think if you're still following through right now, it's a really, I told you guys in the starting, it's a really, really clean build. And if you're still following through, you guys are gonna, learn the importance of using Tailwind, especially in applications like this level, which are huge. So font bold makes it look bold, and now it's actually looking really nice. So now h1 is done. After the h1, we're gonna have a div, okay, and this div is gonna have this div is gonna contain these actions, right? Now these actions are gonna be the play buttons and all these buttons and sort of things. So this is what this div is gonna contain. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this div flex, display of flex, and I'm gonna say line items of center. I'm also gonna put space x of 3, which is space between the elements of its children. And as soon as I go tablet viewport, I wanna give space x of 5, so increase the space x between the children. Now for the button, what I'm gonna be saying for the button, I'm actually gonna be having an image, and I'm also gonna be having a span tag, right? Now for the span tag, I'm gonna say play, and for the image, we're gonna have this image of play icon black dot svg. And if I save this, boom, we get this play icon, and it's a black one, right? So we get this icon. Now for the button styling, I'm gonna give some styling for the button, and I'm gonna say text of extra small. Okay, make the text of extra small. Now this is obviously on mobile screen size. As soon as we go this tablet screen size, I'm gonna make a text of base, and I'm gonna give a background color of our custom color of F9 F9 F9. And as soon as I do that, you cannot see the text color because we need to change the text color to black, basically. Now you can see the text color. And I'm also gonna say flex because remember there's two things, there's an image and a span tag. And I also want to say items of center, vertically align them center, and I also want to horizontally align them to center. So I'm gonna say justify center, and I'm gonna provide padding top and bottom of 10 pixels, and I'm also gonna provide some padding left and right of 24 pixels, and I'm gonna provide rounded some border radius for the button, so the button is getting in shape. Now another thing I'm gonna provide is an hover effect. Now for the hover effect, I'm going to change the background color. Now I want to change the background color to something called C6, a custom color. So if I hover over this, you guys can see this is what it's actually changing the background color to. Now this is for the button. Now for the image, I'm gonna provide some certain styling. For the image, I'm gonna say height of 6. Height of 6 is gonna make it a little bit bigger, and I'm also gonna say on medium screen size, I want the height to be 8. So if I increase the screen size, you guys can see on the medium screen size the image actually gets bigger, right? And now for the span tag, I'm gonna have a class name, and I'm gonna say uppercase to make it text uppercase, and I'm also gonna say font of medium. Now I'm not gonna do bold, but just a little bold. I mean, it is bold, but it's just a slight, subtle difference. And I'm also gonna provide some sort of letter spacing so that actually looks good tracking wide. As soon as I do go bigger screen, you guys can immediately see the difference here, right? And it is responsive and it's really again. Let's actually check. It's exactly identical, right? Exactly how we want it to be. Now we have this play button. Now obviously we're gonna have another button, right? We're gonna have another button. So what I'm gonna actually do is I'm actually gonna copy the same button, right? Because it's gonna be pretty much the same button, but obviously the background colors and everything else is gonna be different. Um, but for this button, what I'm gonna be doing is actually what I can actually do is I can actually change the colors and shit. I can actually get this button and actually explain you guys what I actually did here. So to save some time, so I can go to my route here, and I can actually go to my button here. I can get this button, my second button. It's exactly identical, so no need to panic or anything. It's exactly the same button. Only difference is gonna be the styling here. So boom, I just saved this. So we have an image, we have some text, and everything's same. Just the background colors and everything else is different. And if you want to have a custom class name for this, you can actually do this as well. And you guys can see, right, it just has a border, that's all. Now we have something called set show player on this button, right? Now why do we have what this is basically is gonna be this thing here, right? So let me actually go to a series which doesn't have sort of trailer. I think this series is gonna have trailer. Let me go back and let me find something which doesn't have a trailer. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's not gonna have a trailer. Yeah, so this is what this basically means, right? So when I click on this trailer button, right, it is setting the show player to true, right, and which is gonna render out this beautiful player component which we are gonna be creating, right? So this is what it basically means, and what I'm gonna be doing here is I'm gonna be setting now. Obviously, to have this to have this on-click function and this thing here, we need to have this as a state, right? So we need to have a state variable, and the state variable is gonna be called show player, set show player, okay, and we're gonna be using use state hook, right, from React, and I'm actually gonna auto import it, and by default I want it to be false because I don't want to show the player by default, right? By default I don't want to see any sort of player. Only when I click I want this to be true, right? So when I click now, if I click here, it's not gonna error out because there is something called set show player, right, which is making it true when I click it. Now what I want to do after this button, okay, and we're gonna add this functionality and the trailer thing, don't worry about that, but after this button I'm gonna have a div, and for this div actually my screen just blacked out for some reason, I don't know. Okay, it came back again. uh okay, so what I'm gonna do for inside of this div here, I'm gonna have an icon. Now this icon is gonna be called a plus icon, okay, which I'm gonna actually import it from hero icons. Remember we downloaded the hero icons, right? So I'm gonna get this plus icon, and I'm gonna provide a certain height for this icon, a height of 6 basically, and just save it in here. And you can see this icon here, right? Now this icon is actually is gonna have a background and this thing, right? So what I'm gonna do is provide some class names here, and this class names again we want it to be a circle, so I'm gonna say rounded full, okay, and I'm gonna give a border of 2, provide a border of 2, and you can see it's coming out, right? It's coming out, but it's not a good sort of page. So it's actually I mean, if I go on this page, I think you'll see more. It's just because the coloring is not how it's supposed to be. So you guys might feel like, let me go to a different sort of movie. Let me actually go here. Yeah, here you go. You can see it more clearly, I guess, here, right? So we have this border too, and what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna have border of white, right? Border of white. um okay, border of white, and I'm also gonna say display flex. Okay, display flex, and I'm gonna say items of center. I'm gonna do items of center, and I'm gonna do justify center as well. Okay, justify center, and I'm also gonna provide give a certain sort of width of 11 and height of 11 as well, right? And it's just 44 pixels basically. I'm also gonna say cursor or pointer, so when I hover over this, it actually becomes a cursor pointer. And I want to give a background of black. Now we can do something like this inside of Tailwind, and what this basically means, when we actually add slashes, is what this means is it targets the background opacity, right? So it targets the background. Now background is of black, which means it's an RGB value of, if you know what RGBs are, you know that black means 000, right? But we are actually targeting the opacity by doing this. So whenever we do this, we can have these variants. If we do this, it's going to be 0.7 opacity, 0.75 is going to be 0.8 opacity, but we want to do 60, which represents a 0.6 opacity. So it's just changing the background opacity basically. It's a shorthand way of writing this. Now we have this, and now we're gonna have one more of this div basically with an icon inside. And this time it's not gonna be actually an icon, it's gonna be an image which we're gonna be using. Now this image we already have it, so it's gonna be called group icon dot svg, and I'm just gonna save that, and boom, it's actually working, right? And everything else is actually gonna stay the same. And let me actually check the background opacity, and everything else is actually gonna stay the same. So we're just gonna repeat this div, and that's all. So that's pretty much it we needed for this div here, this whole actions container. Now if I go here, you can see, right, I have this div here. Now outside of this div, basically what I'm gonna be doing outside of this div is I'm gonna have a p tag, right? And inside of my p tag, I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff. Now I'm actually gonna get this stuff here and explain you guys what I'm actually doing inside this. So let me actually get this p tag and save it, and boom, we get the information. Now what I'm doing inside of this p tag is, this p tag is actually representing the details, the date, the release date of the movie. Now again, similarly as we did for the name, what happens is sometimes it has this release date, sometimes it has this first air date. So I'm having release date. If this is not found, then I'm gonna render this out, and I'm just having a dot here in between because to maintain some spacing between them. And then here, something very interesting, right? What I'm doing here, guys, is I'm actually, so if I actually console log this and actually show you guys this result, right? So I show you guys this result, and I think that will be easier to explain you guys what I'm actually doing here. So I think, let me actually make this on the left hand side, so yeah, I can actually see this. So if I actually go here, right, and if I go over to this thing which I'm using as runtime, right, if I go to my runtime, you can see it's just a number, right? It's just a number, and what this represents, it represents the minutes basically. And if you count inside of your head, 134 minutes is obviously 2 hours, and it's gonna be 14 minutes, right? 2 hours and 14 minutes, and that's what it's actually showing us here. And now how did I actually do that, right? That is really simple, right? I just converted my minutes into hours and minutes, right? That's what I basically did. And the way you actually do that is, what I did is I did something called math.floor, and what math.floor does, it actually returns you the greatest number, right, less than or equal to its numeric argument. What this means basically is, when I have something like 2.5 or 2.6, it's actually gonna return me the lowest of them, right? It's actually gonna return me 2 instead of 3. It's gonna return me 2, right? If I have something like 2.8, it's gonna still return me 2, because it's gonna return me the floor of that, which means the lowest of those things, So that's what math.floor means. And what I did inside of my math.floor is I said result.runtime divided by 60 to get the hours. Okay, so if I divide 134 by 134 by 60, you guys can guess, right? We're gonna get 2, right? So it's gonna be 2 hours, right? And then what I did is for the remainder, okay, remainder basically means when I divide and whatever remains, right, which is the basically the remainder portion of it, is I converted that into minutes. It's pretty straightforward if you guys know your basics. And and then here I rendered the genres, and genres was an array basically. So again, if I actually inspected and actually show you guys, if I go here genres, you can see it's an array with 4 values. So these genres, what I basically did is I mapped through all of these genres. Okay, I mapped through all of these genres and returned a single genre.name basically. This is what I basically pretty much did here, and return these genres there. And that's all I actually am doing it for this p tag here, right? Now after this p tag, I'm gonna have an h4, and inside of this h4 I'm gonna render my description, right? And description is just simply gonna be result dot overview, and boom, as soon as I do that, we get the description, right? Now obviously I'm gonna have some sort of styling for the description. So I'm gonna say text of small, okay, and only when I reach the medium screen size I want the text to be large, and max width I want to provide a sort of max width of 4 XL basically, right? So as soon as I do that, and now if I go medium screen size, boom, actually text becomes larger and actually sort of really nice, right? And look at this, like, I mean, this is really cool, right? This is really responsive, and it's not gonna happen for just for this movie. Now it's gonna be working for every other movie. If I click here, boom, we get the description, we get everything else. If I click this on the purge, we get the description. And the colors, I know it might be a bit off, for you guys. So I mean, this is how Disney has it, but you can pretty much, because these are not all of them are not Disney plus movies and shows, and I just wanted to demonstrate this by just using an external API, and you can pretty much implement this for Netflix or any other service, but I just wanted to do the Disney one. But remember that these are not all Disney plus shows, so they don't match exactly like that. But yeah, everything else is working for every different movie. Even for these movies, it needs to be because this is also a movie collection, right? So it needs to be sort of working here. If I go on the right hand side here, if I click here on the Gabriel's Inferno, I get this thing here. So everything's sort of working. So there are no bugs as of now, right? Now, what I want to do now is after my this div ends here, right? And this div is basically my whole content container sort of div. So after this div ends, what I want to do now is I want to have something called a background overlay, okay? And now obviously for the background overlay, I only want to display my background overlay if my show player is actually, and what I'm going to explain you guys what I mean by the background overlay. And this is going to be a div here, okay, and it's actually going to be a self-closing div actually, because I'm not going to have anything inside of this. So I'm just going to do a self-closing div here and provide some class names for this. Now this is going to be position absolute, inset left and right of 0, and don't worry, I'm going to explain you guys this, not left and right. Inset 0 means top right left, top right bottom left, everywhere I want it to be 0. And I want the background to be black. And if you guys guessed what I'm doing, GG's, you know um, I want to give an opacity of 50, basically half opacity, height of full, a width of full, and I also want to say z index of 50 because I want it to be at the same level with the background there. Now what I'm doing here, guys, is if I go to my finished build here, right? If I go to my finished build here, so when I actually click on this, you guys see the background, right? The background is changing. So that is something which I call the background overlay. You can name it something else if you want to, but I pretty much called it the background overlay. Now what that basically is doing is actually changing the background opacity, right? But we need to be really careful there, right? Because we only want the background opacity to change, but we don't want this trailer's opacity, this trailer container to change, right? So we are just targeting the background opacity of that. And as soon as I close that, I don't want that to happen. So that's why I am actually using my show player state. I'm saying if only show player is true, then I want this background opacity to come, right? So let's actually try it out here, right? If I click on my, obviously there's no sort of trailer, so nothing's gonna pop up, but let's actually see. Let's go back to here. And if I click, boom, guys, you see that obviously the player is not opening, but this is actually working, right? This is actually working. Now if I refresh this, it changed. Now if I again click here, it's actually working. So it's actually changing the background opacity. Now all we need is we need to pop up the trailer thing, right? That's all we need to do now. Now after this, I'm gonna have another div. Okay. Now this div, guys, this div is gonna be for this sort of thing where we're gonna be having the React trailer thing, right? And we're gonna be able to play the trailer. So now this is where we're gonna be creating this thing, and this is gonna be really interesting, guys. So this is where we're gonna be creating this thing, guys. We're gonna be creating this sort of thing, and this is something which I actually created, and we need a package for this as well. So let me actually start working on this. So let me actually show you guys how I actually did this. So I'm gonna have a div. Now what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is inside of this div I'm gonna have a bunch of class names, right? I'm gonna have a bunch of class names. So let me actually get these class names and explain you guys what am actually doing inside of this class name here, which will be easier for you guys to understand if I actually do like this. Okay, so what I'm doing inside of this div is I'm providing some sort of class name, and the end I'm saying if the show player is actually true, okay, I want the opacity of this to be 100, okay, and z index of 50, and if this is not true, I want the opacity of this to be 0. So what I'm actually doing here, guys, is I am not actually making this. I'm just changing the opacity of this whole container. So this is still there. Like if I close this, it's still there, right? It's not, the functionality is actually still there. But what I'm changing is the opacity, and I'm changing its z index, right? I'm changing its z index. When the show player is actually true, I'm bringing this on top of everything, so it comes as z index of 50, so it comes on top of everything. But as soon as I click on the close button, right, and I'm actually changing the opacity to 0, and I'm providing no sort of z index here. So there's no sort of z index, so it goes behind everything. And obviously for the voice, if you guys are thinking that if I close the trailer, but the trailer will still be playing, right? So you could still hear the voice. But I have a way to resolve that as well. And the reason I'm doing it like this is so I can have this beautiful transition, if you guys can notice, right? This is a beautiful transition which I'm having, right? So I can have this beautiful transition, and the way I'm having this transition is because of my opacity, right? I'm targeting my transition and duration of 1000 on my opacity, right? That's what I'm doing. And still, if you guys didn't get it, trust me, you're gonna get it once we complete this. So we're gonna have a div. Now inside of this div, I'm gonna have a span. This span is actually gonna say play trailer, okay, and it's gonna have a bunch of class names, actually just one class name, and that's gonna be font semi bold, okay, and this is what it's gonna be. Now let me actually go to this build here so I can actually start seeing this thing, which actually I'm actually not seeing this thing. And the reason why I'm actually not seeing this thing is because the show player is not true. So if I click here and boom, I actually see this, right? So now you can see it's coming in place, right? It's actually coming in place. So let's actually keep this open and let's actually build this out, right? So we have play trailer, and for the parent container here, I'm gonna give a bunch of class. I'm gonna say display of flex, align items of center. So I'm gonna say item center, and justify between. Justify between is just gonna put space in between the children. And I'm also gonna do background of black to make this black on the top, right? It's looking really clean. And I'm also gonna say text color, I want it to be my custom color F9 F9 F9. I want some sort of padding, so 3.5 is gonna be my padding, which is actually just 14 pixels. As soon as I save that, boom, you have that padding, right? Now we have the span. Now outside of my span tag here, I'm gonna be having a div, And inside of my div here, I'm gonna have an X icon, right, which is gonna be the closing icon basically. So I'm gonna put a class name here and give it a certain height. I'm gonna do h5, and boom, as soon as I do that, we have this icon, right? So we have this close icon. And here for the class name here, I'm gonna say cursor of pointer, a width of 8, a height of 8, and I'm gonna display this as flags, justify center. I'm also gonna do items, align items of center. I'm also gonna do rounded of large to make this give it some sort of border radius here. And I'm also gonna say opacity of 50, opacity of 50. So I'm gonna target opacity of 50. And so this is basically, I'm targeting this thing here, right, this icon here. And I'm also gonna do, when I hover over this, I want the opacity to be 75. And I also want to do, when I hover over this thing, the entire div, I want to change the background to a different sort of color, which is going to be 0f 0f 0f, right? So when I hover over this, it actually changes the background as well. And that's really subtle, like it's really subtle, but it's a really nice difference, right? And that's pretty much it. And I want to have an on click function here. Now what on click function is going to do here, right, what the on click function is going to do is it's going to set my show player to false back again, right, because whenever I click on the close icon, it's gonna say, no, let's actually try this out. And boom, guys, immediately it actually works. And look at the transition, right? Look at this beautiful transition. Now the way we are gonna be we are able to make this transition work is because we are not actually, we're just changing the opacity to 0, right, and the z index. That's all we are doing. We're not actually not displaying it. It is still displaying, but it's actually behind everything, so we don't see it. So that way we are able to make that really nice looking transition. Now I'm gonna have an icon. Now outside of this div here, I'm gonna have and outside of this div as well here. So outside of these two divs, which is this div, um, outside of these two divs, I'm gonna have another div. Now this div, guys, is where we're gonna be having our player sort of thing, right? We need to have a player. So when I click here, I need to have a player here, right? So this is where I'm gonna be having a player. I'm gonna give some class names here. I'm gonna say position relative and a padding top of 56.25% here. Okay, and inside of this, I'm gonna have my player. Now for the player, guys, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna be installing something called React Player, which is a pretty popular library for external. So it allows you to play external YouTube videos basically, and it is pretty popular, guys. And it's really good. Look at the ratio of weekly downloads, right? Now I'm gonna be using Yarn to actually install this. I'm gonna say Yarn add React Player, go back to my build and just paste it in here. And by the time it installs, I'm gonna actually show you guys how we're gonna. And you have this demo, and you can basically view it. But some reason the demo actually doesn't work, I think. But you have these props, all these props, URL playing, and all these sort of things. So in the meantime, actually gonna get this React Player and explain you guys what we're gonna be doing here. I'm gonna be pasting this React Player, and if you have it installed, we can actually get it as well from um, so I think we auto imported the React Player from the React Player, right, and we can pretty much save it now. And as soon as I save it, it's telling us that the index is not defined, right? Now what is this index? So let me explain you guys what I'm actually doing here, and let me actually get another snippet of code, which is here, right? So I'm gonna get this snippet of code as well, and I'm gonna paste this snippet of code after my this thing here. Okay, now what am I actually doing here? So let me explain you guys. So this part, I want you guys to actually focus here, because this part is really important. So what I'm actually doing here, guys, is I need to pass in a URL, right? So if I go back here, you will see that and if I actually close this, you will see that we have this prop, and the URL of the video or song of the video, we have a video, a trailer, right? So it can be passed into this URL prop, right? Now how am I actually gonna pass the my trailer here, right? So I need to first get and access my trailer itself, right? And how am I actually going to access that trailer? Remember, we used append to response. When we are server-sided rendering, we are doing append to response to get the videos, right? Now if I console log, which I'm actually already doing, I guess, and if I show you guys with this object here, and don't worry about these things, it's happening because we don't have a use effect or something. So we just need a cleanup function, which I'm going to explain you guys. But if I go and console log, and if I see for my videos, it's an array with 40 different videos, right? 40 different videos. And if I click here, we have results. Now all these results are 40 different YouTube videos, and each one of this result is having each one of this result is from YouTube, and it's having these properties: having a key, is having a name, is having a size, and it's having a type. Okay, now what I need is I need the types of trailers, right? Now they're gonna be different types. Now if I click on this one, this is a video type of teaser, which I don't need. Obviously I don't need to when the user clicks on the trailer, I just want to show him the trailer. I don't want to show him the teaser, right? Or if I click on some other sort of I think, if I click, now this type is another teaser type. I click here, this type is featurette type, right? It's not a trailer, neither a teaser, it's a featurette. So I don't want to display all these different types. I just need the types of trailers. So how am I actually going to be able to access those things? The way I actually did that is I created a variable called index, and what I basically did, remember videos is an array, right? So I go back here and actually show you guys result dot videos, okay, dot videos dot results, sorry, results. So we have result, right? We have result dot videos dot results. Now dot results is an array, right? The results is an array which is inside of my videos. If I show you guys inside of my videos, this results is an array. Now because it's an array, what I'm doing is I can use something called find index. And if you guys don't know what find index is, you can pretty much go on the JavaScript documentation, pretty much learn about this function. So it's a function, and what it basically does, right? What it basically does is actually we send in the element, okay, and it actually finds and returns the index of that element, okay, which we can basically use. Now what I want to do here, right, is I want to have the element, okay, element is basically the result, okay, and I want to check if this element, this item, right, you can call it item, element, whatever you want to, if this item's type is trailer, and it returns the first one. It doesn't return every index, okay, it returns the first one. So the first thing, the first ID here, the zero, this ID, it is actually the trailer one. If this was not the trailer, then it would search through here. And if this is a teaser, no, it's not gonna get this one. It's gonna search through, go down and down and down. Now it gets this trailer, right? So imagine if the first one was not a trailer, then it would have selected this one and returned me index 3, and that's all. It just returns the first particular index meeting the specific condition here. That is what it actually does. And now what I'm doing inside of my URL here is I want the YouTube video to play, right? So what I'm actually doing here is when you play, when you have sort of YouTube videos and trailers, you have something called a key, right? You need a key. Now what I'm doing here is I'm accessing my videos, okay, and I'm using optional chaining here. If I don't have the videos, sometimes you're not gonna have any sort of videos, right, which makes sense. So for some movies and TV shows, you're not gonna have any sort of trailers. So obviously you want to protect yourself. If there are no videos, then you don't want to actually do this, right? Only if there are videos and there are results. Now what I'm doing, since results is my array, right, I'm sending that particular index, okay, and accessing the key. I'm accessing the key of that result, right? That is what I'm actually doing. This is really now this might be complicated for some of you guys, but try to understand it. It's actually really simple, right? What I'm actually doing here is I'm actually going into my videos inside of my results array, and I already got my index, right? I got my index for the trailer, right? So I'm accessing that particular item, which in this case is gonna be this one, the first one, right? Now here I'm accessing this results key, which is this thing here. Now this key is really important for rendering YouTube videos, right? This key is really extremely important for rendering YouTube videos. I'm getting this key, okay, and I'm actually passing this whole URL. Now if you look at Black Widows, if you actually get this key and combine this URL, and if you try to search this on Google, you're actually gonna get the same exact result, the Black Widows trailer. Basically that is what you're gonna get. So that is pretty much what we are actually doing this inside of this URL here. And there are some other properties which we are doing. Now I'm doing width and height of 100%. Now why I'm actually doing this is to make this responsive. So if I go on the bottom here, you will see that they have something called a responsive section here. um, yeah, here they have something called responsive players. So make the player responsive. Obviously I want to make the player responsive. You have to set the width and height to 100% and wrap the player in a fixed aspect ratio box. Okay, and when you wrap the player inside of the fixed aspect ratio box, you have to do these things, which is in my case is going to be this wrapper, right? So I'm saying position of relative, and you have to also provide a padding top of 56.25%. Now this is how YouTube's player looks like, so that's why you want to do these things. And you also want to change this styling for the player itself. And the way you can do this is by sending in this is inline styling. Basically you can just do position absolute top and left of 0, and controls and playing it's just something which I'm doing it. So I want the controls to be true. What controls are gonna be are just gonna be the play button, the pause button. Now let's actually test it out. It actually works. Obviously it doesn't work right now, and let me actually save. So it might be because I actually didn't save it, and let me actually see if everything else is right here. And let's actually test this out. It actually works, and boom, guys, it actually works. Now I'm actually not gonna play this, so I'm gonna actually stop this because I'm gonna get a copyright otherwise. But yeah, so this is what it's actually working now. What controls are basically these things. So if I don't do these things, you're not gonna be able to get these things, right. And that's when, because when I refresh, you're not gonna be able to get these controls. So make sure you have controls to true, and playing is equal. It needs to be equals to be show player. And what this basically means, that it's only gonna play when the show player is true. But when, as soon as I click on this button, the show player becomes false, right? So then the video is not gonna play. So that's how I'm actually tackling the voice, right? So I don't get the background voice, right? I don't get the background voice, because when I close this, I don't want the video to be still playing, right? I don't want the functionality to be there. So what I'm doing is I'm only gonna play this video when the show player is true, right? And as soon as I click here, the show player becomes false, so it's not gonna play anymore, right? So that is how I'm actually handling this. This is really clean in my opinion, the way I'm actually doing this. So, and that's the React player for you guys there. So when you click here, you can pretty much look at these things, and you can, if I go back here, and you can pretty much go on any other movie, and you can pretty much play that trailer as well, and you can play all these different sort of trailers. And obviously I can't play the full trailer right now, but you guys get the idea. I can pretty much, you can play the trailers here for different sort of movies, and it's gonna be actually working. So I go to this movie, it's working, right? So it's working for every sort of movie. You see this functionality is working, and it's really responsive. Another really good thing about this is actually responsive, right? So if I go on a bigger screen right now, and let me actually turn my volume to down, and let me actually play this, so you guys will see. Still you guys can actually see, right? You guys can still see it's becoming bigger, right? It's a huge screen size. Now if I go on a smaller screen size, you see how it adjusts itself, right? So it's really responsive, the player. And it is happening with a beautiful transition. The background overlays are actually also working, which we added here. The background overlay, which is pretty simple, right? So if I close this, enters the beautiful transition, goes away. Again, if I play
Okay.
this, it comes back again, and it's sort of really clean, right? So that's what I actually mean by this. And now it's working for the movies. Now all we have to implement is the same thing, but we have to do it for the shows, right? Because that's the last thing we have to do for this build to be finally complete, right? And let me see if I missed anything. I think I didn't actually miss. Everything's in place, and everything's kind of working really clean. There's one thing which I do need to do, and you need to explain you guys why I actually need to do that. So let's actually try to log out, right? Let's actually try to log out. Now we can see, right, it's not showing us, it's a different page, but it's not showing us the login page, because we are getting the session on the server side render, right? So it's actually not showing us that sort of thing. But let's actually log out, right? When I click on log out, let's see what happens, right? It locked me out, right? It locked me out. It's really clean, right? It actually locked me out. But you see, the route is not changing. I'm on the home page, but it's still showing me the same route. Now how do I actually how do I actually fix this, right? The way I can fix this is actually really simple. I can use a use effect, right? A use effect hook basically, right, from React. And what I can basically do here, because I have the session, right, I'm using the session, right? So what I can do here, guys, is I can see if there is no session. If there is no session, what I can do is I can use my router and I can basically push, and obviously get the router. What I have to actually do is I have to actually so let me actually see. So I'm actually getting the router, but I need to get the use router, not the router. So I need to get something called use router, and I need to initialize my router here, is equal to use router, and that's from Next.js, next slash router basically. So what I have to do here is I have to push back to my home page, right? And as soon as I save that, boom, the route actually changed. Now let's try it once more, and let's see if it's actually working, because I wanna make sure that when I'm on the home page, my route's actually changing, right? I don't wanna have the same sort of route. So when I go on a particular movie here, right, and if I refresh, I don't see any sort of login, which is really clean. The sessions on the server side render. When I click logout, boom, the route actually changes, right? It immediately checks that if there is no session, and this happens with the empty dependency array, right? So this means every time when the component loads, it's gonna actually every time when the component loads, it's gonna actually do this every time, you know. So that's what I actually mean by the empty dependency here. And what it's actually doing is checking if there is no session, push the route back to the home route, right? So if there is no session, it's gonna push back to the home route, which is really clean. Now all we have to do is we have to create a hero login sort of page, hero page, and the last thing you have to do is you have to actually go back. Now for my I'm gonna go back to index.js here. So I have movies collection and I have shows collection. All I have to do is I have to paste in my show collection, and what you have to basically do is you have to just copy your movie collection, and you just have to paste it in here, and you just have to change your movie collection to show collection. That's all you have to do, guys, and it's gonna be pretty much the same thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually go into my shows collection and get this here, okay? And for my show thumbnail, I'm actually importing everything, so I'm just gonna save this, and let's get back to our it's saying that it does not have a show thumbnail. So let's see if we have a show. So we didn't create a show thumbnail. So I'm quickly gonna create a show thumbnail.js and RFCE. I'm just gonna paste it in here. So as soon as I do that, actually let's log in so we see some information. And let's quickly log in. As soon as I log in, boom, you have the popular shows and top rated shows, but nothing's actually rendering right now, right? Because you don't have the thumbnails. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go to my thumbnails, and remember, guys, exactly identical like the movie thumbnail. All you have to do is you have to go to movie thumbnail, copy and paste it, and just change the movie thumbnail to the show thumbnail. That's all you have to do. The only difference is gonna be on the routing, where you have to do it in a smart sort of way, right? So I'm actually gonna paste this in here, and let's actually go back to the application, and boom, as soon as I save that, I get all my shows. I get all of my shows, right, as soon as I save that. The only difference is gonna be here, guys, on the on click, where you're gonna have the router dot push. Here you're gonna push into slash something called show, and if I actually try right now, it's not gonna error out because we already created this route. If you guys remember, we already created this inside of our pages. We had these two routes, right? We had a movie route and we had a show route. All I have to do is I have to go here, copy all of this and paste it inside of my show route, and that's gonna make it work. For that also, I'm actually gonna go back here and go back to my pages, and what I'm gonna do is inside of my pages, I'm gonna go to my show route inside my ID, and what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna get this because it's exactly the same thing, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get everything, right? And to save. And you guys can pretty much do the same thing. You don't have to do this from scratch all over again, because it's exactly the same thing what we are doing, right? It's exactly the same thing. Okay. For some reason I actually copied something. I don't know why I actually copied here, but let me just try to copy this. I don't know why is it scrolling so slowly right now. um, but yeah, I needed to get it to this point here. So let me paste this in again, and let me save it, and let me actually go back. And here we go, boom guys, you can see we are on the page, on the TV series page, on the particular page, right? Now the only difference is gonna be here. Okay, when we are actually fetching from the request, all we have to do is we have to change the request from movie to slash TV. And all you can, if you want to look at the API here for the documentation for this, what you can basically do is you can go here, and what you can do is go back and go to the show, the TV, and to get the TV details you can go here, and you can see, right, all you have to do basically just replace this TV, the movie here with the TV, right, which I was doing as a movie here, as you can see. Replace this with TV, and the ID which you're going to be getting it from the URL, right, from the context object. You have to provide that ID, and that's pretty much it. You can pretty much you can, if you go here, if you make this bigger, you can try it out and pretty much do the same thing here. Right now I have this fully responsive, and let's see if our trailer functionality is working. Let me actually reduce the voice, and let's see if it's actually working. Here we go, here we go. The trailer functionality is working as well. If I go on the low-key show right now, I can play the trailer. Boom, it's actually working. It's really clean, the transitions are working. And I don't know what happened there, but yeah, so everything's kind of working. So if I go on these shows right now, my images are obviously they're lazy loaded, so it takes some time for them to load, but that's good, that's good. We want them, so there's no trailer. And you see, to make sure to protect these things, right, what you can basically add is, I didn't go ahead further and I actually did this. But what you can do is, if there are no sort of videos, what you can show is, you can maybe pop up a message or something. Instead of doing this, you can actually have like a JavaScript here, and you can just try to check, have a ternary basically, and try to check. If you don't have a video, you can pop up a message saying there is no trailer or something like that. Or maybe you can pop up some other videos if there are some other sort of videos or images, or whatever you want to. But you can have a ternary, and you can pretty much do that if you want to extend it. But this is pretty much really clean, right? So if I go on these TV series, and everything is kind of working, and there is no difference actually. The only difference is actually in the fetch request here, and everything else pretty much stays the same. The React player and everything else, guys, trust me, remains exactly the same. Again, this is a page, so we needed the session, right? We needed the session, so we had to do that, because remember, on our every different page, we have to do, and we have to get the session on the server side render, so it actually doesn't show as the login sort of thing, which is really clean. And if I try to log out again, I should see my route changing, and here we go, boom. Now all we have to do, guys, is we have to create our hero page, hero component, which I think is pretty straightforward. It's just the styling, some styling I have to do. So let's actually quickly create the hero component. So this is the final part of the build, guys, and after we actually do this, we're actually done with the build, done with this huge build which we have worked so hard. And if you guys are still following through, I mean, this is really great. I mean, this is really massive, and it's a really huge build, I know. And we got a lot to learn, from this build. Now I'm actually gonna go to my components and actually go to my hero. And again, as because I care about my semantics, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do section instead of a div. And let's take a look at our home page as well. So if you look at your home page, right, it's looking really clean, right? We have this hero, which is a section, which is a component, a section. We have this section, we have this section, we have this, all these are sections basically, right? And that's what good semantics does. And if anyone actually inspects your website as well, and if I try to inspect your website here, it's gonna be really sort of clean, because see, there'll be different sections, right? There'll be different sections. Now obviously here there's just one section because we are not actually logged in, but when you log in there are gonna be multiple sections. So really good semantics, helps you to maintain your code really nicely, now inside of the section, the first thing I'm going to be getting is a head tag. Now for the head tag, something really cool about the head tag is you can actually use this inside of any component. It's you cannot just use it inside of pages, but you can also use this inside of components, right? This is really cool about Next.js, And what I want to do inside of this section here is I want to render something called log in, and I also want to say log in Disney. Um, Disney Plus with. This is what I want to say inside of this section basically. So when I'm here, I can actually view and it says login, right? That's what I want to display. So you can pretty much use this inside of any component. Now I'll have a div and I'm gonna have a Next.js image component. So I'm just gonna import the Next.js image component, and for this div, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have this relative and min height. I'm gonna provide a sort of min height. I'm actually gonna calculate this min height. And to calculate this, we need something called calc, and we need to put brackets, surrounding brackets, and this is how I'm gonna be doing this. And then for the image source, I'm gonna be having, actually this is gonna be like this. So I have this image, it's gonna be inside of my images, and it's gonna be called hero background, background dot jpg. Actually, I'm just gonna save. Obviously it's not gonna work because we need layout fill for this to work here. So I'm gonna say layout fill, and I'm also gonna do object fit of cover as usual, and save this. And boom, as soon as I save this, we have the hero background image, right? Which is really clean. So we have the image, and we have actually calculated the height so it doesn't show any sort of overflow. So we actually smartly calculated the height, taking into account the header's height, right? And after this div, now I'm gonna have another div. So I'm gonna have another div. Now this div is gonna have another div inside of it, and the parent div is just gonna be a container div, which is gonna be saying justify flags, justify center, and items of center. So it's just gonna, so this div, we just have this one child inside of this, right? So it's gonna make sure that this child is in the center vertically and horizontally both, right? Now for this child here, I'm gonna have some class names. For the class names, I'm going to do position absolute, display of flex direction of column, space y of 3, and I'm going to put from top, because it is absolute, so I'm going to do top 1 by 4. Top 1 by 4 is basically from top, I want it to be 25%. I want to provide a width of 100%. I also want to say justify center because it is displayed flex, right? I also say align on the center, and I want to have a sort of max width, okay, and max width screen of SM, which means 640 pixels. So I want to restrain it to max width of 640 pixels. And I also want to say, whenever you use max width, remember always make sure to use MX auto to make sure that's in the center, and a padding of 8, and this is an all-round padding basically, and a negative margin top of 16. Okay, and the reason I'm doing a negative margin top of 16 is because I want to bring it a little bit closer to the top, so that's why I'm providing a negative value for the top. Now inside of this, you're gonna have an image. Now this image again is gonna have, it's gonna be a CTA logo, and this is gonna be a self-closing tag here, CTA logo 1. So it's gonna be 1.svg, and again, since it's an image, we need to have a sort of width. So I'm gonna provide a width of width and height of 150, and I'm also gonna provide object fit, but this time I'm gonna say contain and instead of cover, right? Because I don't want to cover now, I want it to be contained to maintain its aspect ratio basically. And you see, we have this beautiful image, right? We have this beautiful image. Now after this image, we're gonna have a button. Now for the button, I'm gonna say get all there, okay, and I'm gonna have some sort of styling for the button. Now for the styling of the button, I'm just gonna say BG blue of 600. And as soon as I do that, you see the button. You want to say uppercase, so it makes it uppercase. You also want to say text of XL, so it makes the text font size a bit bigger. Tracking of white, so there's a little subtle letter spacing. And then we also want to do font of extra bold, so font of extra bold, which is I think 800, so it makes it extra bold. Padding top and bottom of 4, and we also want to say padding left and right of 6, so that actually becomes a little bit bigger. And I want to also provide a width of full, so it actually takes the full width of the container here, like this. And I also want to do rounded to make rounded corners basically, and so to do rounded actually looks better. And I have to hover. I want to change the background to a different custom value of 0485EE basically, so a different shade of blue basically, which is when I hover over this, you guys can see it actually changes to a different sort of shade of blue. And this button is not gonna do anything. It's just a CTA button, which is just the button for to just a CTA call to action button basically. It's not gonna do anything. After this button, basically, I'm gonna have a p tag. Now, for the p tag, I'm gonna have a bunch of some information here, which I'm actually gonna copy from my component, my hero component. So let's get to the hero component, and let's actually copy this thing here. And oops, I forgot the dollar value, so you can pretty much just type in any dollar value you want to. I forgot the dollar value, but for the class name, I'm gonna actually add text of extra small, and so it immediately becomes small. I'm also gonna do text center, so it makes the text in a text line of center. Now that's all for the p tag. Now we have another image. Now this image is gonna be source, and this image is gonna be images slash, again I need to add a self closing tag here, and this image is gonna be CTA logo logo 2. Now this is gonna be a PNG, it's not gonna be an SVG, and again it needs to have a width. uh, I'm gonna have same width of 600, and needs to have a sort of height. Now for the height, I'm gonna do 70 this time, and you can see it's not looking good at all, right? It's not looking, because the aspect ratio is not maintained, so I need to do object fit of contain. So as soon as I do object fit of contain, boom, actually looks really good, right? And that's what we want to be. Our hero is actually done. So we're actually done, guys. We are actually finally done with the build, right? And I know I actually kind of went really fast through this last hero component, but I think I mean, at this stage, you guys you guys might be used to it if you guys are still following through. And now all we gotta do is deploy this to Vercel with our custom domain. No, not a custom domain, I'm sorry, but just to Vercel. And if you have a custom domain, obviously you can deploy this using a custom domain as well. And that's pretty easy. That's the last step you're gonna be doing. But yeah, I mean, this is really clean, right? This is really clean. Now we have this page. Now if I refresh this, I mean, the image is gonna be lazy loaded, this background image. And actually, let's log in, and let's actually see if everything's bug free. So as soon as I log in, boom, it takes me back to Disney here. It takes me back to these things, and all of these things are server side rendered. Like, all of this information which we are doing is actually server side rendered, right? And we can pretty much let me see if my voice is down, so we can pretty much play the trailers, and we can pretty much see on mobile responsive as well. You can pretty much go back. Now one thing I want to get rid of is this annoying thing here. So to get rid of this, I'm just gonna get to styles, because I hate to see actually hate to see these scroll bars. And all I have to actually do is I have to say, so remember we added that custom plugin, scroll bar hide Tailwind. So I'm gonna actually use that utility class provided by that plugin, and as soon as I save that, boom, we don't have that. Immediately we get rid of that annoying scroll bar thing. So now it's actually looking really good, right? and everything's kind of, so we are doing image optimization, we're also doing server-side rendering. And if I try to log out right now, let's actually try to log out, and it's gonna redirect back us to the home page, and it actually changes the route, right, which is really clean, right, and everything's completely mobile responsive. So that's really really good, right? And we are actually finally done with the build. Now all we have to do, guys, all you have to do to deploy this to yourself is to go to your GitHub, right? Go to your GitHub. Now when you go to your GitHub, I'm actually logged into my wrong account, so I'm actually gonna log into my correct account. So just go to your GitHub, okay, and all you have to do is create a repository, okay, and I'm just gonna create a repository called Disney clone YT, okay, and I'm gonna make it private because I already have one. So I'm gonna create this repository. Obviously you can make it public, and all I have to do is I have to copy this thing, okay. When you create a repository, copy this thing, and just go back to your build. Let me make this bigger, and open your terminal, okay. All you have to actually do here is you just have to paste this in here, right? Just log in using your GitHub account and just paste this thing here, okay. And what I have to do next is I have to do git add dot, right, and git status, right. I have to do git add dot git status. Now as soon as I do git status, it actually shows me that all these files are actually added to the staging area. Now all I have to do is I have to say commit, okay, and I have to say initial commit or something. You can say initial commit, or you can just say app build. um, I'm really bad at typing these commit messages, but you can just pretty much say anything. And the last thing I want you guys to do is just do git push. When you do git push, you're gonna get this message. Just copy this and paste it in here. Now as soon as I paste this, now for me it's gonna do this because I'm actually logged in into the wrong account of GitHub. So that's why it's actually showing me this thing. But to actually fix that, what I can do is I can go, and for me I can just pretty much because I'm actually logged into my other account. So what I can do is I can add myself my other account as a collaborator, and all I need to do is I need to accept this basically. And let me just accept this on my other screen in the meantime, and let me go back here, and just let me accept this on my other screens. I'm just in the meantime can just accept this, and all I have to do is accept the invitation. And once I accept the invitation, I can push it from my any other account once I'm added as a collaborator. Now all I have to do is I have to git push, and again I have to do this thing here, which is this command. Now you guys don't have to do this. I had to do this because I was logged into a wrong account. So if you guys just are using one account, you guys won't have to probably do this. Now if I go back to my code here, boom, it updated, right? It actually pushed all these things. So you can see it updated all these things. Now all I have to basically do now, okay, is you have to go to Vercel, okay, and log in with your same GitHub account, right? This account which I'm using currently, I have to log in with the same GitHub account, and I have to go to new project, and boom, here's the project I just created right now, right? So I can actually import this project. I can select my personal account, okay. And what I have to do now, this thing is really important, right? So when you're using Vercel, this thing is extremely important. You need to add all the environment variables, okay, all the environment, because remember environment variables are always get ignored, right? They're not shown to anyone, right? So you need to I need to have all these environment variables, and they're actually pretty simple. So I'm just gonna quickly actually do these things. Get my Google ID and paste it inside of here, okay. I'm also gonna get my Google secret, and make sure you don't show these IDs to anyone, right? Make sure you never show these IDs to anyone. So I'm gonna get my Google secret, add my Google secret, and I don't need to add the next one, but I need to add the host for my host. And actually I need to add the next URL as well. My bad, I need to add that next URL. So for the next URL, now for my next URL, what I have to actually do is I have to get the sort of URL first, and I have to actually add that URL. So I'm going to be showing you guys how to actually do that. But I need to add the API key, right? API key is extremely important, because if you don't add the API key, if you forget the API key, you won't get any sort of results, back from the server, So make sure you add these three are extremely important, right? And all I have to do then, I don't have to change any configuration, nothing. When you're using Vercel, it is basically built from the creators of Next.js, Vercel is the are the creators of Next.js, so they actually optimized it really, really performance wise for Next.js itself. So you just have to click on deploy, and it's actually gonna deploy if everything else goes right, and it's gonna deploy your application, and you're gonna get a URL, and then you have to do some certain steps, and you're good to go. You're really good to go. And everything else will be important. Now if I go to my GitHub repo here, you will see I don't have my env files, right? Obviously we're not gonna get those things because they're get ignored, right? But I'll have all the other things. I have my routes, I have movie show route, I'm gonna have my components, all the components I created, and everything else pretty much. And in the meantime it's deploying, and you can see it actually generates all the static pages. So there's something called static site generation, which is SSG, and then there's SSR, which is server side rendering, which is like you can also do static site generation for static websites, and you can pretty much do server. And here we go, boom, it's actually deployed, right? Now we can visit and we can test it, right? So we can visit, and you're gonna get an email as well on your GitHub email account. You're gonna get an email whenever you basically push. Now a really, really good thing I like about Vercel is whenever you push to your GitHub, right? Whenever you do a commit, you push, it actually redeploys your application, right? It actually redeploys, right? Which is really, really nice, right? And you get an email as well. So I'm actually have this build, right? So let's try to log in. So when I actually try to log in, it's actually gonna show me an error, right? And the error I'm actually gonna get is this thing. Now I want you guys to copy this long URL here, which you get, right? And what I want you guys to do is go to Vercel, open your dashboard, and inside of your settings environment variables, add this variable as the next auth URL. Okay, add as your next auth URL, and you have to make sure you add this basically, right? And just add this, right? And that's all you have to do. Okay, this URL. So next time it actually redirects to this next auth URL. And now when I click actually sign in with Google, it actually shows me this error. Now go to this, do the same thing which we did before when we are actually when we are building this locally. Go to this link, okay, and log in with your Firebase account where you actually initialize the project from. So I was using this Firebase account. uh, for some reason I can't actually log into my original account. I need to actually log into that sort of account. I need to log into this account, and for some reason I'm actually not logged in. So let me quickly type in, and I don't know why it actually logs me out again and again, because I should be technically logged in because I logged in before, right? So you need to log into your Firebase account. Now I'm actually logged in. I need to select your project. So I'm already selecting this. I already selected this Disney Clone YT. Let me refresh this because it's showing some sort of error, and it's actually showing that I don't have sufficient permissions to view this. Yeah, so I am actually on the page. All I have to do is I have to click inside of my project, go to project settings. I have to go to credentials actually. um, so I have to actually go to credentials here, and here we go. So I have to go to credentials. So make sure you go to credentials, and after going to credentials you have to go to this OAuth 2.0 client IDs. Now where you get this redirect URI mismatch, right? You need to copy this thing till this callback slash Google. You need to copy it here, okay? And then what you have to basically do is the first thing, you have to add this inside of here, and because this is a redirect URI, right? And then you have to add this inside of here, and saying it cannot contain any sort of white spaces. So make sure you don't put spaces here and here as well. And then you have to basically get rid of everything up to app, up to your application. Okay, get rid of everything up to the application, even the slash, everything. And then just click on save. Okay, just click on save. And now if I actually go back and I visit this link again, and if I try to actually open this link again, and if I go and visit this link again, let's see if it actually works this time. So I'm actually gonna click on sign in with Google, and boom, it actually worked, right? It showed me my account. Now let's actually log in with my account and let's actually test this if it's working. And boom, here we go, guys, here we go. This is deployed and it's running on Vercel, right? And it's deployed on Vercel and it is actually working, right? And the next time you basically, so you need to add that next auth URL as an environment variable. And you can pretty much reduce this string as well if you want to. If you have a custom domain, you can basically add a custom domain instead of this. You can edit this and you can add a custom domain name here, whichever domain name you're using. So it redirects to that. But you have to make sure you do that, because the next time you do this, you're gonna get the same error again, and you have to change this the client IDs again. So to make sure that does not happen, you have to make sure to do that, And I was actually working. Now let's test it out, let's test if everything else is working. Let me see if this is done. And there we go. This is clean, right? This is really, really clean, right? Everything's working. Let me go and scroll through this, and I get all these movies. I can pretty much click on any of these movies and pretty much play trailers for everything. And you can see we get the trailers, right? We get these trailers, these beautiful trailers, and it's also working for TV shows. And if I click here, my Next.js AC loading is working. So there's no sort of trailer here, so obviously it's not playing right now. But I get all these things, and if I try to log out, I think I can log out as well. And I think that's it, guys. That's it, and I think that's a wrap, right? We have been, I don't know how much time has it been. I think it's more than 5 hours. So yeah, I mean it's a pretty huge ass build, but we got to learn so much from this build, guys. And this build is one of the best, like literally my best builds till now I have done, and it's full on production level build, using Next.js and Tailwind and everything, you need everything you gotta learn in this thing, And one thing I forgot to add was the fab icon, which you can pretty much replace with the. I have all the assets and everything, so you can pretty much replace it from my repository, and then commit it again to GitHub, So it's gonna be updated. But anyways, I actually wanted to tell you guys something. If you guys still here right now, so that so for sometimes, because I upload these videos, it takes time to upload these videos, right? So if you guys want to know, if you guys want to know what I've been doing for, like, for the past month, or for the past weeks or anything, if you guys want to be updated with that, so I've actually created an Instagram. So I want you guys to go and follow me there. So I'm gonna be posting some tips and tricks there, and on Next.js and React and some stuff. And you're also gonna be updated with my daily life, like what I've been working on. I was working on this Disney build from a very huge long time till now, so I couldn't actually show you guys, because there's no way of actually telling your YouTube audience, as of yet, that I could share with you guys what I've been working on. I think Instagram is the best way to do it. So I'll try to put stories and shit which you can do on Instagram to keep people updated, and so you guys can know what I've been working on in the past weeks or in the past month. So make sure you follow me there, and it's in the first link in the description there. And as always, I will meet you guys in the next one. So until then, take care and goodbye, guys.